Fire Memory 1 Births. Eduardo Galeano. Fire Memory 1 Births. Threshold. I was a bad history student. History lessons were like trips to the wax museum or the land of the dead. The past was motionless, hollow, mute. They taught us about the past so that we resign ourselves, empty consciousness, to the present time, not to make history, which was already made, but to accept it. Poor history had ceased to breathe, betrayed in academic texts, lied to in classrooms, lulled to sleep in ephemeral speeches. It had been imprisoned in museums and buried, with floral offerings, under the bronze of statues and the marble of monuments. Let's hope that Memoria del Fuego can help breathe new life into history, freedom, and speech. Over the centuries, Latin America has not only suffered the dispossession of gold and silver, saltpeter and rubber, copper and oil, it has also suffered the usurpation of memory. From the start, she was condemned to amnesia by those who prevented her. Latin America's official history is reduced to a military parade of heroes in uniforms fresh from the dry cleaners. I am not a historian. I am a writer who would like to contribute to the rescue of the kidnapped memory of all of America, but above all of Latin America, a despised and endearing land. I would like to talk to her, share secrets with her, ask her what different muds she was born, from what acts of love and rape comes. I don't know what literary genre this voice of voices belongs to. Memoria del Fuego is not an anthology, of course not, but I don't know if it's a novel or an essay or an epic poem or a testimony or a chronicle or. Discovering doesn't keep me up at night. I don't believe in borders which, according to literary customs, separate genres. I didn't want to write an objective book. I didn't want to and I couldn't. There is nothing neutral in this retelling of history. Incapable of distance, I take sides, I confess, and I don't regret it. However, each fragment of this vast mosaic is supported by a solid documentary base. What I'm telling here happened, although I tell it in my own way. This book is dedicated to Grandmother Esther. She knew it before she died. Dry grass will set wet grass on fire. African proverb according to which slaves brought to the Americas. First voices. Creation. The woman and the man dreamed that God dreamed them. God dreamed them as he sang and shook his maracas wrapped in tobacco smoke, and he felt happy and also shaken by doubt and mystery. The Macariter Indians know that if God dreams of food, he bears fruit and gives food. If God dreams of life, he is born and gives birth. The woman and the man dreamed that in God's dream a large shiny egg appeared. Inside the egg they sang and danced and made a lot of noise, because they were mad with the desire to be born. They dreamed that in God's dream joy was stronger than doubt and mystery, and God dreaming created them, and singing he said, I break this egg and the woman is born and the man is born. And together they will live and they will die. But they will be born again. They will be born and they will die again and they will be reborn. And they will never cease to be born, because death is a lie. The weather. The time of the Mayas was born and had a name when the sky did not exist and the earth had not yet awakened. The days departed from the east and began to march. On the first day, he drew heaven and earth from his bowels. The second day he did the stairs where the rain is falling. The works of the third were the cycles of sea and land and the multitude of things. By the will of the fourth day, earth and heaven bowed down and were able to meet. On the fifth day, he decided that everyone should work. The first light came out of the sixth. In places where there was nothing, on the seventh day he put earth. The eighth pinned his hands and feet to the ground. On the ninth day he created the lower worlds. On the 10th day he assigned the lower worlds to those who have poison in their souls. Within the sun, the 11th day fashioned the stone and the tree. It was the 12th that made the wind. The wind blew and called him a spirit, for there was no death in him. On the 13th day he wetted the earth and kneaded a body like ours with mud. This is how it is remembered in the Yucatan. The sun and the moon. The first sun, the water sun, was washed away by the flood. All who lived in the world became fish. The second son was devoured by tigers. The third was devastated by a rain of fire, which set the inhabitants on fire. The fourth son, the wind's son, was erased by the storm. People turned into monkeys and scattered in the mountains. Pensive, the gods gathered in Teotihuacan. Who will bring the dawn? The snail lord, famous for his strength and beauty, stepped forward. I will be the sun, he said. Who else? Silence. They all looked at the festering little god, the ugliest and most unfortunate of the gods, and decided. You. The lord of the snails and the little festering god retreated to the hills which are now the pyramids of the sun and the moon. There, on an empty stomach, they meditated. Then the gods gathered firewood, lit a huge bonfire, and called them. The festering little god gathered momentum and threw himself into the flames. Immediately, it emerged, glowing, into the sky. The snail lord looked at the fire with a frown. He advanced, retreated, stopped. He did a few laps. Since he couldn't make up his mind, they had to push him. With much delay, he ascended to heaven. The gods, furious, slapped him. They hit his face with a rabbit, again and again, until the shard was killed. So the arrogant snail lord became the moon. The spots on the moon are the scars of this punishment. But the bright sun did not move. The obsidian falcon flew towards the festering little god. Why don't you go? And the despised, the stinking, the hunchbacked, the lame answered. Because I want the blood and the kingdom. This fifth sun, the sun of movement, illuminated the Toltecs and illuminated the Aztecs. It has claws and feeds on human hearts. The clouds. Cloud dropped a raindrop on a woman's body. At 9 months, she had twins. When they grew up, they wanted to know who his father was. Tomorrow morning, she said, look east. They will see it there, rising in the sky like a tower. Through earth and sky, the twins walked in search of their father. Cloud became suspicious and demanded. Prove that you are my children. One of the twins sent lightning to the earth. The other, a thunder. With Cloud still hesitating, they made it through a flood and emerged unscathed. So Noob made a place for them at his side, among his many brothers and nephews. The wind. When God created the first of the Wawanok Indians, remnants of mud were left on the ground of the world. With these remains, Gluscabe was made. And you, where are you from? God asked, amazed, from above. I'm wonderful, Gluscabe said. Nobody made me. God stood by his side and reached out to the universe. Look at my work, he challenged. Since you are wonderful, show me what you have invented. I can make wind, if I want. And Gluscabe huffed. The wind was born and died immediately. I can make wind, Gluscabe admitted sheepishly, but I can't make wind last. And then God blew, so powerfully that Gluscabe fell and lost all his hair. The rain. In the northern Great Lakes region, a young girl suddenly discovered that she was alive. The astonishment of the world opened his eyes and he left at random. Following in the footsteps of hunters and loggers of the Menominee Nation, he came to a large log cabin. There lived 10 brothers, the Thunderbirds, who offered him shelter and food. One bad morning, while the girl was drawing water from the spring, a hairy snake grabbed her and carried her to the depths of a rocky mountain. The snakes were about to devour her when the girl sang. From afar, the Thunderbirds heard the call. They attacked the rocky mountain with lightning, saved the prisoner and killed the snakes. Thunderbirds left the girl in the crotch of a tree. Here you will live, they said to him. We will come whenever you sing. When the green frog calls from the tree, thunder comes and it rains on the world. The rainbow. The jungle dwarves had surprised Yabina Wabashka in an ambush and cut off his head. At the bumps, the lead returned to the Kashinawa region. Although he learned to jump and swing gracefully, no one wanted a bodiless head. "Mom, my brothers, compatriots," he lamented. "Why are they rejecting me? Why are they ashamed of me?" To end this litany and make him lose his mind, his mother suggested that he transform into something, but his head refused to become what already existed. The head thought, dreamed, invented. The moon did not exist. The rainbow did not exist. She asked for 7 balls of wool, of all colors. He aimed and launched the bullets into the sky, one after the other. The balls were hanging beyond the clouds, the threads unrolled, gently, towards the ground. Before going up, the leader warns. "Whoever does not recognize me will be punished. When you see me up there, say, 'Here is the great and beautiful Yabina Wabashka.'" Then he braided the 7 hanging threads and climbed the rope to the deer. That night, a white bar first appeared among the stars. "Nail." The girl looked up and asked in wonder, "What is this?" Immediately, a scarlet macaw swooped down on her, turned around and stabbed her between the legs with its pointed tail. The girl bled. From this moment, women bleed when the moon wants. The next morning, the 7-colored rope shone in the sky. A man pointed at her. "Look, look. So bizarre." He said that and fell. And it was the first time someone had died. The day. The raven, who now rules the totem pole of the Haida nation, was a grandson of the great divine leader who created the world. When the crow cried for the moon, which hung on the log wall, the grandfather gave it to him. The raven threw it into the sky, through the hole in the chimney, and again he burst into tears, claiming the stars. When he got them, he scattered them around the moon. Then he cried, kicked, and screamed until grandfather handed him the carved wooden box where he kept the daylight. The great divine leader forbade him to take this box out of the house. He had decided that the world lived in darkness. The crow was playing with the box, pretending to be distracted, and out of the corner of his eye he was spying on the guards watching him. Taking advantage of an oversight, he flees with the box in his beak. The tip of its beak broke as it passed through the chimney and its feathers were burned, black forever. The crow has arrived on the islands off the coast of Canada. He heard human voices and asked for food. They denied it. He threatened to break the wooden crate. "If the day slips away, which I have kept here, the sky will never be extinguished," he warned. "No one will be able to sleep, or keep secrets, and we will know who is a people, who is a bird and who is a beast of the forest." They laugh. The crow broke the box and light burst into the universe. The night. The sun kept shining and the Kashinawa Indians did not know the sweetness of rest. Very lacking in peace, exhausted from so much light, they have borrowed the night from the mouse. It was dark, but the night of the mouse was enough to eat and smoke for a while in front of the fire. Dawn came as soon as the Indians settled into their hammocks. Then they tried taper night. With the night of the taper, they were able to sleep soundly and enjoyed the long-awaited sleep. But when they woke up, so much time had passed that the mountain weeds had invaded their crops and crushed their homes. After much research, they settled on tattoo night. They borrowed it and never returned it. The tattoo, stripped of night, sleeps during the day. The stars. Playing the flute declares love or announces the return of hunters. At the sound of the flute, the Waywai Indians call their guests. For the Tukino, the flute shouts, and for the Kalina he speaks, for it is the trumpet that cries. On the banks of the Negro River, the flute ensures the power of men. The sacred flutes are hidden and the woman who appears deserves death. In very ancient times, when women possessed the sacred flutes, men carried firewood and water and prepared cassava bread. Men say that the sun was indignant to see that women reigned over the world. The sun descended into the jungle and impregnated a virgin, slipping the juice from the leaves between her legs. Thus Jurapari was born. Jurapari stole the sacred flutes and gave them to the men. He taught them to hide and defend themselves and to celebrate ritual feasts without women. He also told them the secrets that they were to transmit to the ears of their sons. When Jurapari's mother discovered the hiding place of the sacred flutes, he sentenced her to death, and of its small pieces he made the stars of the sky. The Milky Way. The worm, no bigger than a little finger, ate the hearts of birds. His father was the best hunter in the town of the most tense. The worm grew. Soon he was the size of an arm. He demanded more and more hearts. The hunter spent the whole day in the jungle, killing for his son. When the snake no longer entered the hut, the jungle was emptied of birds. The father, with a precise arrow, offered him jaguar hearts. The serpent devoured and grew. There were no more jaguars in the jungle. "I want human hearts," said the serpent. The hunter left his village and the surrounding areas without inhabitants until one day, in a distant village, they surprised him on the branch of a tree and killed him. Harassed by hunger and nostalgia, the snake went in search of him. He wrapped his body around the guilty village, so no one could escape. The men fired all their arrows against this giant ring that had besieged them. Meanwhile, the snake kept growing. No one was saved. The serpent saved his father's body and grew upwards. We see it there, undulating, bristling with luminous arrows, crossing the night. The star. The moon, a bent mother, asked her son. "I don't know where your father is. Bring him my news." The son went in search of the most intense of fires. He did not find her at noon, where the sun drinks its wine and dances with its women to the sound of drums. He sought her in the horizons and in the region of the dead. In none of his 4 houses was there the sun of the Tarascan cities. The star continues to chase her father across the sky. It always comes too early or too late. Language. The first father of the Guarani rose in the darkness, illuminated by the reflections of his own heart, and created the flames and the faint mist. He created love, and he had no one to give it to. He created the language, but there was no one to listen to him. Then he entrusted the deities with the construction of the world and the management of fire, mist, rain, and wind. And he gave them the music and the words of the sacred hymn, so that they might give life to women and to men. Thus love became communion, language became animated, and the first father redeemed his loneliness. He accompanies the men and women who walk and sing. We are already treading this earth. We are already treading this glittering land. Fire. The nights were freezing and the gods had caught fire. The cold cut the flesh and the words of men. They begged shivering, in broken voices, and the gods have become deaf. Once they fought back. The men danced with joy and raised songs of gratitude. But soon the gods sent rain and hail and put out the fires. The gods spoke and demanded, to deserve the fire, men had to open their chests with the obsidian dagger and deliver their hearts. The Quiche Indians offered the blood of their prisoners and fled from the cold. The Kachikals did not accept the award. The Kachikals, cousins of the Quiches and also heirs of the Mayas, slipped on feathered feet through the smoke and stole the fire and hid it in the caves of their mountains. The jungle. In the midst of a dream, the father of the Atoto Indians glimpsed a glowing mist. Mosses and lichens quivered in these vapors, and the whistling of winds, birds, and serpents resounded. The father knew how to capture the mist and hold it back with the thread of his breath. He roused her from sleep and mixed her with earth. He spat several times on the misty ground. In the swirl of foam, the jungle rose, the trees spread their enormous tops and the fruits and the flowers grew. The cricket, monkey, tapir, wild boar, tattoo, deer, jaguar, and anteater took body and voice on the sodden earth. The golden eagle, the macaw, the vulture, the hummingbird, the white heron, the duck, the bat. The wasp came with great momentum. He left the toads and the men without a tail, and then he got tired. The cedar. The first father gave birth to the earth from the tip of his stick and covered it with fluff. In the plush rose the cedar, the sacred tree from which speech flows. Then Father Primero told the Mbya Guarani to dig up the trunk of this tree to listen to what it contains. He said that those who could listen to the cedar, the chest of words, would know the future seat of its homes. Those who could not listen to him would once again become a despised land. Guayacan. A girl from the Naivacal people was looking for water when she came across a strong tree, Nasuk, the Guayacan, and she felt called. She hugged his firm trunk, squeezing with her whole body, and dug her nails into the bark. The tree bled. Saying goodbye, she says, "How I wish, Nasuk, that you were a man." And the Guayacan became a man and went to get her. When he found her, he showed her his scratched back and lay down next to her. Colors. The feathers of the birds were white and the skin of the animals was white. Blue are, now, those who bathed in a lake where no river flowed, and no river was born. Reds, those who plunged into the lake of blood shed by a child of the Kadiou tribe. Those who have rolled in the mud are the color of the earth, and those who have sought warmth in extinguished stoves are the color of ashes. The greens are those who rubbed their bodies on the foliage and the whites are those who remained motionless. Love. In the Amazon jungle, the first woman and the first man looked at each other curiously. It was strange what they had between their legs. "Have you been cut?" asked the man. "No," she said. "I've always been like that." He examined her carefully. He scratched his head. There was an open wound there. Said, "Do not eat cassava, or soursop, or any fruit that splits when ripe. I will heal you. Lie down in the hammock and rest." She obeyed. Patiently, she swallowed the herbal preparations and allowed herself to apply the salves and ointments. She had to grit her teeth to keep from laughing when he said to her, "Don't worry." She loved the game, even though she was getting tired of living on an empty stomach and lying in a hammock. The memory of the fruit made his mouth water. One afternoon, the man came running into the forest. He jumped in euphoria and shouted, "I found it! I found it!" He had just seen the monkey heal the monkey on top of a tree. "That's right," the man said as he approached the woman. When the long embrace ended, a thick scent of flowers and fruit filled the air. Bodies, which lay together, vapors and radiance never seen before were released, and their beauty was so great that sons and gods died of shame. The rivers and the sea. There was no water in the Chausa jungle. God knew the ant had it, and he asked for it. She didn't want to hear it. God squeezed her waist, which was finished forever, and the ant threw away the water she kept in her crop. "Now you are going to tell me where you got it from." The ant led God to a tree that was nothing strange. 4 days and 4 nights the frogs and the men worked with axes, but the tree did not fall completely. A vine prevented him from touching the ground. God ordered the toucan. Cut. The toucan couldn't, and that's why he was ordered to eat the whole fruit. The macaw cut the vine with its hard, sharp beak. When the tree of water collapsed, the sea was born from the trunk and the rivers from the branches. All the water was sweet. It was the devil walking around throwing handfuls of salt. Tides. Before, the winds blew endlessly on Vancouver Island. There was no good weather and there was no low tide. The men decided to kill the winds. They sent spies. The winter robin failed, and also sardines. Despite her poor eyesight and broken arms, it was the seagull who was able to escape the hurricanes that stood guard in front of the House of Winds. The men then sent an army of fish, led by the seagull. The fish lay down near the door. As they left, the winds walked over them, they slipped and fell one after the other on the stingray which skewered them with its tail and devoured them. The west wind was caught alive. A prisoner of men, he promised that it would not blow continuously, that there would be mild air and light breezes, and that the waters would leave the shore twice a day, so that the mollusks could be caught at tide. Lo! They spared his life. The west wind kept its word. The snow. "I want you to fly," said the master of the house, and the house flew away. He walked through the air in the dark, hissing as he passed, until his master ordered, I want you to stop here. And the house stood, suspended in the middle of the night and the falling snow. There was no spermaceti to light the lamps, so the householder picked up a handful of fresh snow, and the snow gave him light. The house landed in an igloolik village. Someone came to say hello, and seeing the lamps burning with snow, he exclaimed, "The snow is burning," and the lamps went out. Flooding. At the foot of the Andes, the leaders of the communities met. They were smoking and arguing. The tree of abundance has raised its fullness beyond the roof of the world. From below you could see the high branches bent by the weight of the grapes, leafy with pineapple, coconut palms, suckers and soursop, corn, cassava, beans. Mice and birds enjoyed the treats. People don't. The fox, hopping up and down to feast, was not inviting. The men who had tried to climb had crashed to the ground. What will we do? One of the bosses summoned an axe in his sleep. He woke up with a toad in his hand. He hit the huge trunk of the tree of plenty with the toad, but the little animal threw its liver out of its mouth. That dream lied. Another boss dreamed. He asked Father All for an axe. The father warned that the tree would take revenge, but he sent a red parrot. Brandishing the parrot, this chief felled the tree of abundance. A rain of food fell on the earth and the earth remained deaf to the sound. Then the most colossal of storms broke out at the bottom of the rivers. The waters rose, they covered the world. Of the men, only one survived. He swam and swam, day and night, until he could cling to the top of a palm tree sticking out of the water. The turtle. When the flood waters subsided, the Oaxaca Valley was a quagmire. A handful of mud came to life and walked. The turtle was walking very slowly. He left with his neck stretched out and his eyes wide open, discovering the world that the sun was bringing back to life. In a stinky place, the tortoise saw the vulture devouring corpses. "Take me to heaven," he begged. "I want to know God." "Much has been done to ask the vulture. The dead were tasty." The turtle's head came out to beg and came back under its shell, because it couldn't stand the stench. "You who have wings, take me," he begged. Fed up with the beggar, the vulture opened its huge black wings and took flight with the tortoise on its back. They passed through clouds and the tortoise, hiding its head, complained, "How bad you smell." The vulture played deaf. "What a rotten smell," repeated the tortoise. And so until the bird loses its last patience, suddenly bends down and throws it to the ground. God came down from heaven and put his little pieces together. Patches are visible on the hull. The parrot. After the flood, the jungle was green but empty. The survivor shot his arrows through the trees and the arrows pierced only shadows and foliage. One evening, after a long search, the survivor returns to his shelter and finds roast meat and cassava pancakes. The same thing happened the next day, and the next day. The one who had despaired of hunger and loneliness wondered who he should thank for his good fortune. At dawn he hid and waited. 2 parrots came from the sky. As soon as they landed on the ground, they became women. They lit a fire and started cooking. The one man chose the one with the longest hair and the tallest, most colorful feathers. The other woman, despised, flew away. The Maina Indians, descendants of this couple, curse their ancestors when their wives are lazy and grumpy. They say he is guilty, because he chose the useless. The other was the mother and father of all the parrots that live in the jungle. The hummingbird. At dawn, greet the sun. Night falls and he is still working. It buzzes from branch to branch, from flower to flower, swift and necessary as the light. Sometimes he hesitates, and remains motionless in the air, suspended, sometimes it flies backwards, like no one else can. Sometimes he is drunk from drinking the honey from the corollas. In flight, it shoots colorful lightning bolts. He brings messages from the gods, he becomes lightning to carry out his revenge and whispers prophecies in the ears of augurs. At the death of a Guarani child, he saves his soul, which rests in the chalice of a flower, and takes him, in his long needle-like beak, towards the land without evil, a path he has known since the night. The times. Before the birth of the world, it already existed. It refreshed the mouth of the first father with drops of dew and appeased its hunger with the nectar of flowers. He led the long pilgrimage of the Toltecs to the sacred city of Tula, before bringing the warmth of the sun to the Aztecs. Captain of the Chontals, he flies over the enemy camps, measures their strength, dives and kills the leader while he sleeps. Like the son of the Kachis, he flies to the moon, surprises her in her room and makes love to her. His body is the size of an almond. It hatches from an egg no bigger than a bean, inside a nest that fits in a nut. He sleeps in the shelter of a leaf. The Uruta. I am the daughter of misfortune, said Niambiu, the chief's daughter, when her father forbade her to have love with a man from an enemy community. He said that and ran away. The moment they found it, in the mountains of Iguazu, they found a statue. Niambiu looked without seeing, his mouth was mute and his heart asleep. The chief sent for the one who deciphers the mysteries and cures the diseases. The whole community came to witness the resurrection. The shaman sought advice from mate and cassava wine. He approached Niambiu and lied in his ear. The man you love just died. Niambiu's cry turned all the Indians into weeping willows. She flew, made a bird. The howls of the Uruta, which in the middle of the night shake the mountains, are heard more than half a league away. It is difficult to see the Uruta. Tracking him down is impossible. No one can reach the ghost bird. The baker. When he reached the age of the 3 tests, this boy ran and swam better than anyone and went 9 days without eating, lying naked, without moving or complaining. During the tests, he heard a woman's voice singing to him from afar and helping him to endure. The community leader decided he should marry his daughter, but he fled and got lost in the forests of the Paraguay River, looking for the singer. The baker still walks there. He stirs noisily and proclaims his joy when he believes that the voice sought is coming, flying. While waiting for the one who does not arrive, he has built a house in the ground, with a door open to the north wind, in a place sheltered from lightning. Everyone respects him. Whoever kills the baker or breaks his house attracts the storm. The crow. The lakes were dried up and the riverbeds empty. The Tekelma Indians, dying of thirst, sent the crow and the raven in search of water. The crow got tired right away. He pissed into a bowl and said it was the water he had brought from a distant region. The crow, meanwhile, continued to fly. It returned much later, laden with fresh water, and saved the Tekelma people from the drought. As punishment, the crow was doomed to suffer from thirst during the summers. As he cannot wet his throat, he speaks in a very hoarse voice as long as the heat lasts. The condor. Kawarleka was weaving a blanket under the top of a tree, and Konirea was flying above, transformed into a bird. The girl paid no attention to their chirping and flapping wings. Konirea knew that other gods, older and more important, burned with desire for Kawarleka. However, he sent his seed to him, from above, in the form of a ripe fruit. When she saw the pulpy fruit at her feet, she picked it up and bit into it. She felt an unknown pleasure and became pregnant. Later he became a person, a broken man, pure pity, and he chased her through Peru. Kawarleka fled to the sea with her little son on her back and Konirea walked behind, desperate, looking for him. He asked for a skunk for her. The skunk, seeing his bleeding feet and so much helplessness, answered, "Idiot. Can't you see it's not worth going on? So Konirea the cursed. You will wander at night. You will leave a bad smell everywhere you go. When you die, no one will lift you off the ground." Instead, the condor encouraged the pursuer. "Course." He shouted at her. "Run and you will reach it." And Konirea blesses him. "You will fly wherever you want. There will be no place in heaven or on earth that you cannot enter. No one will go where you have your nest. You will never run out of food, and whoever kills you will die. After a lot of mountain, Konirei reached the coast. Arrive late. The young girl and her son already formed an island, cut into the rock, in the middle of the sea. The jaguar. The jaguar was hunting, armed with a bow and arrows, when he found a shadow. He wanted to catch it and couldn't. He lifted his head. The owner of the shadow was the young Bataki, of the Kayapo tribe, who almost starved to death on top of a rock. Bataki had no strength to move and could barely stammer a few words. The jaguar lowered its bow and invited him to eat roast meat at his house. Although the boy didn't know what the word asada meant, he accepted the treat and plopped down on the hunter's back. "You're bringing someone else's child," the woman chided. "Now he's my son," said the jaguar. Bataki saw fire for the first time. He got to know the stone oven and the taste of grilled tapir and deer meat. He knew that fire illuminates and warms. The jaguar gave him a bow and arrows and taught him how to defend himself. One day, Bataki runs away. He had killed the jaguar woman. He ran for a long time, desperate, and did not stop until he arrived in his town. There he told his story and showed the secrets, the new weapon and the roast meat. The Kayapo decided to seize the fire and the weapons, and he led them to the distant house. Since then, the jaguar hates man. Of the fire, he only had the reflection shining in his pupils. To hunt, he has only fangs and claws, and eats the meat of his victims raw. The bear. The animals of the day and the animals of the night came together to decide what they would do with the sun, which came and went when it wanted. The animals decided to leave the matter to chance. Which side won the guessing game would decide how long sunlight would last on the world from now on. They were doing this when the sun, intrigued, approached. The sun came so close that the animals of the night had to flee under the gunfire. The bear fell victim to the emergency. He put his right foot in the left moccasin and his left foot in the right moccasin. So he ran away and ran as best he could. According to the Comanche Indians, the bear has been walking swaying ever since. The alligator. The Makusi son was worried. There were fewer and fewer fish in their ponds. He left the watch to the alligator. The basins have been emptied. The alligator, guardian and thief, invented a beautiful story of invisible assailants, but the son did not believe it. He grabbed the machete and left his body covered with cuts. To calm his fury, the alligator offered him his beautiful daughter in marriage. "I'm waiting for you," said the son. Since the alligator had no daughter, he carved a woman from the trunk of a wild plum tree. "Here he is," he announced, and stepped into the water, looking sideways as he always does. It was the woodpecker that saved his life. Before the sun rose, the woodpecker pecked the wooden maiden under the belly. Thus, she, which was incomplete, was opened so that the sun could enter. The tattoo. A big party was announced on Lake Titicaca, and the tattoo, which was a very important creature, wanted to dazzle everyone. With much anticipation, she began to weave the fine weave of a coat so elegant it was going to be an outrage. The fox saw him working and nuzzled him. "Are you in a bad mood? Don't distract me. I'm busy." "What is that for?" the tattoo explained. "Oh," said the fox, at the end of his word. "For the party tonight?" "What do you mean tonight?" The soul of the tattoo fell on its feet. He had never been very precise in calculating time. "And me with my half-finished coat." As the fox chuckled, the tattoo hastily finished off his coat. As time passed, he couldn't continue with the same finesse. He had to use thicker yarns, and the weft, at full throttle, got longer. This is why the carapace of the tattoo has a tight chain at the neck and is very open at the back. The rabbit. The rabbit wanted to grow. God promised him that he would increase his height if he brought him tiger skin, monkey skin, lizard skin, and snake skin. The rabbit went to visit the tiger. "God told me a secret," he commented confidentially. The tiger wanted to know, and the rabbit announced an upcoming hurricane. I'll run away, because I'm small. I will hide in a hole. But you, what are you going to do? The hurricane will not forgive you. A tear ran between the tiger's whiskers. There's only one way I can think of to save you, the rabbit offered. We will look for a tree with a very strong trunk. I will tie you to the trunk by the neck and by the hands, and the hurricane will not take you away. Grateful, the tiger let himself be tied. Then the rabbit killed him with a club and stripped him naked. And he continued on his way, in the forest, through the region of the Zapotecs. He stopped under a tree where a monkey was eating. Taking a knife from the dull side, the rabbit began to strike his neck. With each blow, a laugh. After much punching and laughing, he put the knife down and ran away. He hid among the branches, lying in wait. The monkey soon descended. He looked at this thing that made people laugh and scratched his head. He seized the knife and at the first blow fell with his throat slit. 2 skins were missing. The rabbit invited the lizard to play ball. The bullet was stone, it hit him at the source of the tail and left him lying. Near the snake, the rabbit pretended to sleep. Before jumping, just as she was gaining momentum, in the blink of an eye, she dug her fingernails into her eyes. He arrived in heaven with the 4 skins. Now believe me, he asked. And God thought, being so small, the rabbit did what he did. If I increase its size, what won't it do? If the rabbit was fat, maybe I wouldn't be God. The rabbit waited. God approached gently, stroked his back, and suddenly grabbed his ears, turned him over, and threw him down. From then on, the rabbit's ears were long, its front legs short, which it stretched out to break the fall, and its eyes were red with panic. The snake. God said to him, 3 canoes will cross the river. In 2 of them, death will travel. If you are not mistaken, I will release you from the short life. The serpent let pass the first canoe loaded with baskets of spoiled meat. He also ignored the second one, which was full of people. When the third arrived, who seemed empty, he welcomed him. This is why the serpent in the region of the Shapaya is immortal. Every time you get old, God gives you a new skin. Frog. The first Taino Indians emerged from a cave in Haiti. The sun did not disappoint them. 2 by 3 he kidnapped them and transformed them. He who watched at night turned to stone, he made trees of fishermen, and the one who went to get herbs he caught on the road and turned him into a bird that sings in the morning. One of the men ran away from the sun. As he left, he took all the women with him. The song of little frogs in the Caribbean islands is not laughable. These are the Taino children of that time. They say, Toa, Toa, which is their way of calling their mothers. The bat. When I was still very young, there was no uglier creature in the world than the bat. The bat ascended to heaven in search of God. Did not tell him. I'm sick of being hideous. Give me colored feathers. Did not tell him. Give me some feathers, please, I froze to death. God had no more feathers. Each bird will give you a feather, he decided. Thus the bat obtained the white feather of the dove and the green of the parrot, the iridescent feather of the hummingbird and the rose of the pink flamingo, the red of the plume of the cardinal and the blue feather of the back of the kingfisher, the feather of clay from the eagle's wing and the feather of the sun that burns in the chest of the toucan. The bat, luxuriant in color and softness, walked between the earth and the clouds. Wherever he went the air was joyful and the birds fell silent in admiration. The Zapotec people say that the rainbow was born from the echo of its flight. Vanity swelled in his chest. He looked disdainfully and commented offensively. The birds have gathered. Together they flew to God. The bat is laughing at us, they complained. And in addition, we are cold because of the feathers that we miss. The next day, when the bat was flapping its wings in mid-flight, it was suddenly naked. A shower of feathers fell to the ground. He is always looking for them. Blind and ugly, enemy of light, he lives hidden in caves. He goes out to hunt for lost feathers when night has fallen, and it flies very fast, without ever stopping, because it is ashamed to be seen. Mosquitoes. Many were the dead in Nukta village. In every death there was a hole through which his blood had been stolen. The murderer, a child who had killed before he could walk, received his sentence laughing out loud. The spears pierced him and he, laughing, tore them from his body like thorns. "I will teach them to kill me," said the boy. He told his tormentors to make a big fire and throw him inside. His ashes were scattered in the air, greedy for evil, and so the first mosquitoes began to fly. The honey. Honey ran away from her two sisters-in-law. Several times he had thrown them out of the hammock. They were after him night and day, they saw it and their mouths watered. Only in dreams could they touch it, lick it, eat it. The wickedness grew. One morning, while the sisters-in-law were bathing, they discovered honey by the river. They ran and splashed him. Honey, wet, dissolved. In the Gulf of Paria, it is not easy to find lost honey. You have to climb trees, axe in hand, open the trunks and dig a lot. Rare honey is eaten with pleasure and with fear, because sometimes it kills. Seeds. Pishikamak, who was the son of the sun, made a man and a woman in the sands of Lurin. There was nothing to eat and the man died of starvation. The woman was bent over, digging roots, when the sun entered her and gave her a son. Pishikamak, jealous, grabbed the newborn and dismembered it. But immediately he repented, or feared the wrath of his father the sun, and scattered the little pieces of his murdered brother throughout the world. From the dead man's teeth the corn grew, and cassava from ribs and bones. The blood made the land fertile, and meat trees strewn with fruit and shade sprang up. This is how the women and men who are born on these coasts find food, where it never rains. The corn. The gods made the first Mayakish out of clay. They didn't last long. They were gentle, without strength, they collapsed before walking. Then they tried wood. The stick figures talked and walked, but they were dry, they had no blood or substance, no memory or direction. They did not know how to speak to the gods, or found nothing to say to them. Then the gods made mothers and fathers out of corn. With yellow corn and white corn, they kneaded their meat. Wheat women and men saw as much as the gods. His gaze extended over the whole world. The gods blew out steam and darkened their eyes forever, because they didn't want people to see beyond the horizon. The tobacco. The Karari Indians had begged grandfather to let them taste the meat of wild pigs, which did not yet exist. Grandfather, architect of the universe, kidnapped the little children of the Karari people and turned them into wild pigs. He gave birth to a big tree so they could flee to heaven. The Indians chased the boars down the trunk, from branch to branch, and managed to kill a few. Grandfather ordered the ants to chop down the tree. As they fell, the Indians broke their bones. Since this fall, we all have broken bones, which is why we can bend our fingers and legs or tilt our bodies. With the dead wild pigs, a great banquet was held in the village. The Indians begged grandfather to come down from heaven, where he took care of the children rescued from the hunt, but he preferred to stay there. Grandfather sent the tobacco to take its place among the men. While smoking, the Indians converse with God. Yerba mate. The moon was dying to walk the earth. He wanted to taste the fruits and bathe in a river. Thanks to the clouds, he was able to descend. From sunset to dawn, clouds covered the sky so that no one noticed the absence of the moon. It was a wonderful night on earth. The moon passed through the jungle of Upper Purana, experienced mysterious aromas and flavors, and swam in the river for a long time. An old farmer saved her twice. When the jaguar was about to sink its teeth into the moon's neck, the old man slew the beast with his knife, and when the moon was hungry, he took her home. "We offer you our misery," said the farmer's wife, giving him corn tortillas. The next night, from the sky, the moon appeared at his friend's house. The old farmer had built his hut in a clearing in the jungle, far from the villages. He lived there, as if in exile, with his wife and daughter. The moon discovered that there was nothing left to eat in this house. For her, they were the last corn tortillas. Then he illuminated the place with the best of his lights and asked the clouds to deposit a very special drizzle around the hut. At dawn, unknown trees had grown on this land. Between the dark green of the leaves, the white flowers appeared. The old farmer's daughter never died. She owns yerba mate and travels the world offering it to others. Yerba mate awakens. Asleep, corrects the lazy and makes sisters to people who don't know each other. Cassava. No man had touched her, but a child was growing in the belly of the chief's daughter. They called her Mani. A few days after his birth, he was already running and talking. From the most remote corners of the jungle, came to meet the prodigious Mani. He did not suffer from any disease, but at the age of 1 year, he said, "I am going to die," and he is dead. A little time passed and a new plant grew on Mani's grave, which her mother watered every morning. The plant grew, bloomed, bore fruit. The birds that pecked at it then tumbled through the air, flapping their wings in mad spirals and singing like never before. One day, the earth opened up where Mani was lying. The chief reached out and pulled out a large fleshy root. He grated it with a stone, made a paste of it, pressed it, and baked bread for everyone on the fire. They named this root cassava, House of Mani, and cassava is the name for cassava in the Amazon basin and elsewhere. Potato. A cacique from the island of Kil, a place populated by seagulls, wanted to make love like the gods. When the couples of gods kissed, the earth shook and tidal waves were unleashed. It was known, but no one had seen them. Eager to surprise them, the leader swam to the forbidden island. He only managed to see a giant lizard, with its mouth wide open and full of foam and a huge tongue that exuded fire from the tip. The gods plunged the prying person underground and condemned him to be eaten by others. As punishment for his curiosity, blind eyes were covered on his body. The kitchen. A woman from the village of Tillamook found a smoking cabin in the middle of the forest. Curious, she approached and entered. In the center, between the stones, burned the fire. Many salmon were hanging from the ceiling. One fell on his head. The woman picked it up and hung it up. Again the fish came out and hit her head and she hung it up and the salmon went down. The woman threw into the fire the roots she had gathered to eat. The fire scorched them in the blink of an eye. Furious, she hit the fire with the poker again and again, with such violence that the fire was extinguished when the master of the house arrived and stopped her arm. The mysterious man rekindled the flames, sat down next to the woman and explained. "You have not understood. By kicking the flames and scattering the embers, she had nearly blinded the fire, and it was a punishment she didn't deserve. The fire had eaten the roots because he thought the woman was offering it to them. And before, it was the fire that had dropped the salmon again and again on the woman's head, but not to hurt her, it was his way of telling her that he could cook the salmon." "Cook it? What is this?" Then the owner of the house taught the woman to converse with fire, to brown the fish on the embers and to eat it while tasting it. The music. While the Bopyoku spirit whistled a melody, the corn rose from the ground, unstoppable, luminous, and offered gigantic ears, swollen with grain. A woman picked them up badly. By brutally tearing off an ear, he injured it. The cob took revenge by injuring his hand. The woman insulted Bopyoku and cursed her hiss. When Bopyoku closed his lips, the corn withered and dried out. The joyful whistles that made the fields of corn sprout and gave them vigor and beauty were never heard again. Since then, the Borora Indians cultivate maize with difficulty and labor and harvest meager fruits. By whistling the spirits express themselves. When the stars appear at night, the spirits greet them like this. Each star responds to a sound, which is its name. The death. The first of the Modoc Indians, the Kilmokums, built a village on the banks of the river. Although the bears had a nice place to curl up and sleep, the deer complained that it was too cold and not much grass. Kilmokums built another village far away and decided to spend half the year in each one. This is why he divided the year into two, 6 summer moons and 6 winter moons, and the remaining moon was for removals. Life turned out to be the happiest, alternating between the two villages, and births multiplied surprisingly, but those who died refused to leave, and the population grew so large that there was no way to feed it. Kilmokums then decided to throw the dead. He knew that the leader of the land of the dead was a great man and that he did not mistreat anyone. Shortly after, Kilmokums' granddaughter died. He died and left the Modoc country, as his father had ordered. Desperate, Kilmokums consulted the porcupine. "You decided it," said the porcupine, "and now you have to suffer it like anyone else." But Kilmokums traveled to the far land of the dead and claimed his daughter. "Now your daughter is my daughter," said the tall skeleton commanding there. "She has neither flesh nor blood. What can it do in your country?" "I love it no matter what," Kilmokums said. The leader of the land of the dead meditated for a long time. "Take her," he admitted. And warned. "She will walk behind you. As the land of the living approaches, flesh will once again cover his bones. But you won't be able to turn around until you've arrived. You understand me? I give you this opportunity." Kilmokums started walking. The girl walked behind her. 4 times he touched her hand, each time thicker and warmer, and he didn't look back. But when the green forests loomed on the horizon, he couldn't resist the urge and turned his head. A handful of bones crumbled before his eyes. The resurrection. After 5 days, as was the custom, the dead returned to Peru. They drank a glass of shisha and said, "Now I am eternal." There were too many people in the world. It was planted even at the bottom of precipices and on the edge of chasms, but there was not enough food for everyone. Then a man died in Warokari. The whole community gathered on the 5th day to receive him. They waited for him from morning until late at night. The steaming dishes grew cold and sleep closed the eyelids. The dead have not arrived. He appeared the next day. They were all angry. The one who boiled the most with indignation was the woman, who cried out to him, "Lazy! Always the same sloth! All the dead are punctual except you." The revived man muttered some excuses, but the woman threw a corn at his head and left him lying on the ground. The soul left the body and flew away, a quick buzzing fly, never to return. Since that time, no dead have returned to mingle with the living and fight for their food. Magic. A very old woman, from the Tukuna people, was punishing the girls who had refused to eat her. During the night he tore the bones of their legs and devoured their marrow. The girls could never walk again. Back in childhood, soon after she was born, the old woman had received the powers of relief and revenge from a frog. The frog had taught him to heal and kill, to listen to unknown voices and to see invisible colors. He learned to defend himself before he learned to speak. He hadn't walked yet, and he already knew how to be where he was not, for the rays of love and hate leap through the thickest jungles and the deepest rivers. When the Tukuna cut off her head, the old woman collected her own blood in her hands and blew it towards the sun. The soul also enters you. Shout. Since then, whoever kills receives in the body, even if he does not want it or does not know it, the soul of his victim. The laugh. The bat, hanging from the branch by its legs, saw a Kayapo warrior leaning over the spring. He wanted to be his friend. He fell on the warrior and hugged him. As he did not know the Kayapo language, he spoke to it with his hands. The bat's petting made the man laugh for the first time. The more she laughed, the weaker she felt. He laughed so hard that he finally lost all his strength and passed out. When he became known in the village, there was fury. The warriors burned a pile of dry leaves in the bat cave and closed the entrance. Afterwards, they argued. The warriors decided that laughter should only be used by women and children. The fear. These invisible bodies called them, but the men of Nivacal dared not enter. They had seen the women eat, they swallowed the flesh of the fish with their mouths held high, but before they chewed it with their mouths lowered. Between the legs they had teeth. Then the men would light fires, call for music, sing and dance for the women. They sat around, legs crossed. The men danced all night. They rippled and twisted and flew like smoke and birds. At dawn, they fell unconscious. The women lifted them gently and gave them water to drink. Where they sat, the ground was covered with teeth. Authority. In ancient times, women sat at the bow of the canoe and men at the stern. It was the women who hunted and fished. They left the villages and came back when they could or wanted. The men set up the huts, prepared the food, kept the fires lit against the cold, took care of the children and tanned the furs for shelter. Such was the life of the Ona and Yagan Indians in Tierra del Fuego, until the day the men killed all the women and put on the masks the women had invented to terrify them. Only newborn girls were saved from extermination. Growing up, the assassins told them time and time again that serving men was their destiny. They believed him. His daughters and his daughters' daughters too. The power. In the lands where the Jurua River is born, El Mezquino was the owner of the corn. He delivered the roasted seeds, so that no one could sow them. It was the lizard that was able to steal a raw grain from him. The petty grabbed her and tore her mouth, fingers, and toes apart, but she had known how to hide the granite behind the last tooth. Then the lizard spat out the raw grain onto everyone's land. The tears left him with this huge mouth and these very long fingers. El Mezquino was also the owner of the fire. The parrot approached him and began to cry at the top of his voice. El Mezquino threw everything he had at hand and the parrot dodged the projectiles, until he saw a burning brand coming. Then he grabbed the ember with his beak, which was as big as a toucan's beak, and flew through the air. He was flying, pursued by a trail of sparks. The embers, fanned by the wind, burned his beak, but he had already reached the wood when the wicked beat the drum and unleashed a deluge. The parrot managed to put the burning firebrand in the hole of a tree, left it in the care of the other birds and went out to get wet in the heavy rain. The water. Burning relieved. In its beak, which was short and curved, you can see the white mark of the burn. The birds shielded the stolen fire with their bodies. War. At dawn, the call of the horn announced, from the mountain, that it was time for bows and blowpipes. At nightfall, the village was nothing but smoke. A man could lie motionless among the dead. He smeared his body with blood and waited. He was the sole survivor of the Palaayang people. When the enemies withdrew, this man stood up. He contemplated his devastated world. He walked among the people who had shared hunger and food with him. He searched in vain for a person or thing that had not been annihilated. This hideous silence amazed him. The smell of fire and blood made him dizzy. He was disgusted to be alive and returned to lie down among his family. At first light, the vultures have arrived. There was only fog in this man and a desire to sleep and let himself be devoured. But the condor's daughter made her way through the circling birds. It flapped its wings forcefully and dove. He clung to his paws and the condor's daughter took him away. Celebration. An Eskimo was walking, bow in hand, chasing reindeer, when an eagle surprised him from behind. "I killed your two brothers," said the eagle. "If you want to save yourself, you have to propose a party, over there in your village, so that everyone sings and dances." "A party? What does singing mean? And dance, what is it? Come with me." The eagle showed him a party. There was plenty and good to eat and drink. The drum rumbled as loudly as the heart of the old mother of the eagle, who, beating, guided her children, from her home, through the vast ice and the mountains. Wolves, foxes, and other guests danced and sang until sunrise. The hunter returned to his village. Much later, he learned that the old eagle mother and all the old men in the eagle world were strong, beautiful, and fast. Human beings, who had at last learned to sing and dance, had sent them from afar, from their festivals, joys that warmed the blood. Awareness. When the waters of the Orinoco receded, the canoes brought in the Caribs with their hatchets. No one could with the jaguar children. They raised villages and made flutes from the bones of their victims. They feared no one. They were only terrified of a ghost from their own heart. He was waiting for them, hidden behind the logs. He broke their bridges and placed tangled vines in their path that caused them to stumble. He traveled at night, to deceive them. He backed away. It was in the hill that came from the rock, in the mud that sank underfoot, in the leaf of the poisonous plant and in the touch of the spider. He knocked them down with a puff, put fever in their ears and stole their shadow. It wasn't the pain, but it hurt. It was not death, but it killed. His name was Kanama and he was born among the victors to avenge the vanquished. The holy city. Wirakacha, who had chased away the darkness, ordered the sun to send a daughter and a son to earth, to light the way for the blind. The children of the sun reached the shores of Lake Titicaca and began their journey through the ravines of the mountain range. They brought a cane. Where the first blow fell, they will found a new kingdom. From the throne they would act like their father, who gives light, radiance, and warmth, causes rain and dew to fall, pushes the harvest, multiplies the herds and does not let a day pass without visiting the world. Everywhere they tried to nail the golden rod. The dirt bounced off it and they kept looking. They scaled peaks and crossed streams and plateaus. Everything their feet touched was transformed. They made the arid lands fertile, dried up the swamps and returned the rivers to their channels. At dawn, the geese escorted them, and the condors at sunset. Finally, near Mount Wanakauri, the children of the sun sank the stick. When the earth engulfed him, a rainbow rose in the sky. Then the first of the Incas said to his sister and his wife, "Let's call people." Between the mountain range and the Puna was the brush-covered valley. Nobody had a house. People lived in holes and took shelter from rocks, ate roots, and they did not know how to weave cotton or wool to defend themselves from the cold. They all followed. They all believed them. By the light of the words and the eyes, everyone knew that the children of the sun were not lying, and they accompanied them to the place where the great city of Cuzco awaited them, yet to be born. The pilgrims. The Quiche Mayas came from the east. When they first arrived in the new lands, with their gods loaded on their backs, they were afraid there would be no dawn. They had left their joy in Toulon and had run out of steam after the long and arduous journey. They waited at the edge of the Ismachi forest, quiet, all together, without anyone sitting down or lying down to rest. But time has passed and the darkness has not ended. The harbinger star finally appeared in the sky. The Quiches kissed and danced, and afterwards, says the holy book, the sun rose like a man. Since that time, the Quiches come, at the end of each night, to receive the morning star and to see the sun rise. When the sun is about to rise, they say, "That's where we come from. The promised land." Insomniacs, naked, wounded, they walked night and day for more than 2 centuries. They were looking for the place where the earth is between the reeds and the sedges. Many times they got lost, scattered, and came back together. They were tossed about by the winds and dragged along, attaching themselves, hitting each other, pushing each other. They fell down from hunger and got up again, and again they fell down and got up again. In the region of volcanoes, where grass does not grow, they ate reptile meat. They brought the flag and the mantle of the god who had spoken to the priests in a dream and had promised a kingdom of gold and quetzal feathers. "Thou shalt subdue all the towns and cities of Asia." Another, the god had announced, "And no, it will not be by spell, but by encouragement of the heart and courage of the arms." When they looked at the luminous lagoon, under the midday sun, the Aztecs wept for the first time. There was the little island of mud, on the cactus, higher than the reeds and wild straw. The eagle spread its wings. Seeing them coming, the eagle lowered its head. These pariahs, huddled on the edge of the lagoon, filthy, trembling, were the chosen ones, those who had once been born from the mouths of the gods. Huitzilopochtli welcomed them. "This is the place of our rest and our greatness," thundered the voice. "I order that the city which will be queen and mistress of all the others be called Tenochtitlan. Mexico is here. Dangers. He who made the sun and the moon warned the Tainos to take care of the dead. During the day the dead would hide and eat guava, but at night they would go for walks and challenge the living. The dead offered combat and the dead offered love. In the fight, they disappeared when they wanted to, and in the best of love, the lover remained with nothing in his arms. Before agreeing to fight a man or lie down next to a woman, you had to brush her belly with hand, because the dead have no navel. The owner of the sky also warned the Tainos that they should be much more careful of clothed people. Chief Kaasihu fasted for a week and was worthy of his voice. Brief will be the enjoyment of life, announced the invisible. He who has a mother but has no beginning, clothed men will arrive, dominate, and kill. The spiderweb. Bibiagwa, priest of the Sioux, dreamed that unprecedented beings were weaving an immense web around his city. He woke up knowing it would be like this, and he said to his people, "When this strange race finishes its web, they will lock us up in gray square houses, on a barren land, and in these houses we will die of hunger." Prophet. Lying on the mat, face up, the jaguar priest of Yucatan listened to the message of the gods. They spoke to him from the other side of the roof, straddling his house, in a language no one else understood. Kilambalam, the mouthpiece of the gods, remembered what had not yet happened. Scattered throughout the world will be the women who sing and the men who sing and all who sing. No one will be free, no one will be saved. There will be much misery in the years of the empire of greed. We must make men, slaves. The face of the sun will be sad. The world will become depopulated, it will become small and humiliated. Old New World. 1492. The Ocean Sea. The route of the sun to India. The air is soft and sweet, as in the spring of Seville, and the sea resembles a Guadalquivir river, but as soon as the tide rises the men sailing, huddled together on the forecastle, are dizzy and vomit, in 3 small patched boats, the unknown sea, frameless sea. Men, droplets in the wind. What if the sea didn't like them? Night falls on the caravels. Where will the wind take them? A sea bream jumps on board, which was chasing a flying fish, and the panic multiplies. The sailors do not smell the delicious smell of the slightly agitated sea, nor the cheerfulness of the gulls and gannets that come from the west. On the horizon, does the abyss begin? On the horizon, does the sea stop? Feverish eyes of tanned sailors on 1,000 voyages, burning eyes of prisoners torn from Andalusian jails and forced to embark, the eyes do not see those who announce reflections of gold and silver in the foam of the waves, nor the birds of the fields and of the rivers that they ceaselessly fly over the ships, nor the green reeds and the branches lined with snails which drift in the sargassum. At the bottom of the abyss. Is hell burning? Into whose jaws will the trade winds throw these little men? They look at the stars, seeking God, but the sky is as impenetrable as the sea that has never been sailed. They hear the roar of the sea, the pond, mother sea, a hoarse voice that responds to the phrases of the wind of eternal damnation, drums of mystery resounding from the depths. They cross themselves and want to pray and stammer. Tonight we fall out of the world, tonight we fall out of the world. 1492. Guanahani. He falls to his knees, cries, kisses the floor. He staggers forward because he has slept little or not at all for more than a month, and with the blows of his sword he knocks down branches. Then raise the banner. On his knees, his eyes in the sky, he pronounces 3 times the names of Isabel and Fernando. At his side, the notary Rodrigo de Escobedo, a man of slow writing, writes the minutes. Everything belongs, from today, to those distant kings, the coral sea, the sands, the green mossy rocks, the forests, the parrots and those laurel-skinned men who still do not know the clothes, guilt, or money, and they watch the scene amazed. Luis de Torres translates Christopher Columbus' questions into Hebrew. Do you know the kingdom of Grand Khan? Where does the gold that you wear hanging from your nose and ears come from? The naked men stare at him, speechless, and the interpreter tries his hand at the Chaldean language, of which he knows something. Gold. Temples. Palace. The King of Kings. Gold. And then he tries the Arabic language, the little he knows. Japan? China. Gold. The interpreter apologizes to Columbus in the language of Castile. Columbus curses in Genos and throws down his credentials written in Latin and addressed to the Grand Khan. The naked men witness the wrath of the red-haired, raw-skinned stranger, who wears a velvet cape and fancy clothes. Soon the word will spread across the islands. Come see the men who came from the sky. Bring them food and drink. 1493. Barcelona. Glory Day. The trumpets of the heralds announce it. The bells fly away and the drums redouble their joy. The admiral, recently returned from India, climbs the stone staircase and advances on the crimson tapestry, in the middle of the shards of silk of the court which applauds him. The man who fulfilled the prophecies of the saints and sages comes to the platform, kneels down and kisses the hands of the queen and the king. From behind, the trophies burst in. The gold coins that Christopher Columbus exchanged for small mirrors and red caps in remote gardens recently raised from the sea shimmer on the trays. On the branches and fallen leaves, the skins of lizards and snakes parade, and behind enter, trembling, weeping, the beings never seen. They are the few who still survive the cold, the measles and the disgust of food and the bad smell of Christians. They don't come naked, like they were when they approached the three caravels and were caught. They have just been covered in panties, camisoles, and a few parrots resting on their hands, heads and shoulders. The parrots, plucked by the bad winds of the voyage, seem as dying as the men. Of the captured women and children, not a single one remained. Evil whispers are heard in the living room. There is little gold, and nowhere do you see black pepper, nutmeg, cloves, or ginger, and Christopher Columbus did not bring back bearded sirens or tailed men, those who have only one eye and one foot, the foot so large that by raising it they protect themselves from the violent sun. 1493. Rome. Adam's will. In the darkness of the Vatican, perfumed with the perfumes of the Orient, the Pope dictates a new bubble. A short time ago, Rodrigo Borgia, a Valencian from the city of Zadova, was called Alejandro VI. Not a year has passed since the day he bought the 7 votes he needed at the Sacred College and was able to exchange the cardinal's purple for the ermine cap of the sovereign pontiff. Alexander VI spends more hours calculating the price of indulgences than meditating on the mystery of the Holy Trinity. Nadia did not know that she prefers the misas muy breves, salvo las que en su cámara privada celebra, in mascaradue, el bufón Gabriel Lino, y todo el mundo sabe que el nuevo papa es capaz de ver la procesión del corpus para que pase bajo el balcony de una mujer beautiful. He is also able to carve the world as if he were a chicken. He raises his hand and draws a border, from one end of the planet to the other, across the unknown sea. God's proxy grants in perpetuity all that has been discovered or is discovered, west of this line, to Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon and their heirs to the throne of Spain. He entrusts them with sending good, God-fearing, learned, wise and expert men to the islands and continents found or to be found, so that they instruct the natives in the Catholic faith and teach them good customs. What is discovered to the east will belong to the Portuguese crown. Anguish and euphoria from the unfurled sails, Christopher Columbus is already preparing, in Andalusia, for his second trip to the places where gold grows in clusters on the vines and where precious stones wait in the skulls of dragons. 1493. Huaxotzingo. Where is the truth, what has roots? This is the city of music, not of war. Huaxotzingo, in the Tlaxcala Valley. 2 by 3, the Aztecs attack her, wound her, take her prisoner to sacrifice her before their gods. Tkahuatzin, king of Yuxotzingo, brought together poets from other regions this afternoon. In the gardens of the palace, the poets converse about the flowers and the songs which come to earth from within the sky, the region of the fleeting moment, and which last only there, in the house of the giver of life. The poets converse and doubt. Are men real? Will our song be true tomorrow? The voices follow. When night falls, the king of Yuxotzingo thanks and says goodbye. We know they are true. The hearts of our friends. 1493. Grass. They are all taxpayers. To these remote heights, far to the north, comes the collector of the Inca Empire. The Quillasinga Indians have nothing to give, but in this vast kingdom all the communities pay tribute, in kind or in labor time. No one, however remote and poor, can forget who is in charge. At the foot of the volcano, the chief of the Quillasingas advances and places a cartridge of bamboo in the hands of the envoy from Cuzco. The cartridge is full of live lice. 1493. Santa Cruz Island. An experience of Miquel de Cuneo, originally from Savona. The shadow of the sails lengthens on the sea. It is crossed by sargassum and jellyfish which drift, pushed by the waves, towards the coast. From the severe castle of one of the caravels, Christopher Columbus contemplates the white sand beaches where he has planted, once again, the cross and the gallows. This is his second trip. How long this will last, he does not know, but his heart tells him that everything will be fine, and how can the admiral not believe it? Isn't he in the habit of measuring the speed of ships with his hand against his chest, counting the beats? Below deck of another caravel, in the captain's cabin, a girl shows the customers. Miquel de Cuneo searches for her breasts, and she claws and kicks him and screams. Miquel received it some time ago. It is a gift from Christopher Columbus. He whips her with a rope. He hits her violently on the head, on the stomach and on the legs. The cries become moans, moans, moans. Finally, all you can hear is the coming and going of seagulls and the creaking of swinging wood. From time to time a drizzle of waves enters through the porthole. Miquel throws herself on the bleeding body and thrashes about, panting, struggling. The air smells of tar, saltpetre, sweat. And then the girl, who looked passed out or dead, suddenly digs her nails into Miquel's back, attaches herself to his legs, and rolls him into a fierce embrace. Much later, when Miquel wakes up, he no longer knows where he is or what happened. He walks away from her, livid, and pushes her away. Staggering, he climbs onto the deck. He takes a deep breath of the sea breeze, his mouth open. And he said aloud, as if checking, "These Indians are all whores." 1495. Salamanca. The first word from America. Elio Antonio de Nebrija, wise in languages, publishes his Spanish-Latin vocabulary here. The dictionary includes the first Americanism of the Spanish language. Canoe, vessel of a log. The new word comes from the West Indies. These sailless boats, born from a ceiba tree trunk, welcomed Christopher Columbus. In canoes they came from the islands, paddling, the men with long black hair and bodies sculpted with red signs. They approached the caravels, offered fresh water and exchanged gold for brass rattles, those which in Castile are worth a maravedi. 1495. The Isabella. Caanabo. Absorbed, absent, is the prisoner seated at the entrance to the house of Christopher Columbus. He has ankle shackles and handcuffs. Caanabo is the one who reduced to ashes the fort of Christmas, which the admiral had built when he discovered this island of Haiti. He set fire to the fort and killed its occupants. And not only them, during these 2 long years he punished with arrows as many Spaniards as he could find in his region of the Sierra de Cibao, to hunt gold and men. Alonso de Ojeda, a veteran of the wars against the Moors, went to visit him in peace. He invited her to mount his horse and put on these polished metal handcuffs that bound his hands, telling him that these were the jewels that the kings of Castile used in their dances and festivities. Now Chief Cainabo spends his days sitting by the door, staring at the tongue of light that invades the earthen floor at dawn and gradually recedes at dusk. He does not flinch when Columbus passes. Instead, when Ojeda appears, he manages to stand up and bow to the one man who beat him. 1496. Design. The sacrilege. Bartolomé Colón, brother and lieutenant of Cristobal, attends the incineration of human flesh. 6 men create the burner of Haiti. The smoke makes you cough. The 6 are burning with punishment and chastisement. They have sunk underground the images of Christ and the Virgin that Fray Ramón Payne left them for their protection and comfort. Fray Ramón had taught them to pray on their knees, to say Ave Maria and Pater Noster, and to invoke the name of Jesus in the face of temptation, injury, and death. Nobody asked them why they had buried the images. They waited for the new gods to fertilize the crops of maize, cassava, sweet potatoes, and beans. The fire adds warmth to the humid, sticky heat that heralds heavy rain. 1498. Holy Sunday. Earthly paradise. At sunset, on the banks of the Ozama River, Christopher Columbus writes a letter. His body creaks, tormented by rheumatism, but his heart leaps with joy. The discoverer explains to the Catholic monarchs what is very obvious: the earthly paradise is in the nipple of a woman's breast. He discovered it a few months ago, when his caravels entered the Gulf of Paria. The ships are already rising gently towards the sky. Sailing upstream, towards where the air does not weigh, Christopher Columbus has reached the last limit of the Orient. In these most beautiful regions of the world, the men show cunning, ingenuity and courage, and the women, extremely beautiful, wear their long hair and necklaces of many pearls wrapped around their bodies on all their dresses. Water, soft and clear, awakens thirst. He does not punish the winter nor burn the summer, and the breeze caresses what it touches. The trees provide cool shade and, within easy reach, delicious, hunger-appealing fruit. But beyond this greenery and beauty, there is no ship that can rise. This is the eastern border. There the waters, the lands, and the islands end. Up there, far away, the tree of life unfolds its vast crown and gushes forth the source of the 4 sacred rivers. One of them is the Orinoco, which I think is not known in the world to be such a wide and deep river. The world is not round. The world is a woman's breast. The nipple was born in the Gulf of Paria and rises very close to the sky. Up to the tip, where the juices of paradise flow, no man will ever reach. The language of paradise. The Guerreros, who inhabit the suburbs of the earthly paradise, call the rainbow the serpent of the necklaces and the sea above the firmament. Lightning is the flash of rain. The friend, my other heart. The soul, the sun of the chest. The owl, the master of the dark night. To say stick, they say continuous grandson, and to say I forgive, they say I forget. 1499. Grenade. Who are Spaniards? Mosques are still open in Granada, 7 years after the surrender of this last Moorish stronghold in Spain. The advance of the cross after the victory of the sword is slow. Archbishop Cisneros decides that Christ cannot wait. The Moors call the Christian Spaniards the Spaniards of Islamic culture, who have been here for 8 centuries. Thousands and thousands of Spaniards of Jewish culture have already been condemned to exile. The Moors will also have the choice between baptism and exile, and for false converts burn the stakes of the Inquisition. The unity of Spain, that Spain which discovered America, will not be the result of the sum of its parts. By order of Archbishop Cisneros, the Muslim scholars of Granada are sent to prison. Tall flames devour Islamic books, religion and poetry, philosophy and science, unique copies that have kept the word of a culture that spread and flourished in these lands. From above, the sculpted palaces of the Alhambra are mute witnesses of subjugation, while the fountains constantly give water to the gardens. 1500. Florence. Leonardo. He just came back from the market with several cages in tow. He places them on the balcony, opens the little doors and the birds fly away. He watches the birds lose themselves in the sky, flapping their wings, joy, then he gets to work. The midday sun warms his hand. On a large cardboard, Leonardo da Vinci draws the world. And in the world that Leonardo draws, appear the lands that Christopher Columbus found along the paths of sunset. The artist invents them, as he once invented the plane, the tank, the parachute, the submarine, and shapes them as he once embodied the mystery of virgins and the passion of saints. He imagines the body of the America, which has not yet it is called so, and draws it as a new land and not as a part of Asia. Columbus, seeking the Levant, found the West. Leonardo guesses that the world has grown. 1506. Valladolid. The fifth voyage. Last night, he dictated his last will. This morning he asked if the king's messenger had arrived. Then he fell asleep. Nonsense and complaints were heard. He's still breathing, but he's breathing heavily, as if he's struggling against the air. In court, no one listened to his pleas. By the third voyage he had returned as a prisoner, bound in chains, and by the fourth voyage no one paid any attention to his titles and dignities. Christopher Columbus leaves knowing that there is no passion or glory that does not lead to heartbreak. On the other hand, he does not know that there are a few years left before the banner he planted, for the first time, in the sands of the Caribbean, floats over the empire of the Aztecs, in lands still unknown, and over the kingdom of the Incas, under the unknown skies of the Southern Cross. He does not know that he missed his lies, his promises, and his illusions. The Admiral Major of the Oceanic Sea continues to believe that he reached Asia from behind. The ocean will not be called the Sea of Columbus. The New World will not bear his name either, but rather the name of his friend, the Florentine Americo Vespucci, navigator and professor of pilots. But it was Columbus who found this dazzling color that did not exist in the European rainbow. He, blind, dies without seeing him. 1506. Tenochtitlan. The Universal God. Moctezuma I Tuxtepec. In the sanctuaries, the fires burn. The drums resound. One after another, the prisoners climb the steps leading to the round sacrificial stone. The priest plunges the obsidian dagger into their chest, raises the heart in his fist and shows it to the sun which springs from the blue volcanoes. To which god is the blood offered? The sun demands it, to be born every day and to travel from one horizon to another. But the ostentatious funeral ceremonies also serve another god, who appears neither in the codices nor in the chants. If this god did not reign over the world, there would be no slaves, no masters, no vassals, no colonies. The Aztec merchants could not extort from the subject peoples a diamond in exchange for a bean, nor an emerald for a grain of wheat, nor gold for sweets, nor cocoa for pebbles. Chargers would not pass through the vastness of the empire in long lines, carrying tons of tribute on their backs. Townspeople would dare to wear cotton tunics and drink chocolate and would be bold enough to wear the forbidden quetzal feathers and gold bracelets and magnolias and orchids reserved for nobles. Then would fall the masks which hide the faces of the warrior chiefs, the beak of the eagle, the mouth of the tiger, the plumes of feathers which undulate and shine in the air. The steps of the main temple are stained with blood and skulls pile up in the center of the square. Not only so that the sun moves, no, also so that the secret God decides in place of men. In homage to the same God, on the other side of the sea the inquisitors fry the heretics on the stakes or twist them in the torture chambers. He is the God of fear. The God of fear, who has the teeth of a rat and the wings of a vulture. 1511. Cuervo River. Aguinaba. 3 years ago, Captain Ponce de Leon arrived on this island of Puerto Rico in a caravel. Chief Aginaba opened his house to him, offered him food and drink, gave him the choice between his daughters and showed him the rivers from which they extracted gold. He also gave it his name. Juan Ponce de Leon was renamed Aginaba, and Aginaba received, in exchange, the name of the conqueror. 3 days ago, Private Salcedo arrived alone on the banks of the Guervo River. The Indians offered their shoulders to overtake him. When they reached the middle of the river, they dropped him and smashed him against the bottom until he stopped kicking. Then they laid him on the grass. Salcedo is now a flask of quivering purple flesh that quickly rots in the sun, clutched by his armor and harassed by insects. The Indians look at him, pinching their noses. Day and night they asked for forgiveness, just in case. It's not worth it anymore. The drums carry the good news, the invaders are not immortal. Tomorrow the uprising will break out. Aginaba will direct it. The leader of the rebels will be called again as before. He will regain his name, which was used to humiliate his people. Koki, koki, shout the little frogs. The drums, which call for combat, prevent their singing crystal counterpoint from being heard. 1511. Imako. Kaf. The insurrection of the Caciques Aginaba and Mabodamaka was crushed and all the prisoners marched to die. Captain Diego de Salazar discovers the old woman, hiding in the bushes, and does not skewer her with his sword. Come on, he told her. Take this letter to the governor, who is in Capra. The old woman slowly opens her eyes. Trembling, he stretches out his fingers. And he begins to walk. He walks like a little child, swinging like a bear, and carries the envelope like a banner or a flag. When the old woman is within range of a crossbow shot, the captain lets go of Becerrilo. Governor Ponce de Leon ordered Becerrilo to receive double the pay of a soldier with a crossbow to detect ambushes and hunt Indians. The Indians of Puerto Rico have no worse enemy. The gust makes the old woman spin. The calf, hard-eared, wild-eyed, will devour her with one bite. Mr. Dog, he begged, I'll take this letter to the governor. Becerrilo doesn't understand the local language, but the old woman shows him the empty envelope. Don't hurt me, Mr. Dog. Becerrilo sniffs the envelope. It revolves around this bag of trembling bones that moans words, lifts a leg and pisses it. 1511. Yara. Hachuat. On these islands, in these humiliations, many people choose death, hang themselves or drink poison with their children. The invaders cannot avoid this revenge, but they know how to explain it. The Indians, so savage that they think that everything is common, will say Oviedo, are people by nature idle and vicious, and of little work, them for their hobby they killed with poison so as not to work, and others hanged themselves with their own hands. Hachua, an Indian chief from the Guajaba region, did not commit suicide. He fled Haiti by canoe, with his family, and took refuge in the caves and mountains of eastern Cuba. There he showed a basket full of gold and said, "He is the God of the Christians. Because of him, they persecute us. For him our fathers and our brothers died. Let's dance for him. If our dance pleases him, this God will order us not to be abused." They catch up with him 3 months later. They tie him to a stick. Before lighting the fire which will reduce him to coal and ashes, a priest promises him glory and eternal rest if he agrees to be baptized. Hachua asks, "In this heaven, are the Christians?" "Yet." Hachua chooses hell and the firewood begins to crackle. 1511. Holy Sunday. The first manifestation. In the church made of logs and a thatched roof, Antonio de Montesinos, a Dominican friar, thunders with his mouth. From the pulpit, he denounces the extermination. With what right and with what justice do you hold the Indians in such cruel and horrible servitude? Don't they die, or rather kill them, to get gold every day? Don't you have to love them as yourselves? You don't understand that, you don't feel that. Then Montesinos pushes his way, head held high, through the astonished crowd. A murmur of fury grew. The peasants of Extremadura and the shepherds of Andalusia did not expect it, who lied their names and their stories, and with a rusty arquebus on their shoulder set off, at random, in search of the mountains of gold and naked princesses this side of the sea. Adventurers bought with promises on the steps of Seville Cathedral, captains eaten away by fleas, veterans of no battle, and convicts who had to choose between America and prison or the gallows needed a mass of forgiveness and consolation. He will be denounced before King Ferdinand. You will be expelled. A stunned man falls silent. He arrived in these lands 9 years ago. Owner of Indians, veins and gold fields, he made a fortune. His name is Bartolomé de las Casas and will soon be the first ordained priest in the New World. 1513. Square. Leoncico. They push the muscles to break the skin. Yellow eyes never go out. They gasp. They bite the air with their teeth. No chains will hold them back when they are ordered to attack. Tonight, on the orders of Captain Balboa, the dogs will sink their teeth into the bare flesh of 50 Panamanian Indians. They will disembowel and devour 50 culprits of the infamous sin of sodomy, who to be women only need breasts and childbirth. The show will take place in this clearing on the mountain, among the trees that the gust of wind a few days ago uprooted. The soldiers fight for the best seats by torchlight. Vasco Núñez de Balboa presides over the ceremony. His dog, Leoncico, leads God's avengers. Leoncico, son of Becerrilo, has the crossbody of scars. He is a past master in the art of captures and dismemberments. He receives a lieutenant's salary and receives his share of each plunder of gold and slaves. There are 2 days left in Balboa to discover the Pacific Ocean. 1513. Gulf of San Miguel. Balboa. Waist deep in water, he raises his sword and shouts to the 4 winds. Behind, his men nail a huge cross in the sand. Clerk Valderrabano affixes to the minutes the names of those who have just discovered the new sea, and Father Andres sings the Te Deum Laudamus. Balboa throws down his 30 pounds of armor, throws down his sword, and dives. He splashes and lets himself be carried away by the waves, dazed with a joy he will never feel again. The sea opens up for him and embraces and cradles him, and Balboa would like to drink it all until he is dry. 1514. Sinú River. The requirement. They have sailed a lot of sea and weather and are fed up with the heat, the jungle, and the mosquitoes. However, they comply with the king's instructions. You cannot attack the natives without first demanding their submission. Saint Augustine authorizes war against those who abuse their freedom, because in their freedom they would be in danger if they were not tamed, but San Isidoro does say that no war is just without prior declaration. Before embarking on the gold, the grains of gold perhaps as big as eggs, the lawyer Martín Fernández de Enciso reads with semicolons the ultimatum that the interpreter, stumbling, taking time to deliver, translated. Enciso speaks in the name of King Don Fernando and Queen, Dona Juana, his daughter, tamers of the barbarian people. He lets the Indians of Sinú know that God came into the world and left Saint Peter in his place, that the successor of Saint Peter is the Holy Father, and that the Holy Father, Lord of the universe, showed mercy to the King of Castile of all the land of the Indies and of this peninsula. Soldiers roast in armor. Concise, in small print and in a slow syllable, it demands that the Indians leave these lands, since they do not belong to them, and that if they wish to stay and live here, they pay their highnesses a tribute of gold as a token of obedience. The interpreter does what he can. The 2 caciques listen, seated, without flinching, the strange character who announces that in case of refusal or delay he will make war on them, he will transform them into slaves as well as their wives and children, and as such he will sell them and dispose, and that the deaths and damage of this just war will not be the fault of the Spaniards. The caciques reply, without looking at Enciso, that the Holy Father was very generous with what belonged to others, that he must have been drunk when he disposed of what was not his, and that the King of Castile is daring, because he comes to threaten those who do not know. So the blood flows. From now on, the long speech will be read in the middle of the night, without an interpreter and half a league from the villages which will be attacked by surprise. The natives, asleep, will not listen to the words which declare them guilty of the crimes committed against them. 1514. Santa Maria del Darien. For the love of fruit. Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, a newcomer, tastes the fruits of the New World. The guava seems far superior to the apple. The soursop is beautiful to look at and offers a white, watery pulp, with a very mild flavor, which, regardless of the quantity consumed, does not cause any harm or discomfort. The mamey has a snappy flavor and smells very good. There is nothing better, he thinks. But he bites into a medlar tree and an aroma that even musk cannot match invades his head. Medlar is the best fruit, he corrects, and there is nothing that can compare to it. Then peel a pineapple. Golden pineapple smells like peaches and is able to whet the appetite of those who no longer remember the desire to eat. Oviedo does not know the words that deserve to say his virtues. His eyes, his nose, his fingers, his tongue are happy. This one surpasses all, he said, as the feathers of the peacock shine over those of any bird. 1515. Antwerp. Utopia. The adventures of the New World make the taverns of this Flemish port boil. One summer night, in front of the quays, Tomás Moro knows or invents. To Raphael Hythloday, a sailor on Americo Vespucci's ships, who says he discovered the island of Utopia off the coast of America. The navigator tells that in Utopia there is neither money nor private property. Disregard for gold and superfluous consumption are encouraged there, and no one dresses ostentatiously. Everyone delivers the fruit of their labor to public stores and collects what they need free of charge. The economy is planned. There is no hoarding, which is the child of fear, and hunger is not known. The people choose the prince and the people can depose him, he also chooses the priests. The people of Utopia abhor war and its honors, though they fiercely defend their borders. They profess a religion which does not offend reason and which rejects useless mortifications and forced conversions. The laws allow divorce but severely punish marital betrayal and force them to work 6 hours a day. Work and rest are shared, the table is shared. The community takes care of the children while their parents are busy. The sick receive privileged treatment, euthanasia avoids long painful agonies. Gardens and orchards take up most of the space, and music echoes everywhere. 1519. Frankfurt. Carlos Quinto. Gutenberg died half a century ago and printing presses multiplied all over Europe. They published the Bible in Gothic letters and the prices of gold and silver in Gothic numerals. The monarch devours men and men shit gold coins in Bosch's Garden of Delights, and Michelangelo, while painting and sculpting his athletic saints and prophets, writes, "The blood of Christ is sold by the spoonful." Everything has a price, the Pope's throne and the crown of kings, the hat of cardinals and the mitre of bishops. Indulgences, excommunications, and titles of nobility are purchased. The Church considers lending at interest a sin, but the Holy Father mortgages the Vatican lands to the bankers, and on the banks of the Rhine the crown of the Holy Empire is offered to the highest bidder. 3 candidates are vying for Charlemagne's inheritance. The elector princes swear by the purity of their vows and the cleanliness of their hands and pronounce at noon, the time of the Angelus, they sell the crown of Europe to the King of Spain, Carlos I, son of the seducer and the madwoman and grandson of Catholic kings, in exchange for 850,000 florins put on the table by the German bankers Fugger and Welser. Carlos I becomes Carlos V, Emperor of Spain, Germany, Austria, Naples, Sicily, the Netherlands, and the vast New World, defender of the Catholic faith and warrior vicar of God on earth. Meanwhile, Muslims threaten the borders and Martin Luther rams his provocative heresies into the door of a church in Wittenberg. A prince must have war as his only goal and thought, wrote Machiavelli. At 19, the new monarch is the most powerful man in history. On your knees, kiss the sword. 1519. Cheered. You would stone. Sound of the sea and drums. Night has fallen, but there is a moon shining. Around the square, cobs of corn and dried fish hang from thatched roofs. Balboa arrives, chained, his hands tied behind his back. They untie it. Balboa smokes the last tobacco. Without saying a word, he rests his neck on the block. The executioner raises the axe. From his house, Pedro Arias de Avila looks furtively through the reeds of the wall. He is seated in the coffin brought from Spain. He uses the coffin as a chair or table and covers it once a year with candles, during the requiem which celebrates his resurrection year after year. They called him Pedrarias the Buried, since he had risen from this coffin, wrapped in the shroud, while the nuns sang the office of the dead and the parents wept abundantly. Before he was called Pedrarias el Galán, because he was invincible in tournaments, battles and loves, and now, although he is already nearly 80, he deserves the name Furor Domini. When Pedrarias wakes up shaking his white hair, because the night before he lost 100 Indians at the dice, it's best not to look at him. Ever since he set foot on these beaches, Pedrarias has been wary of Balboa. Since Balboa is his son-in-law, he does not kill him without trial. There aren't too many lawyers here, so the judge was also a lawyer and a prosecutor. The process was long. Balboa's head rolls on the sand. It was Balboa who had founded the city of Acla, among the trees twisted by the winds, and on the day of Acla's birth, a black bird descended from beyond the clouds and snatched the steel helmet from her of Balboa's head and walked away screaming. Here Balboa built, piece by piece, the brigantines that would launch him to explore the new sea he had discovered. The executioner He will found a conquest company and Pedrarias will be his partner. The executioner, who came with Columbus on his last voyage, will be a marquis with 20,000 vassals in the mysterious southern kingdoms. His name is Francisco Pizarro. 1519. Tenochtitlan. Omens of fire, water, earth, and air. One day long ago, the wizards flew to the war god's mother cave. The witch, who hadn't washed for 8 centuries, wasn't smiling or waving her hand. He accepted offerings, blankets, furs, feathers, without giving thanks, and listened to the news with a grimace. Mexico, the magicians informed, is queen, and all cities are at her command. The old woman growled her only comment, "The Aztecs have slaughtered the others," she said, "and others will come and slaughter the Aztecs. I spend the time." For 10 years, the signs have followed one another. A bonfire caused fire to flow from the center of the sky for a whole night. A sudden 3-tailed fire rose from the horizon and flew to meet the sun. The house of the god of war committed suicide, set itself on fire, jugs of water were thrown at it, and the water fanned the flames. Another temple was burned by lightning one afternoon when there was no thunderstorm. The lagoon where the city has its headquarters has become a bubbling caldera. The waters rose, hot, high with fury, carrying away the houses and tearing away the foundations. The fishermen's nets raised an ash-colored bird mixed with the fish. On the bird's head there was a round mirror. Emperor Moctezuma saw an army of soldiers running on deer legs advancing through the mirror and heard their battle cries. Then, magicians who couldn't read the mirror or had eyes to see the 2-headed monsters that relentlessly harassed Moctezuma's sleep and wakefulness were punished. The emperor locked up the wizards in cages and sentenced them to starve to death. Every night, the cries of an invisible woman startle all who sleep in Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco. "My children, shout, because we already have to go far. There is no wall that does not cross the cry of this woman. Where will we go, my children?" 1519. Chempala. Cuts. Dusk of high flames on the coast of Veracruz. 11 ships burn and the rebel soldiers hanging from the flagship's finials burn. As the sea opens its jaws devouring the pyres, Hernan Cortes, standing on the sand, clutches the hilt of his sword and uncovers his head. Not only ships and hanged people sank. There will be no return, nor more life than that which is born henceforth, even if it brings with it gold and glory or if the vulture of defeat accompanies it. On the beach of Veracruz, the dreams of those who would like to return to Cuba have sunk, taking a colonial siesta in net hammocks, wrapped in women's hair and tobacco smoke. The sea leads to the past and the land to danger. Those who have been able to pay will go on horseback, and the others on foot, 700 men in Mexico, towards the mountains and the volcanoes and the mystery of Moctezuma. Cortes adjusts his feathered hat and turns his back on the llamas. At a gallop, he arrives at the indigenous village of Chempala, at nightfall. He says nothing to the troops. They will find out. He drinks wine, only in his store. Perhaps he is thinking of the men he has killed without confession or the women he has slept without marriage since his student days in Salamanca, which seem so far away, or his lost years as a bureaucrat in the West Indies, the waiting time. Perhaps he is thinking of Governor Diego Velázquez, who will soon tremble with fury in Santiago de Cuba. Surely smile. If you think of that drowsy, whose orders you will never obey again, or in the surprise that awaits the soldiers you hear laughing and cursing at the camp's dice and card wheels. Something of this is going on in his head, or perhaps the fascination and panic of the days to come. Then he raises his eyes, sees her at the door, and against the light he recognizes her. He was called Malinali or Malinche when the chief of Tabasco gave it to him. She's been called Marina for a week. Cortes says a few words while she, motionless, waits. Then, without a gesture, the girl unties her hair and clothes. A mishmash of colorful fabrics falls between his bare feet and he falls silent as the body appears and glows. A few steps away, the soldier Bernal Diaz del Castillo writes, in the light of the moon, the chronicle of the day. Use a drum for a table. 1519. Tenochtitlan. Montezuma. Great mountains have arrived, moving across the sea, to the shores of Yucatan. The god Quetzalcoatl is back. The Indians kiss the prows of ships. Emperor Moctezuma is wary of his shadow. What will I do? Where am I going to hide? Moctezuma would like to become a stone or a stick. The court jesters fail to distract him. Quetzalcoatl, the bearded god, the one who lent the earth and the beautiful songs, came to claim what was his. In ancient times, Quetzalcoatl had gone east, having burned his house of gold and his house of coral. The most beautiful birds flew to make room for him. He took to the sea in a raft of snakes and sailed out of sight towards dawn. From there, he is back now. The bearded god, the feathered serpent, returned hungry. Shake the ground. In the pots, the birds dance while they boil. No one will stay, the poet had sensed. Nobody really lives on earth. Moctezuma sent great offerings of gold to the god Quetzalcoatl, helmets full of gold dust, gold ducks, gold dogs, gold tigers, necklaces and rods and bows and golden arrows, but the more gold the god eats, the more he wants, and advances with alacrity towards Tenochtitlan. He walks between the great volcanoes and after him come other bearded gods. From the hands of the invaders spring thunders that stun and fires that kill. What will I do? Where will I go? Moctezuma saw the head hidden in his hands. 2 years ago, when the omens of return and revenge had already multiplied, Moctezuma sent his magicians to the cave of Humac, the king of the dead. The magicians descended into the depths of Chapultepec, accompanied by a retinue of dwarves and hunchbacks, and delivered to Humac, in the name of the emperor, an offering of the skins of recently flayed prisoners. Humac made Moctezuma say, "Do not flatter yourself. Here there is neither rest nor joy." And he commanded him to fast from delicacies and to sleep without a wife. Moctezuma obeys. He did a long penance. Eunuchs locked up their wives' rooms and cooks forgot their favorite dishes. But then it was worse. The crows of anguish descended in flocks. Moctezuma has lost the protection of Tlazolteotl, the goddess of love, who is also the goddess of shit, the one who eats our land so that love is possible, and thus the emperor's soul was flooded, in solitude, with filth and darkness. He sent new messengers to Humac again and again, laden with prayers and gifts, until finally the king of the dead arranged to meet him. On the agreed evening, Moctezuma went to meet him. The boat slid towards Chapultepec. The emperor stood at the bow, the lagoon mist giving way to his radiant plume of flamingo feathers. Shortly before reaching the foot of the hill, Moctezuma heard the sound of oars. A canoe passed, and someone appeared for a moment in the black mist. He was naked and alone in the canoe, his oar raised like a spear. "Is that you, Humac?" The man in the canoe approached him. He looked into the emperor's eyes, as no one can. He told her, coward, and disappeared. 1519. Tenochtitlan. The capital of the Aztecs. Dumb in beauty, the conquerors ride along the road. Tenochtitlan seems torn from the pages of Amadis, things never heard, never seen, never even dreamed of. The sun rises behind the volcanoes, enters the lagoon and shatters the floating mist. The city, streets, ditches, temples with high towers, unfolds and shines. A crowd comes to greet the invaders, silently and unhurriedly, while countless canoes open furrows in the cobalt waters. Moctezuma arrives in a litter, seated on soft jaguar skin, under a canopy of gold, pearls, and green feathers. The lords of the realm sweep the ground that will tread. He welcomes the god Quetzalcoatl. "You have come to sit on your throne," he told her. "You came between the clouds, between the mists. I don't see you in dreams, I don't dream. You have arrived on your land." Those who accompany Quetzalcoatl receive garlands of magnolias, roses, and sunflowers, flower necklaces on the neck, on the arms, on the chest, the flower of the shield and the flower of the heart, the flower of good perfume and the very yellow. Quetzalcoatl was born in Extremadura and landed in American lands with a bundle of clothes over his shoulder and a few coins in his bag. He was 19 when he stepped on the stones of the pier in Santo Domingo and asked, "Where is the gold?" He is now 34 years old and a captain of great fortune. Clad in black iron armor, he leads an army of horsemen, spearmen, crossbowmen, artillerymen and fierce dogs. He promised his soldiers, "I will make you, in a very short time, the richest men of all those who have ever passed through India." Emperor Moctezuma, who opens the gates of Tenochtitlan, will soon end. In a short time she will be called a wife of the Spaniards and will die of the stones of her people. The young Cuauhtémoc will take his place. He will fight. Aztec Song of the Shield. On the shield, the Virgin gave birth to the great warrior. On the shield, the Virgin gave birth to the great warrior. On Serpent Mountain, the victor. Between mountains. With war paint and an eagle shield. No one, by the way, could stand up to him. The earth started spinning when he painted himself from war. And raised his shield. 1520. Teocalli Yasan. The Sad Night. Hernan Cortés reviews the few survivors of his army, while Malinche sews up the torn flags. Tenochtitlan was left behind. Gone is the column of smoke that the Popocatépetl volcano ejected from its mouth, as if to say goodbye, and that there was no wind that could twist it. The Aztecs recaptured their city. The roofs were bristling with arches and spears and the lagoon was covered with battle canoes. The victors fled in disarray, pursued by a storm of arrows and stones, while the drums of war, shouts and curses stunned the night. These wounded, these mutilated, these dying people that Cortés now recounts, saved themselves by crossing over the corpses that served as a bridge. They crossed the other bank walking on horses that had slipped and sunk and soldiers killed by arrows and stones or drowned under the weight of sacks full of gold that they have not resigned themselves to leaving behind. 1520. Border safe. The distribution of wealth. There is gossip and fights in the Spanish camp. The soldiers have no choice but to hand over the gold bars saved from the disaster. Whoever hides something will be hanged. The ingots come from the works of goldsmiths and sculptors in Mexico. Before being booty and melting into ingots, this gold was a snake ready to bite, a tiger ready to pounce, an eagle ready to fly away, or a dagger that vibrates and flows like a river in the air. Cortés explains that this gold is nothing more than bubbles compared to what awaits them. He takes a fifth for the king, another fifth for himself, plus what belongs to his father and the dead horse, and he gives the captains almost all that is left. The soldiers receive little or nothing. They licked this gold, they bit it, they weighed it in the palm of their hand, they laid it under their heads, and they told it their dreams of revenge. Meanwhile, hot iron marks the faces of recently captured Indian slaves in Tepeaca and Huayquechula. The air smells of burnt meat. 1520. Brussels. Last. These things broke away from the sun, like the men and women who made them and the distant land they walk on. They are bonnets and sheaths, feather fans, robes, blankets, hunting harnesses, a golden sun and a silver moon, and blowguns and other weapons so beautiful that they seem made for revive their victims. The best cartoonist of all time never tires of watching. It's part of the loot Cortés snatched from Moctezuma, the only pieces that weren't cast into ingots. King Carlos, just seated on the throne of the Holy Empire, exhibits to the public the trophies of his New World coins. Albrecht Dürer does not know the Mexican poem which explains that the true artist finds pleasure in his work and that he dialogues with his heart because he is not dead and devoured by ants. But seeing what he sees, Dürer listens to these words and discovers that he is experiencing the greatest joy of his half-century of life. 1520. Tlaxcala. Towards the reconquest of Tenochtitlan. Not long before the end of the year. As soon as the sun rises, Cortés will give the order to leave. His troops, pulverized by the Aztecs, were reconstituted in a few months, under the protection of the Indian allies of Tlaxcala, Huixotzingo, and Texcoco. An army of 50,000 natives obeyed his orders, and new soldiers came from Spain, Santo Domingo, and Cuba, well supplied with horses, arquebuses, crossbows, and cannons. To fight for water, when he reaches the lagoon, Cortés will have sails, irons and masts to assemble 13 brigantines. Those of Huixotzingo will supply the wood. At the first glimmer of light, the mountain range of volcanoes looms in the distance. Beyond, sprung prodigious waters, awaits, defiant, Tenochtitlan. 1521. Tlatelolco. The fire sword. Blood flows like water, and drinking water is acidic with blood. There is nothing left to eat but dirt. From house to house dispute the ruins and the dead, day and night. It's already gone for 3 months of non-stop battle. You breathe nothing but gunpowder and the nausea of a corpse, but the drums and drums still resound in the last towers and the ankle rattles of the last warriors. The cries and songs that give strength have not yet ceased. The last women wield the axe of the dead and hammer the shields until they fall to the ground. Emperor Cuauhtémoc summons the best of his captains. He crowns his head with the long feathered owl, and in his right hand he places the flaming sword. With this sword in hand, the god of war had come out of his mother's womb, in the most remote times. With this serpent of the solar rays, Huitzilopochtli had decapitated his sister the moon and torn to pieces his 400 brothers, the stars, because they did not want to let him be born. Cuauhtémoc orders. Our enemies see it and are surprised. The sword of fire pierces. The chosen captain advances, alone, through the smoke and debris. They knock him down with an arquebus shot. 1521. Tenochtitlan. The world is calm and it is raining. Suddenly, the screams and the drums stop. Men and gods have been defeated. The gods are dead, time is dead. Dead men, the city is dead. This warrior city, the one of white willows and white reeds, is dead in its law. The defeated princes of all lands will no longer come to pay homage to him in boats through the mist. A stunned silence reigns. And it rains. The sky shines and thunders, and all night it rains. The gold is piled up in large baskets. Gold shields and badges of war, gold masks of the gods, ear flaps and lips, glasses, charms. The gold is weighed and the prisoners are quoted. The price of a poor man is barely 2 handfuls of corn. Soldiers assemble dice wheels and playing cards. Fire burns the solace of Emperor Cuauhtémoc's feet, smeared with oil, as the world falls silent and it rains. 1521. Florida. Ponce de Leon. He was old, or smelled. Time would not reach, nor the weary heart would endure. Juan Ponce de Leon wanted to discover and conquer the unconquered world that the islands of Florida had announced to him. Because of the greatness of his exploits, he wanted to eclipse the memory of Christopher Columbus. It is here that he disembarked, following the magic river that crosses the garden of earthly delights. Instead of the fountain of youth, he found this arrow in his chest. You will never bathe in the waters which restore the strength of the muscles and the brightness of the eyes without erasing the experience of the known soul. The soldiers carry him in their arms towards the ship. The defeated captain whispers the complaints of a newborn, but his age is still great and he is still advancing. Those who wear it note, without surprise, that a new defeat has taken place here in the continuous struggle of the always against the never. 1522. Roads of Santo Domingo. Feed. The rebellion, the first black slave rebellion in America, was crushed. It had exploded in the suites of Diego Colón, the son of the discoverer. In mills and plantations all over the island, the fire had spread. The blacks and the few remaining Indians had risen. Armed with stones and sticks and cane spears that broke, furious, useless, against the armor. From the gibbets, scattered along the roads, now hang women and men, young and old. At the level of the eyes of the walker, the feet hang down. At the feet, the walker could recognize the punished, guess how they were before death. Between these leather feet, marked by work and walking, there are time feet and reverse feet, imprisoned feet and dancing feet, still loving the earth and calling for war. 1522. Seville. The longest trip ever. No one believed them to be alive, but they arrived last night. They dropped anchor and fired all their artillery. They did not disembark immediately, nor let themselves be seen. At dawn they appeared on the stones of the pier. Trembling and ragged, they entered Seville with lighted axes in their hands. The astonished crowd gave way to this procession of grotesques led by Juan Sebastián de Elcano. They staggered along, leaning on each other, from church to church, keeping promises, still pursued by the crowd. They were singing. They had set out 3 years ago, down the river, in 5 graceful ships heading west. It was a band of random men, from all over, who had come together to seek, together, the path between the oceans, fortune and glory. They were all fugitives, they went to see fleeing misery, love, prison, or the gallows. Survivors now speak of storms, crimes and wonders. They have seen seas and lands without map or name, they have crossed the zone where the world boils 6 times, without ever getting burned. To the south they found blue snow, and in the sky 4 stars in a cross. They saw the sun and the moon walking backwards and the fish flying. They have heard of women impregnated by the wind and have known of black, crow-like birds that dive into the open mouths of whales and devour their hearts. On a very remote island, they say, there are little people half a meter tall, with ears reaching down to their feet. Their ears are so long that when they lie down, one serves as a mattress and the other as a blanket. And they say that when the Indians of the Moluccas saw the launches detached from the ships arriving on the beach, they believed that the launches were the daughters of the ships, that the ships gave birth to them and suckled them. Survivors tell that south of the south, where the lands open up and the oceans embrace, the Indians light great bonfires, day and night, so as not to freeze to death. They are Indians so gigantic that our heads, it is said, barely reached the waist. Magellan, the leader of the expedition, caught 2 of them by shackling their ankles and wrists, but then one died of scurvy and the other of heat. They say they had no choice but to drink rotten water holding their noses, and they ate the sawdust, skins and meat of rats who came to fight over the last biscuits worm-eaten. Those who were starving were thrown overboard, and since there were no stones to tie them up, the corpses floated on the water, the Europeans, facing the sky, and the Indians, the mouth below. When they reached the Moluccas, a sailor traded 6 birds to the Indians for a card, the Golden King, but he couldn't eat a bite as his gums were swollen. They saw Magellan cry. They saw the tears in the eyes of the tough Portuguese navigator Ferdinand Magellan, when the ships entered the ocean never crossed by any European. And they knew the terrible fury of Magellan, when he beheaded 2 rebel captains and tore apart other rebels in the desert. Magellan is now a scavenger trophy in the hands of the natives of the Philippines, who planted a poison arrow in his leg. Of the 237 sailors and soldiers who left Seville 3 years ago, 18 have returned. They arrived in a single groaning ship, which has a rotten keel and is leaking on all 4 sides. The survivors. These hungry people who have just traveled around the world for the first time. 1523. Cuzco. Huayna Capac. Before the rising sun, he lies down on the ground and humbles his forehead. She captures the first rays with her hands and brings them to her mouth and drinks the light. Then he gets up and gets up. Stare at the sun, without blinking. Behind Huayna Capac, his many women wait headlong. The many princes also wait in silence. The Inca looks at the sun, he looks at it as an equal, and a murmur of scandal grows among the priests. Many years have passed since the day when Huayna Capac, son of the resplendent father, ascended the throne with the title of powerful and young leader rich in virtues. He extended the empire far beyond the borders of his ancestors. Desire for power, discoverer, conqueror, Huayna Capac led her armies from the Amazon jungle to the heights of Quito and the Chaco to the coasts of Chile. With axes and arrows he made himself the owner of new mountains and plains and sandbanks. There is no one who does not dream of it, and there is no one who does not dread it in this kingdom now larger than Europe. Pastures, water and people depend on Huayna Capac. By his will the mountains and the crowds moved. In this empire that does not know the will, he ordered the construction of buildings, in Quito, with stones from Cuzco, so that at future his greatness is understood and his word is believed by men. The Inca looks at the sun. Not out of defiance, as the priests fear, but out of pity. Huayna Capac pities the sun, because since the sun is her father and the father of all the Incas since ancient times, she has no right to fatigue or boredom. The sun never rests or plays or forgets. He cannot miss the appointment of each day, and across the sky he travels, today, the path of yesterday and tomorrow. Gazing at the sun, Huayna Capac decides, soon I will die. 1523. Cuauhtépalca. Chief's questions. Deliver food and gold and accept baptism. But he asks Gil Gonzalez de Avila to explain to him how Jesus can be man and God, and Mary Virgin and Mother. He asks where souls go when they leave the body, and if the Holy Father of Rome is safe from death. He asks who chose the King of Castile. The Nicaraguan cacique was chosen by the elders of the communities, gathered at the foot of a ceiba tree. Was the king chosen by the elders of their communities? The cacique also asks the winner to tell him why so few men want so much gold. Will their bodies suffice for so much decoration? Then he asks if it is true, as announced by a prophet, that the sun, the stars, and the moon will lose their light, and if the sky will fall. The Nicaraguan cacique does not wonder why children will not be born in these regions. No prophet told her that in a few years women would refuse to give birth to slaves. 1523. Painala. La Malinche. From Cortez he had a son, and for Cortez he opened the doors of an empire. She was his shadow and watchman, interpreter, advisor, runner, and lover throughout the conquest of Mexico, and continues to ride alongside him. She walks through Painola dressed as a Spaniard, cloth, silk, satin, and at first no one recognizes the flowery lady who accompanies the new masters. From the top of a chestnut horse, Malinche contemplates the banks of the river, breathes deeply the sweet perfume of the air, and seeks, in vain, the recesses of the foliage where more than 20 years ago, she discovered the magic and the fear. Much rain and sun and heartbreak have passed since her mother sold her into slavery and was plucked from Mexican land to serve the Mayan lords of Yucatan. When the mother finds out who has come to visit Painola, she throws herself at her feet and bathes in tears, begging for forgiveness. Malinche stops her crying with a gesture, lifts her mother by the shoulders, hugs her and hangs the necklaces she wears around her neck. Then he mounts his horse and continues his journey with the Spaniards. You don't need to hate your mother. Since the lords of Yucatan gave it to Hernan Cortez 4 years ago, Malinche has had time for revenge. The debt is paid, the Mexicans bow down and tremble to see it coming. One look from his dark eyes is enough for a prince to hang on the gallows. Her shadow will hover, beyond death, over the great Tenochtitlan whom she so helped to conquer and humble, and her ghost with flowing hair and flowing tunic will continue. Put the fear, forever and ever, of the forests and caves of Chapultepec. 1524. Quetzaltenango. The poet will tell the children the story of this battle. The poet will talk about Pedro de Alvarado and those who came with him to teach fear. He will relate that when the native troops had already been devastated and Guatemala was a killing field, Captain Tecumseh rose into the air and flew with wings and feathers born from his body. He flew and fell on Alvarado and with a fierce blow tore his horse's head off. But Alvarado and the horse were cut in half and divided. The conquistador broke away from the headless horse and stood up. Again Captain Tecum began to fly and climbed brilliantly to a very high point. As he plunged from the clouds, Alvarado dodged and ran his spear through. The dogs came to tear Tecumseh apart and Alvarado's sword got in the way. Alvarado stood for a long time gazing at the vanquished, his body open, the quetzal feathers springing from his arms and legs, his broken wings, the triple crown of pearls, diamonds, and emeralds. Alvarado called his soldiers. He told them look and forced them to remove their helmets. The children, seated in a circle around the poet, will ask. And all that, have you seen it? Did you hear that? Yeah. You were here? The children will ask. No. Of those who were here, none of ours survived. The poet will indicate the moving clouds and the swaying of the treetops. See the spears, he will ask. Do you see the legs of the horses? The shower of arrows? Smoke. Listen, he'll say, and he'll put his ear to the ground, full of booms. And he will teach them to feel history in the wind, to touch it on the stones polished by the river and to know its flavor by chewing certain herbs, like that, without haste, like someone chewing sadness. 1524. Yucatán. The revenge of the vanquished. The Indian chiefs are but a handful of soot-black bones, lying among the rubble of the city. Today, there is nothing that does not smell of burning in the capital of the Quiches. Nearly a century before, a prophet had spoken. It was a Cacique chief who said, when the Quiches were going to tear out his heart, know that men, armed and dressed from head to toe and not naked like us, will destroy these buildings and reduce them to dens of owls and mountain cats, and all this greatness will cease. He talked while he was being killed, here, in this town of ravines that Pedro de Alvarado's soldiers have just turned into a bonfire. The loser cursed the Quiches, and the Quiches have long dominated the other peoples of Guatemala. 1524. Scorpion Islands. Communion ceremony. The sea swallowed them up, vomited them up, swallowed them up again and broke them against the rocks. Bottlenose dolphins and manatees flew through the air and the whole sky was made of foam. When the small ship was torn to pieces, the men hugged the rocks as best they could. All night the waves fought to tear them away, blow by blow, many were torn off, crushed against the stones and devoured. At dawn, the storm ceased and the tide receded. Those who were rescued threw the lucky cape and were allowed to set off in a dilapidated dinghy. 5 days ago, the castaways drifted along the reefs. They couldn't find fresh water or fruit to put in their mouths. This morning they land on one of the small islands. They advance on all fours, under a sun which fries the stones. There is no one who has the strength to drag the one who remains. Naked, seriously injured, they curse the captain, the lawyer Alonso Ziuazo, a good crook and a bad sailor, and they curse the mother who gave birth to him, and the king, and the pope, and God. This mound is the tallest mountain in the world. The men climb and console themselves by counting the hours until their death. And suddenly they rub their eyes. They cannot believe. 5 giant turtles are waiting for them on the beach. 5 of these turtles that look like rocky islands in the sea and make love without flinching while ships pass them by. The castaways leap. They cling to the shells, screaming with hunger and rage, and push the turtles, letting them kick their backs, and plant their daggers and punches open their bellies and plunge their heads into the flowing blood. And they fall asleep. They allow themselves to be submerged in blood up to their necks in these barrels of good wine, while the sun continues its slow march towards the center of the sky. Nobody listens to Mr. Alonso Ziuazo. With greased mouth, the lawyer kneels in the sand, raises his hands and offers the turtles to the 5 wounds of our Redeemer. 1525. Tuxcaha. Cuauhtémoc. From the branch of an old ceiba tree hangs, suspended by the ankles, the body of the last king of the Aztecs. Cortés cut off his head. She was born in a cradle surrounded by shields and darts, and here are the first sounds she heard. Your own land is another. To another land you are promised. Your true place is the battlefield. Your office is to give the sun to drink with the blood of your enemy and to nourish the earth with the body of your enemy. 29 years ago, the magicians poured water on his head and spoke the ritual words. Where are you hiding, misfortune? What member are you hiding in? Get away from this kid. They called him Cuauhtémoc, the falling eagle. His father had extended the empire from sea to sea. When the prince ascended the throne, the invaders had already come and won. Cuauhtémoc rises and resists. He was the leader of the brave. 4 years after the defeat of Tenochtitlan, the songs calling for the return of the warrior still echo from the depths of the jungle. Who now hammocks his mutilated body? The wind or the ceiba? Isn't it the ceiba that cradles him, with its vast bowl? Doesn't the ceiba accept this broken branch, like one more arm among the 1,000 that spring from its majestic trunk? Will it make red flowers? Life goes on. Life and death continue. 1526. Toledo. The American tiger. Around the Alcazar of Toledo, the tamer walks the tiger that the king received from the New World. The trainer, a Lombard with a broad laugh and pointed mustaches, leads him by the rope, like a little dog, and the jaguar glides over the gravel with cotton-like steps. Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo's blood runs cold. From a distance, he shouts at the guardian not to trust him, not to talk to a wild beast, because these animals are not for humans. The trainer laughs, lets go of the jaguar and strokes its back. Oviedo manages to hear the deep purr. He knows very well that this growl between the teeth means that I pray to the devil and threaten. One day soon, this confident tamer will be ambushed. He will reach out to scratch the tiger and with a quick claw it will be swallowed. Will this wretch believe that God gave the jaguar claws and teeth so that? Does a trainer serve you food at set times? None of his lineage ever ate called with a bell at the table, and he had no rule but to devour. Oviedo looks at the smiling Lombard and sees a small pile of minced meat between 4 candles. Cut his nails. He advises as he leaves. Pull out his nails by the roots, and all the clients and the fangs. 1528. Madrid. To open the bag. The cold seeps through the cracks and freezes the ink in the inkwells. Carlos Quinto owes each saint a candle. With the money of the Welser, bankers of Augsburg, he bought his imperial crown, paid for his marriage and financed a good part of the wars which enabled him to humiliate Rome, to suppress the Flemish rebellion and to disperse half of the nobility. French warrior in the fields of Pavia. The emperor has a toothache as he signs the decree granting the Welsers the exploration, exploitation, and government of Venezuela. For many years, Venezuela will have German governors. The first, Ambrosio Alfinger, will not leave an Indian unmarked and sold in the markets of Santa Marta, Jamaica, and Santo Domingo, and he will die with an arrow pierced in his throat. 1528. Fall. Wonderful day. The South Sea expedition finally discovers a coast free of mangroves and mosquitoes. Francisco Pizarro, who has news from a nearby town, orders a soldier and an African slave to begin the march. The white and the black arrive at Tums through planted land well irrigated by ditches, crops they have never seen in America. In Tums, people who don't go naked or sleep outside surround newcomers and offer them gifts and entertainment. Alonso de Molina's eyes cannot measure the gold and silver plates that cover the walls of the temple. The inhabitants of Tums are dazzled by so many otherworldly things. They pull Alonso de Molina's beard and touch his clothes and the iron axe. By gestures, they ask what this imprisoned monster, with the red crest, who squeals in the cage is asking for. Alonso points to him, says Gallo, and they learn the first word of the Castilian language. The African who accompanies the soldier is not having such a good time. With blows of slaps, he defends himself from the Indians who want to rub his skin with dry ears of corn. In a huge container, the water is boiling. They're going to put it there, to fade away. 1528. Island of bad fate. People very separated from what they have. Among the ships that left San Lucar de Barrameda for Florida, one was thrown by the storm over the treetops of Cuba and the others were devoured by the sea in successive shipwrecks. The ships that the men of Narvaez and Cabeza de Vaca improvised with shirts as sails and horsehair rigging fared no better. The castaways, naked specters, shiver with cold and cry among the rocks of the island of Malhado. Indians arrive to bring them water, fish and roots, and when they see them cry, they cry with them. The Indians weep profusely, and the longer the loud cries last, the more sorry the Spaniards are. The Indians lead them to their village. So that the cold does not kill them, they light fires at breaks along the way. Between campfire and campfire they carry them on a litter, without letting them put their feet on the ground. The Spaniards imagine that the Indians will cut them into pieces and throw them in the pot, but in the village they continue to share with them the little food they have. Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca tells how the Indians are scandalized and furious when they discover that, on the coast, 5 Christians have eaten each other, until only one remains, only because was alone there was no one to kill him. 1531. Orinoco River. Diego de Ordaz. The wind is turned down and the boats tow the ship up the river. The sun hits the waters. The captain's coat of arms displays the cone of the Popocatépetl volcano, as he was the first of the Spaniards to walk on snow at the top. That day he was so high that through the whirlwinds of ash he could see the backs of the eagles, and he saw the city of Tenochtitlan trembling in the lagoon, but he had to flee because the volcano roared with fury and covered him with fire, stones, and black smoke. Now Diego de Ordaz, fired up, wonders if he'll lead that Orinoco River to where the gold awaits. The Indians of the villages point the gold further and further, while the captain hunts mosquitoes and the badly sewn hull of the ship creaks along. The monkeys protest and the parrots, invisible, shout "Get out of here, get out of here," and many nameless birds flit between the banks singing "You won't get me, you won't get me, you won't get me will not have." Song about the white man, from the Pro people. The river water is bad. The fish take refuge at the top of the red streams of mud. The bearded man passes, the white man. The bearded man passes in the big boat. Creaking oars. Bitten by snakes. 1531. Mexico. The Virgin of Guadalupe. Does this light come from the earth or does it descend from the sky? Is it a firefly or a star? The light does not want to leave the hill of Tepeyac, and in the middle of the night it persists and shines on the stones and gets tangled in the branches. Hallucinated, illuminated, Juan Diego saw her, a naked Indian. The light of lights opened for him, broke into golden and reddish shreds, and in the center of the glow appeared the most lucid and luminous of Mexicans. She was dressed in light which, in the Nahuatl language, said to her, "I am the Mother of God." Bishop Zumarraga listens and is wary. The bishop is the official protector of the Indians, appointed by the emperor, and also the guardian of the iron which marks the name of its owners on the face of the Indians. He threw the Aztec codices, wallpapers painted by the devil's hand, into the pyre, and annihilated 500 temples and 20,000 idols. Bishop Zumarraga knows well that the goddess of the earth, Tonantzin, had her sanctuary at the top of the hill of Tepeyac, and that the Indians went there on pilgrimage to adore our mother, as they called this woman dressed in serpents and of hearts and hands. The bishop is suspicious and decides that the Indian Juan Diego has seen the Virgin of Guadalupe. The Virgin, born in Extremadura, darkened by the sons of Spain, came to the valley of the Aztecs to be the mother of the vanquished. 1531. Holy Sunday. A map. He squeezes his temples, chasing away the words that appear and flee. Don't look at my baseness in being and my rudeness in saying, beg, but the will with which I am driven to say it. Fray Bartolomé de las Casas writes to the Council of the Indies. It would have been better for the Indians, he argues, to go to hell with their infidelity, their little by little and alone, than to be saved by the Christians. The cries of so much human blood spilled already reach the sky, those burned alive, roasted on grills, thrown to ferocious dogs. Get up, walk. Between the clouds of dust the white coat floats. Then he sits on the edge of the nailed chair. With the bird's feather, he scratches his long nose. The bony hand writes. For the Indians to be saved in America and for the law of God to be fulfilled, Fray Bartolomé proposes that the cross commands the sword. Let the garrisons be subject to the bishops, and that colonists be sent to cultivate the land under the shelter of the fortresses. The settlers, he said, could take black or Moorish or other slaves, to serve themselves, or live off their hands, or in some other way that was not to the detriment of the Indians. 1531. Serrana Island. The Castaway and the Other. A salty, sunny wind punishes Pedro Serrano, who wanders naked along the cliff. Gannets hover in pursuit. With one hand as a visor, he keeps his eyes on enemy territory. Go down to the cove and walk along the sand. When you reach the border, p. He doesn't walk the line, but he knows that if the other is watching from hiding, he will jump in to demand accountability for this act of provocation. P and wait. The birds cry and run away. Where will it be? The sky is a white glow, a limelight, and the island is an incandescent stone, white rocks, white shadows, foam on the white sand, a small world of salt and lime. Where did this thug go? Long ago, Pedro's ship broke into pieces, that stormy night, and his hair and beard were already reaching his chest when the other appeared, riding on a log that the raging tide threw at earth. Pedro emptied the water from his lungs, gave him food and drink, and taught him not to die on this desert island, where only rocks grow. Taught him to turn turtles and slit their throats, cut the meat into slices to dry in the sun and collect rainwater in the shells. She taught him to pray for rain and catch clams under the sand. She showed him the layers of crabs and shrimps, and she offered him turtle eggs and oysters that the sea brought stuck to the segments of mangroves. The other learned from Pedro that it was necessary to collect everything that the sea delivered to the reefs, so that the pyre would burn night and day, nourished by dried seaweed, sargassum, wandering branches, starfish and of fish bones. Pedro helped him put up a turtle shell shelter, a little sheltered from the sun, in the absence of trees. The first war was the water war. Pedro suspected the other was stealing while he slept, and the other accused him of drinking from the mouth of a beast. When the water ran out and the last drops fought with their fists, they had no choice but to each drink their own urine and the blood they took from the only turtle that was seen. Then they lay down to die in the shade, and they had no more saliva than to gently insult each other. Finally the rain saved them. The other was of the opinion that Pedro might well cut the roof of his house in half, since the shells were so rare. "Your house is a tortoise-shell palace," he said, "and in mine I spend the day askew." "I should on God," said Pedro, "and on the mother who gave birth to you. If you don't like my island, leave." He pointed to the vastness of the sea. They resolved to divide the water. Since then there has been a deposit of rainwater at each end of the island. The second was the fire war. They took turns tending the bonfire, in case a ship passed in the distance. One night, while the other was on duty, the bonfire went out. Pedro woke him up with curses and jerks. "If the island is yours, take care of it, bastard," the other said, baring his teeth. They rolled on the sand. When they got tired of fighting, they decided that everyone would start their own fire. Pedro's knife hit the stone until it tripped, and since then there has been a campfire at each end of the island. The third was the knife war. The other had nothing to cut and Pedro demanded payment in fresh shrimp every time he lent the edge. Then came the food war and the snail necklace war. At the end of the last, which was stoned, they signed an armistice and a delimitation treaty. There was no document, because in this desolation there is not even a sheet of copy to draw a scribble, and besides nobody knows how to sign, but they drew a border and swore to respect it by God and by the king. They threw a fish vertebra in the air. Pedro got half of the island that faces Cartagena. To the other, the one looking at Santiago de Cuba. And now, standing at the border, Pedro bites his nails, looks up at the sky, as if looking for rain, and thinks, it must be hidden in some nook and cranny. "I smell the smell. Dirty in the middle of the sea and never bathe. He prefers to fry in his own oil. That's where he's going, yeah, dodging the bulge. Hey, wretch. Call." The thunder of the waves and the sound of the birds and the voices of the wind answer him. Ungrateful. He shouts, "Hide, bitch." He screams, and screams until his throat is torn, and he runs and walks the island from one end to the other, upside down, alone and naked on the sand without anyone. 1532. Cajamarca. Pizarro. 1,000 men sweep the Inca road towards the vast square where the Spaniards wait, hidden. The crowd trembles as the beloved father passes by, the only one, the unique, patron of works and celebrations. Those who sing are silent and those who dance stop. In the twilight, the last light of day, the crowns and vestments of Atahualpa and his retinue of lords of the kingdom shine with gold and silver. Where are the gods carried by the wind? The Inca arrives in the center of the square and orders to wait. A few days ago a spy broke into the camp of the invaders, pulled out their beards and came back saying they were nothing more than a bunch of sea robbers. Cost his life. Where are the children of Wiracacha, who wear stars on their heels and discharge thunderbolts that cause stupor, jostling and death? The priest Vicente de Valverde comes out of the shadows and goes out to meet Atahualpa. With one hand he raises the Bible and with the other a crucifix, as if evoking a storm on the high seas, and shouts that God is there, the real one, and that everything else is mockery. The interpreter translates and Atahualpa, leading the crowd, asks, "Who told you?" "The Bible says so, the holy book." "Give it to me, so he can tell me." A few steps away, behind a wall, Francisco Pizarro draws his sword. Atahualpa looks at the Bible, turns it over in his hand, shakes it to make it ring, and presses it to his ear. Do not say anything. It is empty. And he drops it? Pizarro had been waiting for this moment since the day he knelt down before the Emperor Charles V, described to him the great kingdom like Europe he had discovered and intended to conquer, and promised him the greatest treasure in the history of Europe: humanity. And since the day his sword drew a line in the sand and a few starving soldiers, swollen with pestilence, swore to see him through. And even earlier, much earlier, Pizarro had been waiting for this moment for 54 years, when he was thrown out of a church in Extremadura and drank pig's milk because there was no one there to feed him. Pizarro screams and leaps. At the signal, the trap is opened. The trumpets sound, the cavalry charges, and the arquebuses burst from the top of the palisade, on the perplexed and disarmed crowd. 1533. Cajamarca. The rescue. To buy Atahualpa's life, silver and gold come. The four roads of the empire swarm with long lines of flames and the crowd of loaded backs. The most splendid booty comes from Cuzco, an entire garden, trees and flowers of solid gold and precious stones, life-size, and birds and animals of pure silver and turquoise and lapis lazuli. The furnace receives gods and ornaments and spews out gold and silver ingots. Chiefs and soldiers loudly demand the distribution. They haven't been paid for 6 years. For 5 ingots, Francisco Pizarro separates one for the king. Then he signs himself. Ask the help of God, who knows everything, to keep justice, and enlists the help of Hernando de Soto, who can read, to watch over the notary. He attributes a share to the church and another to the vicar of the army. He greatly rewarded his brothers and the other captains. Each private soldier receives more than Prince Felipe earns in a year, and Pizarro becomes the richest man in the world. Atahualpa's hunter allows himself double what Carlos Quinto's court spends in a year with its 600 servants, without counting the Inca's litter, 83 kilos of pure gold, which is his general's trophy. 1533. Cajamarca. Atahualpa. A black rainbow crossed the sky. The Inca Atahualpa did not want to believe. At the time of the Sun Festival, a condor fell lifeless in the Plaza de la Alegría. Atahualpa did not want to believe. He sent the messengers who brought bad news to death, and with an axe he cut off the head of the old prophet who announced him misfortune. He burned down the house of the oracle, and the witnesses of the prophecy were put to the sword. Atahualpa ordered his brother Huáscar's 80 children to be tied to road posts, and the vultures had had enough of this meat. The women of Huáscar stained the waters of the Andamarca River with blood. Huáscar, prisoner of Atahualpa, ate human shit and ram's piss and had a carved stone for his wife. Later, Huáscar said, and it was the last thing he said, "They will kill him as he kills me." And Atahualpa did not want to believe. When his palace became his prison, he did not want to believe. Atahualpa, the prisoner of Pizarro, said, "I am the greatest of the princes of the earth." The ransom filled 1 gold coin and 2 silver coins. The invaders melted down the golden cradle where Atahualpa had heard the first song. Sitting on Atahualpa's throne, Pizarro announced that he had decided to uphold his death sentence. Atahualpa replied, "Don't tell me those jokes." He doesn't want to believe either, now, as he climbs the stairs step by step, dragging chains, in the milky light of early morning. Soon the news will spread among the countless children of the earth who owe obedience and tribute to the Son of the Sun. In Quito, they will mourn the death of the shadow that protects, perplexed, lost, memory denied, alone. In Cuzco, it will be jubilation and drunkenness. Atahualpa is bound by the hands, feet, and neck, but he still thinks, "What have I done to deserve death?" At the foot of the gallows, he refuses to believe that he has been defeated by men. Only the gods could. His father, the sun, betrayed him. Before the iron tourniquet breaks his neck, he cries, kisses the cross, and agrees to be baptized with another name. By saying that his name is Francisco, which is the name of his winner, he knocks on the doors of European paradise, where no place is reserved for him. 1533. Zaquazaguana. The secret. Pizarro marches towards Cuzco. He now leads a great army. Manco Capac, the new king of the Incas, added thousands of Indians to the handful of conquerors. But Atahualpa's generals harass the advance. In the Zaquazaguana valley, Pizarro catches a messenger from his enemies. The fire licks the soles of the prisoner's feet. What does this message say? The Shosky is a seasoned man with endless races through the icy winds of the Puna and the heat of the desert. The trade accustomed him to pain and fatigue. Scream, but shut up. After a very long torture, he frees his tongue. That the horses will not be able to climb the mountains. What else? That there is no need to be afraid. That horses are scary, but they don't hurt. And what else? They make him walk on fire. And what else? He lost his feet. Before losing his life, he said. That you die too. 1533. Cuzco. The victors enter the sacred city. In the radiant noon, through the smoke, the soldiers advance. A smell of wet leather rises and mingles with the smell of burning, while a crash of hooves and cannon wheels resounds. An altar was born on the square. Silk banners, embroidered with eagles, escort the new god, who has open arms and bears a beard like his children. Doesn't the new god see his children melting, axe in hand, on the gold of temples and tombs? Among the stones of Cuzco, stained by fire, the old and the paralyzed wait, mute, for the days to come. 1533. Riobamba. Alvarado. 6 months ago, the ships landed in Puerto Viejo. Called by the promises of a virgin kingdom, Pedro de Alvarado had left Guatemala. He was followed by 500 Spaniards and 2,000 Indian and black slaves. The messengers told him, "The power that awaits you humbles the one you know. North of Tumbes, you will multiply fame and wealth." From the south, Pizarro and Almagro are already owners, but the fabulous kingdom of Quito does not belong to anyone. In the coastal towns they found gold, silver, and emeralds. Loaded with quick fortunes, they began the march towards the mountains. They crossed the jungle, the swamps, the fevers that kill in a day or drive you mad, and the terrifying rains of volcanic ash. In the paramos of the Andes, sharp winds and snowstorms tore the bodies of slaves, unaware of the cold, to pieces, and the bones of many Spaniards were embedded in the mountains. The soldiers descending to tighten the straps of the horses were frozen forever. The treasures were thrown to the bottom of the abyss. Alvarado offered gold and the soldiers demanded food and shelter. His eyes scorched by the glare of the snow, Alvarado continued to stagger forward, and with the blows of his sword he cut off the heads of the slaves who fell and the soldiers who repented. Almost dead, icy muscles, icy blood, the toughest managed to reach the plateau. Today they finally reach the royal road of the Incas, the one that leads to Quito, to paradise. As soon as they arrive, they discover the fresh footprints of horseshoes in the mud. Captain Benalcazar beat their hand. 1533. Stop. This town is committing suicide. Benalcazar's men burst in, unstoppable. They spy and fight for them thousands of native allies, enemies of the Incas. After 3 battles, the dice are rolled. General Ruminewi is already leaving when he sets Quito on fire from all 4 sides. Invaders will not be able to enjoy them alive, nor will they find any other treasures than those they can snatch from the graves. The city of Quito, birthplace and throne of Atahualpa, is a gigantic bonfire between volcanoes. Ruminewi, who has never been shot in the back, walks away from the high flames. His eyes water from the smoke. 1533. Barcelona. Holy Wars. From America came the heralds of the good news. The emperor closes his eyes and watches the advance of the canopies and smells of pitch and salt. The emperor breathes like the sea, high tide, low tide, and blows to rush ships swollen with treasures. Providence has just given him a new kingdom, where gold and silver abound like iron in Biscay. Incredible loot is on the way. With it he will be able to reassure the bankers who will hang him, and he will finally be able to pay his soldiers, Swiss pikemen, German Landsknechts, Spanish infants, who do not even see a coin in their dreams. Atahualpa's ransom will finance the holy wars against the crescent of Islam, which has reached the gates of Vienna, and against the heretics who follow Luther in Germany. The emperor will assemble a large fleet to sweep Sultan Suleiman and the old pirate Barbarossa from the Mediterranean. The mirror reflects the image of the god of war, the damascened armor, with chiseled lace on the edge of the collar and breastplate, the feathered helmet, the face illuminated by the sun of glory, the eyebrows attacking on the melancholic eyes, bearded chin projected forward. The emperor dreams of Algiers and hears the call of Constantinople. Tunisia, fallen into unfaithful hands, also awaits the general of Jesus Christ. 1533. Seville. The treasure of the Incas. From the first of the ships, gold and silver are dumped on the quays of Seville. The oxen drag the full jars to the trading house. Stunned murmurs rise from the crowd watching the landing. There is talk of mysteries and of the vanquished monarch beyond the sea. 2 men, 2 grapes, come out of the tavern overlooking the quays, entwined. They enter the crowd and ask, shouting, where the notary is. They do not celebrate the treasure of the Incas. They are reddish and glowing from the day of good wine and because they have entered into a pact of great brotherhood. They decided to change the women, you mine, which is a jewel, and me yours, even if it is worthless, and they are looking for the notary to document the agreement. They pay no attention to the gold and silver of Peru, and the people, dazzled, pay no attention to the shipwrecked man who has arrived with the treasure. The ship, caught in the fire, rescued the castaway on a small Caribbean island. His name is Pedro Serrano, and 9 years ago he swam away. Now he wears the hair of a seat and the beard of an apron, his skin is like leather, and he hasn't stopped talking since they took him away. He continues to tell his story, now, in the midst of the tumult. Nobody listens to him. 1534. Riobamba. Inflation. When news of Atahualpa's gold reached Santo Domingo, everyone looked for a boat. Alonso Hernandez, an Indian delivery man, was one of the first to flee. He embarks in Panama and on arriving in Tums buys a horse. The horse costs 7 times more in Tums than in Panama and 30 times more than in Santo Domingo. The passage of the Cordillera left Hernandez on foot. To continue his journey to Quito, he buys another horse. He pays 90 times more for it than in Santo Domingo. Also buy, for 350 pesos, a black slave. In Riobamba, a horse costs 8 times more than a man. Everything is for sale in this kingdom, even flags covered in mud and blood, and everything is sold for gold. 1 gold bar is charged for 2 sheets of paper. The newly arrived merchants defeat the conquerors without drawing their swords. 1535. Cuzco. The Brazen Throne. On the knees of the little king, a vassal king of another king, does not rest the golden scepter, but a shining staff of colored glass. Manco Inca wears the scarlet tassel on his head, but the triple gold necklace is missing from his chest where the sun does not shine, and the resplendent discs do not hang from his ears. The brother and the enemy and Atahualpa's heir does not carry on his back the cloak of gold and silver threads and vicuna wool. The falcons have disappeared from the flags, which the wind blows, to make way for the eagles of the Emperor of Europe. No one kneels at the feet of the Inca crowned by Pizarro. 1536. Mexico. Moto Line. Fray Toribio from Motolania walks barefoot up the hill. He carries a heavy bag on his back. Motolania is called, in the local litany, someone who is poor or afflicted, and he still wears the patched and tattered habit that gave him his name years ago, when he came to walk barefoot. as it is now, from the port of Veracruz. He stops at the top of the hill. At its feet extends the immense lagoon, and in it shines the city of Mexico. Motolinía passes his hand to his forehead, takes a deep breath and plants in the ground, one after another, 10 rough crosses, branches tied with string, and planting them, he offers them. This cross, my God, because of the scourges which were not known here and which attacked the natives with such viciousness. This one because of the war, and that one because of the hunger, which killed as many Indians as there are drops in the sea and grains in the sand. This one by the tribute collectors, drones that eat the honey of the Indians, and the latter for tribute, that to comply the Indians must sell their children and their lands. It's because of the gold mines, which stink so much of the dead that you can't go a mile away. This is for the great city of Mexico, built on the ruins of Tenochtitlan, and for those who brought beams and stones on their backs to build it, singing and shouting night and day, until they die exhausted or crushed by landslides. This for the slaves who from all parts were dragged to the city, like herds of beasts, branded in the face, and this one for those who fall on the roads carrying big maintenance loads to the mines. And this, sir, because of the continuous strife and skirmishes between us Spaniards, which always end in the torture and murder of Indians. Kneeling before the crosses, Motolinía pleads. Forgive them, my God. Please forgive them. I know very well that they continue to adore their bloody idols, and that if before they had 100 gods, with you they have 101. They do not know how to distinguish the host from a grain of corn. But if they deserve the punishment of your heavy hand, they also deserve the pity of your generous heart. Then Motolinía signs off, gets rid of his habit and resumes the path of the descent. Shortly before the Ave Maria, he arrives at the convent. Alone in his cell, he lies down on the mat and slowly eats an omelette. 1536. Machu Picchu. Manco Inca. Tired of being a king treated like a dog, Manco Inca stands against the hairy-faced men. On the empty throne Pizarro installed Paulo, brother of Manco Inca and Atahualpa and Huáscar. On horseback, at the head of a large army, Manco Inca besieged Cuzco. Arden las hogueras en torno a la ciudad y luven, instantes, las flechas de yesca encendida, pero más castiga el chamber a los sitiadores que a los sitiados y las tropas de Manco Inca se retiran, al cabo de medio ano, entre alaridos que parten earth. The Inca crosses the valley of the Urubamba River and emerges between the high peaks of mist. The stone staircase leads you to the secret abode of the peaks. Protected by parapets and towers, the fortress of Machu Picchu reigns beyond the world. 1536. Ulua Valley. Gonzalo Guerrero. Alonso de Avila's horsemen retreat victorious. On the battlefield lies, among the vanquished, a bearded Indian. The naked body is carved with arabesques of ink and blood. Golden symbols hang from the nose, lips, and ears. A shot from an arquebus split his forehead. His name was Gonzalo Guerrero. In his first life he had been a sailor in the port of Palos. Its second life began a quarter of a century ago, when it was shipwrecked off the Yucatan. Since then he has lived among the Indians. He was cacique in peace and captain in war. As a Mayan woman, he had 3 children. In 1519, Hernán Cortés sent for him. No, Gonzalo told the messenger. Look at my children, how beautiful they are. Give me some of those green beads you bring. I will give them to my children, and I will say to them, these toys are sent by my brothers, from my land. Much later, Gonzalo Guerrero fell defending another land, fighting alongside other brothers, the brothers he chose. He was the first conquistador conquered by the Indians. 1536. Culiacán. Cow's Head. 8 years have passed since Cabeza de Vaca was shipwrecked on the island of Malhado. Of the 600 men who left Andalusia, some deserted on the way and many were swallowed up by the sea, others died of starvation, cold, or Indians, and 4, barely 4, now arrive in Culiacan. Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, Alonso del Castillo, Andrés Dorantes, and Estebanico, a black Arab, crossed, on foot, all of America from Florida to the Pacific coast. Naked, shedding their skin like snakes, they ate grasses and stony roots, worms and lizards and whatever they could find, until the Indians offered them blankets, tunas, and corn in exchange for their miracles and healings. Cabeza de Vaca brought more than one dead to life by praying Our Father and the Hail Mary, and many sick people were healed by making the sign of the cross and blowing where it hurt. From league to league, the fame of the thaumaturges grew, the crowds came out to receive them on the roads and the towns inflamed them with dances and gaiety. In the lands of Sinaloa, going south, the first traces of Christians appeared. Cabeza de Vaca and his companions found buckles, shoe nails, stakes to tie up the horses. They also found fear, abandoned crops, Indians fleeing to the mountains. "We are close," Cabeza de Vaca said. "After so much walking, we are close to our people." "They are not like you," said the Indians. "You come from where the sun rises and they come from where the sun sets. You heal the sick and they kill the healthy. You walk naked and barefoot. You covet nothing." 1537. Rome. The Pope says they are like us. Pope Paolo Tercero affixes his name to the lead seal, which bears the effigies of Saint Peter and Saint Paul, and binds it to the parchment. A new bubble leaves the Vatican. His name is Sublimis Deus and he discovers that the Indians are human beings, endowed with soul and reason. 1538. Holy Sunday. The mirror. The midday sun brings smoke to stones and lightning to metals. There is a disturbance in the port. The galleons brought from Seville the heavy artillery for the fortress of Santo Domingo. The caretaker, Fernandez de Oviedo, directs the hauling of culverts and cannons. With whips, the blacks drag the charge at full speed. The carts creak, weighed down with iron and bronze, and in the whirlwind other slaves come and go throwing cauldrons of water against the fire which springs from the overheated axles. Amid the commotion and shouting, an Indian woman searches for her master. Her skin is covered in blisters. Each step is a triumph and the few clothes she wears torment her burnt skin. During the night and half a day, this girl endured, from cry to cry, the burn of the acid. She herself roasted the guayo roots and rubbed them between her palms until they turned into paste. The whole body was smeared with guayo, from the root of the hair to the toes, because guayo burns the skin and cleanses it of color, and thus transforms Indian and black women into white ladies of Castile. "Do you recognize me, sir?" Oviedo pushes her away, but the girl persists, a small voice, clinging to her master like a shadow, while Oviedo runs shouting orders to the foreman. "Does he know who I am?" The girl falls to the ground and from the ground continues to ask. "Sir, sir, don't you know who I am?" 1538. Bogota Valley. Black beard, red beard, white beard. A year ago, Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada, black beard, black eyes, went in search of the sources of gold at the source of the Magdalena River. Half the population of Santa Marta came after him. They crossed swamps and lands smoking in the sun. When they reached the banks of the river, not one of the thousands of naked Indians they had brought to carry the cannons, the bread, and the salt remained alive. Since there were no more slaves to hunt and catch, the dogs were thrown into the vats of boiling water. Later the horses were also cut into pieces. Hunger was worse than alligators, snakes, and mosquitoes. They ate roots and strips. They were fighting over the meat of the one who fell, before the priest had finished giving him a pass to heaven. They sail up the river, riddled with rain and with no wind in their sails, until Quesada decides to change course. El Dorado is on the other side of the mountain range, he decided, and not at the source of the river. They crossed the mountains. After much climbing, Quesada now looks out over the green valleys of the Chibcha nation. Before 160 rags eaten away by fever, he raises his sword, takes possession of it and proclaims that he will never again obey the orders of his governor. 3.5 years ago, Nicholas de Federman, red beard, blue eyes, left Koro in search of the golden center of the earth. He wandered through mountains and moors. Indians and blacks were the first to die. When Federman rises above the peaks where the clouds tangle, he discovers the green valleys of the Chibcha nation. 160 soldiers survived, creeping ghosts covered in buckskins. Federman kisses the sword, takes possession of it, and proclaims that he will never obey his governor's orders again. 3 long years ago, Sebastian de Benalcázar, gray eyes, white beard with gray hair or road dust, went in search of the treasures that the city of Quito, emptied and burned, had refused him. Of the crowd following him, only 160 exhausted Europeans and no Indians remain. Destroyer of cities, founder of cities, Benalcázar left behind him a trail of ashes and blood and new worlds born from the tip of his sword, around the gibbet, the square, around the square, the church, the houses, the walls. The conqueror's helmet shines on the ridge of the mountain range. Benalcázar takes possession of the green valleys of the Chibcha nation and proclaims that he will never again obey the orders of his governor. From the north, Quesada has arrived. For the east, Federman. To the south, Benalcázar. Cross and Arquebus, heaven and earth. After so many crazy tours around the planet, the 3 rebel captains descend the sides of the mountain range and find themselves in the plain of Bogotá. Benalcázar knows that the caciques of this kingdom travel on a litter of gold. Federman listens to the soft melody that the breeze tears from the golden leaves that overhang the temples and palaces. Quesada kneels at the edge of the lagoon where native priests immerse themselves covered in gold dust. Who will get El Dorado? Quesada, the man from Granada, who says he was the first. Federman, the German from Ulm, who wins in the name of the banker Welser. Benalcázar, the Cordovan? The 3 armies in rags, wounds and bones, measure and weight. Then the German laughs. He can't stop laughing and he bends over laughing and the Andalusians catch up with him until the 3 captains fall to the ground, knocked down with laughter and hunger and by the one who gave them an appointment and took them away. Teased, the one who is without being there and arrived without coming, the one who knows that El Dorado will not belong to anyone. 1538. Masaya Volcano. Volcano, god of money. From the mouth of the Masaya volcano came out, in other times, a naked old woman, knowing many secrets, who gave good advice on corn and war. Ever since the Christians arrived, say the Indians, the old woman refuses to leave the burning mountain. Many Christians believe that the Masaya is a mouth of hell and that the flames and fiery smoke portend eternal punishment. Others say that boils of gold and silver raise this incandescent smoke to the clouds, which can be seen 50 leagues away. The precious metals melt and purify as they turn, in the belly of the hill. The longer the fire burns, the purer they remain. For a year, the expedition has been prepared. Father Blas del Castillo gets up early and confesses to Pedro Ruiz, Benito Davila, and Juan Sanchez. The 4 tearfully apologize and set off at dawn. The priest is the first to descend. He rides in a basket, a helmet on his head, a stole on his chest and a cross in his hand, and reaches the vast esplanade which surrounds the foyer. It's not called hell, it's called heaven. He cries, black with ash, nailing the cross between the stones. Then his companions descend. From above, the Indians send the pulley, the chains, the cauldrons, the beams, the bolts. They overwhelm the iron cauldron. From the depths comes neither gold nor silver, but pure sulfur dross. When they put the cauldron deeper, the volcano eats it. 1541. Santiago de Chile. Inés Suarez. A few months ago, Pedro de Valdivia discovered this hill and this valley. The Araucanians, who had discovered them a few thousand years earlier, called the hill Huulan, which means pain. Valdivia baptized it Santa Lucia. From the top of the hill, Valdivia saw the green land between the arms of the river and decided that there was no better place in the world to offer a city to the Apostle Santiago, who accompanies the conquerors and fights for them. His sword crossed the air, in the four directions of the compass rose, and that is how Santiago del Nuevo Extremo was born. This is how he now celebrates his first summer, a few mud and log houses, covered with straw, the square in the center, the palisade all around. Barely 50 men remained in Santiago. Valdivia wanders with the others along the banks of the Cachapoal River. At daybreak, the sentry issued the cry of alarm from the top of the palisade. On the four sides appear the native squads. The Spaniards hear the cries of war and immediately a burst of arrows falls on them. At noon, some houses are pure ashes and the palisade has fallen. They fight in the square, hand to hand. Ines then runs towards the hut which serves as her prison. The guardian watches over the 7 Araucanian chiefs that the Spaniards had captured in the past. She suggests, begs, orders that they be beheaded. As heads. As so. Ines snatches her sword and the 7 heads fly through the air. The battle is turned. The heads turn the besieged into persecutors. In the attack, the Spaniards do not invoke the Apostle Santiago, but Our Lady of Help. Malaga's Ines Suarez had been the first to come when Valdivia raised the Enganche flag at their home in Cuzco. He came to these southern lands at the head of the invading hosts, riding alongside Valdivia, a sword of good steel and a coat of fine mail, and since then he walks, fights, and lies with Valdivia. Today he took his place. She is the only woman among the men. They say, he's a macho, and they compare her to Roldan and El Cid, as she rubs oil on Captain Francisco de Aguirre's fingers, which are still attached to the hilt of the sword and there is no way to open them, though the war, for today, is over. 1541. Rock of Nocastlan. Never. Even the mule had been seized. Those who now eat from his silverware and walk on his carpets chased him out of Mexico with leg irons. 10 years later, they, the officials, summoned the warrior. Alvarado gave up the governorship of Guatemala and came to punish the Indians in those barren lands he had conquered with Cortés. He wanted to continue his journey north, towards the 7 golden cities of the kingdom of Cibola, but this morning, in the middle of the battle, a horse came at him and threw him down the slope. Pedro de Alvarado returned to Mexico and in Mexico he is lying. No horse will take him north or anywhere. The helmet hangs on a branch and among the brambles the sword has fallen. Don't sheathe me without honor, it still read on the steel blade. 1541. Guatemalan Old Town. Beatriz. Pedro de Alvarado had married Francisca, but Francisca was smitten by the orange blossom water she drank on the way to Veracruz. Then he married Beatriz, Francisca's sister. Beatriz was waiting for her in Guatemala when she found out 2 months ago that she was a widow. He lined his house with black inside and out and nailed down doors and windows to get tired of crying without witnesses. She wept looking in the mirror at her naked body, parched by so much waiting and having nothing more to wait for, a body that did not sing, and she wept for her mouth that was only able to say, "You are there?" She cried for this house she hates and for this land which is not hers and for the years spent between this house and the church, from mass to the table and from baptism to burial, surrounded by drunken soldiers and Indian servants who give him disgust. She cried for the food that hurts her and for the one that never came, because there was always a war to fight or a land to conquer. She cried all she had cried in her bed without anyone, when she grimaced every time the dog barked or the rooster crowed, and on her own she learned to read the darkness and to listen to the silence and to suck in the air. She cried and cried, broken inside. When he finally left the cloister, he announced, "I am the governor of Guatemala." Few could rule. The volcano spits out a cascade of water and stones that drowns the city and kills everything it touches. The deluge rushes towards Beatriz's house, while she runs to the oratory, climbs the altar and kisses the Virgin. Her 11 maids hug her legs and kiss each other, and Beatrice cries, "You are there?" The waterspout devastates the city that Alvarado founded, and as the roar grows, Beatrice continues to shout, "You are there?" 1541. Cape Frio. At dawn, the cricket was singing. He had been silent since his embarkation in the port of Cadiz, 2.5 months silent and sad in the little cage, until his cry of joy resounded, today, from bow to stern, and woke up everyone. World. Miracle! Miracle! The weather was just enough to confuse the ship. The cricket celebrated the proximity of the earth. Thanks to their alert, the sailors were not smashed against the rocks of the Brazilian coast. Cabeza de Vaca, leader of this expedition to the Rio de la Plata, is well known in these matters. They call him Alvar the Miracle Maker since he crossed America from coast to coast raising the dead in native villages. 1542. Stop. The gold. Gonzalo Pizarro's men walked for a long time, inside the jungle, in search of the golden-skinned prince and the cinnamon forests. They found snakes and bats, armies of mosquitoes, swamps and endless rain. Lightning flashed, night after night, this caravan of naked people, glued together by panic. This afternoon, they arrive, wounds on their bones, on the outskirts of Quito. Everyone says their name to be recognized. Of the 4,000 Indian slaves on the expedition, none returned. Captain Gonzalo Pizarro kneels and kisses the ground. Last night he dreamed of a dragon jumping on him, tearing him to pieces and devouring his heart. That's why he doesn't blink now when we break the news to him. Your brother Francisco was assassinated in Lima. 1542. With Lapa Yara. The Amazon. The battle didn't look bad today, St. John's Day. From the brigantines, the men of Francisco de Orellana emptied the enemies, with shots of arquebuses and crossbows, the white canoes coming from the coast. But the witch bared her teeth. The warrior women appeared, so beautiful and so fierce that they caused a scandal. Then the canoes covered the river and the ships came up the river like frightened porcupines, bristling with arrows from bow to stern and up to the mainmast. The captains were fighting laughing. They put themselves in front of the men, the women with a lot of grace and clothes, and there was no more fear in the village of Conlapayara. They fought laughing, dancing, and singing, their breasts floating in the air, until the Spaniards were lost beyond the mouth of the Tapajos River, exhausted from so much effort and hardship. Astonishment. They had heard of these women, and now they believe. They live in the south, in domains without men, where they drown children born male. When the body demands it, they make war on the tribes of the coast and take them prisoners. They return them the next morning. After a night of love, the one who arrived as a boy comes back as an old man. Orellana and his soldiers will continue to navigate the most powerful river in the world and set out to sea without a pilot, compass, or map. They travel in the 2 brigantines they have built or invented with axes, in the middle of the jungle, making nails and hinges with the horseshoes of dead horses and blowing coal with boots transformed into bellows. They let themselves drift on the Amazon River, skirting the jungle, without energy for the oars, and continue to mumble prayers. They pray to God that the next enemies will be men, no matter how many. 1542. Iguazu River. In full light. Smoking under his iron suit, tormented by bites and wounds, Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca dismounts and sees God for the first time. Giant butterflies flutter. Cabeza de Vaca kneels before the Iguazu Falls. The torrents, tumultuous, frothy, descend from the sky to wash away the blood of all the fallen and redeem all the deserts, torrents that unleash vapors and rainbows and uproot the jungles from the depths of the dry earth, raging waters, ejaculation of God fertilizing the earth, the first eternal day of creation. To discover this reign of God, Cabeza de Vaca traveled half the world and the other half sailed. To find out, he suffered shipwrecks and sorrows. To see him, he was born with the eyes in his face. What remains of his life will be a gift. 1543. Cubagua. The Pearl Fishers. The city of Nueva Cádiz fell, struck down by the tidal wave and the pirates. Before the whole island fell, this island of Cubagua where, 45 years ago, Christopher Columbus exchanged pearls for broken crockery with the Indians. After so much fishing, the oysters are exhausted and the divers lie on the bottom of the sea. Indian slaves immersed themselves in these waters, with stones strapped to their backs, to reach deep down to where the largest pearls were, and gasping for breath they swam from sunrise to sunset, snatching the stuck oysters to rocks and ground. No slave lasted long. Sooner or later, their lungs ruptured, a jet of blood rose, in their place, to the surface. The men who had caught or bought them said that the sea had turned red because the oysters, like the women, had their periods. 1544. Machu Picchu. The Stone Throne. From there, Manco Inca ruled over the lands of Vilcabamba. From there he waged a long and hard war, a war of fire and ambush, against the invaders. They do not know the labyrinths that lead to the secret citadel. No enemy knows them. Only Captain Diego Mendez was able to reach the hiding place. He was fleeing on the orders of Almagro's son. His sword had pierced Francisco Pizarro's throat. Manco Inca gave him shelter. Later, Diego Mendez stabbed Manco Inca in the back with a dagger. Among the stones of Machu Picchu, where the lit flowers offer honey to whoever fertilizes them, is the Inca wrapped in beautiful blankets. Inca war song. We will drink from the traitor's skull and make a necklace with his teeth. Of his bones we will make flutes. Of his skin we will make a drum. So we're going to dance. 1544. Campeche. The houses. He's been waiting a long time, here at the port, alone with the heat and the mosquitoes. He wanders along the quays, barefoot, listening to the rocking of the sea and the tapping of his stick, step by step, on the stones. No one offers a word to the recently anointed Bishop of Chiapas. He is the most hated man in America, the Antichrist of the colonial lords, the scourge of these lands. Because of him, the emperor promulgated the new laws which deprived the children of the conquerors of Indian slaves. What will become of them without the arms that support them in the mines and on the farms? The new laws take food out of their mouths. He's America's most beloved man. Voice of the mute, stubborn defender of those who receive treatment worse than the manure of the squares, denunciator of those who, out of greed, make Jesus Christ the most cruel of gods and the king a wolf greedy for human flesh. As soon as he landed in Campeche, Fray Bartolomé de las Casas announced that no Indian landowner would be acquitted in confession. They replied that his bishop's credentials were not valid here, nor the new laws valid, for they had come in block letters and not in the handwriting of the king's clerks. He threatened excommunication and they laughed. They burst out laughing, because Fray Bartolomé is known to be deaf. This afternoon the messenger from Ciudad Real de Chiapas arrived. The chapter lets it be known that their coffers are empty to pay for the bishop's trip to his diocese and sends him some coins from the box of the dead. 1544. Lime. Carvajal. The lights of dawn give form and face to the shadows hanging from the lampposts of the square. A frightened early riser recognizes them, two early morning conquistadors, one of those who captured the Inca Atahualpa in Cajamarca, swinging with their tongues hanging out and their eyes bulging. The thunder of drums, the roar of horses, the city wakes up with a start. The town crier shouts at the top of his voice and next to him Francisco de Carvajal dictates and listens. The town crier announces that all the principal lords of Lima will be hanged like these two, and that no house will remain without looting, if the town hall does not accept Gonzalo Pizarro as governor. General Carvajal, field master of the rebel troops, gives a deadline until noon. Carvajal. Before the echo dies down, the auditors of the royal court and the notables of Lima have dressed and, half buttoned up, hastened to the palace and signed, without discussion, the act which recognizes Gonzalo Pizarro as the only and absolute authority. All that is missing is the signature of Mr. Zarate, who caresses his neck and hesitates while the others wait, dazed, trembling, listening, or thinking he hears the panting of horses and the swearing of soldiers entering the field, in short rein, eager to attack. "Hurry up!" they plead. Zarate thinks he leaves a good dowry for his marriable daughter, Teresa, and that his generous offerings to the church have more than paid for another life more serene than this one. What are you waiting for? Carvajal's patience is short. Carvajal, more than 30 years of wars in Europe, 10 in America. He fought at Ravenna and Pavia. He was at the sack of Rome. He fought alongside Cortés in Mexico and Peru alongside Francisco Pizarro. He crossed the mountain range 6 times. The demon of the Andes. In the midst of battle, as we know, the giant throws down his helmet and cuirass and offers his chest. Eat and sleep on the horse. Calm down, gentlemen, calm down. Innocent blood will flow. There's no time to lose. The shadow of the gallows hangs over the newly purchased titles of nobility. Sign, sir. Let's avoid new tragedies in Peru. Mr. Zarate dips the quill pen, draws a cross and below, before signing, writes, "I swear before God and on this cross and on the words of the Holy Gospels, which I sign for 3 reasons, out of fear and out of fear." 1545. Royal City of Chiapas. From Valladolid comes the bad news. The Crown has suspended the most important new laws, which free the Indians. While they lasted barely 3 years, who fulfilled them? In reality, even Indians who have the word free branded on their arms, red hot, continue to be slaves. For this have they given me the reason. Fray Bartolome feels abandoned by God, a branchless leaf, alone and nobody. They said yes so that nothing would change. Even paper will not protect those who have no other shield than their bellies. Is this why the kings received the New World from the Pope? Is God just a pretext? Does this executioner's shadow come out of my body? Curled up in a blanket, he writes a letter to Prince Philip. He announces that he will go to Valladolid without waiting for an answer or a permit. Then, Fray Bartolome kneels on the mat, facing the night, and says aloud a prayer invented by him. 1546. Potosi. Potosi money. 50 Indians fallen for refusing to serve in the tunnels. Not a year ago, the first vein appeared, and the slopes of the hill have already been stained with human blood. And a league from here, the rocks of the ravine show the green-black stains of the devil's blood. The devil had closed the ravine which leads to Cuzco and crushed the passing Spaniards. An archangel snatched the demon from its cave and crushed it against the rocks. Now the Potosi silver mines have labor and an open road. Before the conquest, at the time of the Inca Huayna Capac, when the flint peak sank into the silver veins of the hill, a terrifying noise occurred that shook the world. Then the voice from the hill said to the Indians, "Other owners have this wealth." 1547. Valparaiso. The farewell. Flies buzz among the remnants of the banquet. Neither a lot of wine nor the good sun puts eaters to sleep. This morning, hearts are beating fast. Under the arbor, facing the sea, Pedro de Valdivia says goodbye to those who are leaving. After so many wars and famines in the wild lands of Chile, 15 of his men are preparing to return to Spain. A few tears roll when Valdivia remembers the shared years, the cities born from nothing, the Indians tamed by the tip of the spears. "I have no other consolation," the speech ignites, "than to understand that you will rest and enjoy what you have well deserved, and that alleviates, at least in part, my anxiety." Not far from the beach, the waves rock the ship that will take them to Peru. From there, they will travel to Panama, across Panama, to the other sea, and then. It will be long, but those who stretch their legs have the impression of already walking on the stones of the quays of Seville. Baggage, clothes, and gold have been on deck since last night. 3,000 gold pesos will be taken to Chile by the notary Juan Pinal. With his sheaf of papers, a quill, and an inkwell, he followed Valdivia like a shadow, attesting to each of his steps and the force of law of each of his actions. Death touched him several times. This small fortune will be used to remedy the fate of the virgin girls who are waiting for the notary Pinal in distant Spain. The soldiers are dreaming aloud, when suddenly someone jumps up and asks, "And Valdivia? Where is Valdivia?" They all rush towards the seaside. They jump, they shout, they raise their fists. Valdivia looks smaller and smaller. There he is, rowing in the only boat to the ship loaded with everyone's gold. On the beach of Valparaiso, curses and threats are stronger than the roar of the waves. The sails swell and move away towards Peru. Valdivia goes in search of his title of governor of Chile. With the gold he takes and the strength of his arms, he hopes to convince those who reign in Lima. At the top of a rock, the notary Juan Pinal shakes his head and laughs non-stop. Their daughters will die virgins in Spain. Some are crying, red with rage, and Cornet Alonso de Torres tunes an old melody, then smashes the bugle to pieces, which is the only thing he has left. Nostalgia song, from the Spanish songbook. I have the loneliness of you, my land where I was born. If I die without luck, bury me in the high mountains, for the earth does not miss my body in the grave. And in a high mountain range, to see if I will see from there the land where I was born. 1548. Zaquazaguana. The Battle of Zaquazaguana is over. Gonzalo Pizarro, the best spearman in America, the man who can split a mosquito in flight with an arquebus or a crossbow, hands his sword to Pedro de la Gasca. Gonzalo slowly removes his Milan steel armor. La Gasca had come with the mission of cutting his wings, and now the rebel leader no longer dreams of crowning himself king of Peru. Now he only dreams of La Gasca sparing his life. Pedro de Valdivia arrives at the winner's store. The infantry fought under your orders. The king's honor was in your hands, governor, said La Gasca. This is the first time that the king's representative has called him governor. Chilean governor. Valdivia nods her thanks. He has other things to ask, but as soon as he opens his mouth, the soldiers come in, bringing Gonzalo Pizarro's deputy. General Carvajal appears with his helmet, very high with feathers. Those who took him prisoner dare not touch him. Of all Pizarro's officers, Carvajal is the only one who has not crossed over to the enemy side. When La Gasca offered the king's pardon to the repentant rebels, many soldiers and captains suddenly rammed and galloped across the swamp to change sides. Carvajal stayed and fought until his horse was knocked down. Carvajal, says Diego Centeno, commander of the victorious troops. You fell with honor, Carvajal. The old man doesn't even look at him. You do not know me. Centeno insists, and holds out his hand to receive the sword. Carvajal, who has defeated Centeno more than once, put him to flight and chased him through half of Peru, looks at him and says, I only knew you from behind. And he gives the sword to Pedro de Valdivia. 1548. Zaquazaguana. The executioner. Wrapped in ropes and chains, Carvajal enters an immense basket dragged by mules. Between swirls of dust and cries of hatred, the warrior sings. His raspy voice cuts through the clamor of insults, unaware of the kicks and kicks of those who cheered yesterday and spit in our faces today. What luck! Child in the cradle, old man in the cradle. What luck! He sings of the basket which takes him to Somersault. When the mules arrive at the gibbet up there, the soldiers throw Carvajal at the feet of the executioner. The crowd roars as the executioner slowly draws his cutlass. Brother Juan, Carvajal asks. Since we are trades, treat me like a tailor to a tailor. Juan Enriquez is the name of this sweet-faced boy. He had another name in Seville, when he strolled the docks dreaming of being the king's executioner in America. It is said that he likes his job because it is scary and there is no great lord or great warrior who does not turn away while passing in the streets. He is also said to be a lucky avenger. They pay you to kill, and his weapon does not rust and his smile does not fade. Oh grandfather! Oh, grandfather! Carvajal sings, in a low, sad voice, because at that moment he started thinking about his horse, Boscanillo, also old and defeated, and how well they understood each other. Juan Enriquez grabs his beard with his left hand and cuts his neck with a stick with his right. Under the golden sun, an ovation bursts. The executioner shows the head of Carvajal, who until a moment ago was 84 years old and had never forgiven anyone. 1548. Zaguana. On cannibalism in America. Since Francisco Pizarro attended, in mourning, the burial of his victim, the Emperor Atahualpa, several men succeeded one another to order and feed the vast kingdom which belonged to the Incas. Diego de Almagro, governor of one part, rebels against Francisco Pizarro, governor of the other. Both had sworn, before the consecrated host, that honors, Indians, and lands would be shared without either taking more, but Pizarro hoarded and won, and Almagro's throat been cut off. Almagro's son avenged his father and proclaimed himself governor over Pizarro's corpse. Then, Almagro's son was sent to the gallows by Cristobal Vaca de Castro, who went down in history as the only one saved from the gallows, the axe, or the sword. Later, Gonzalo Pizarro, Francisco's brother, rose up in arms against Blasco Núñez Vila, the first viceroy of Peru. Núñez Vila fell, seriously injured, from his horse. They cut off her head and nailed her to a pike. Gonzalo Pizarro was about to crown himself king. Today, Monday, April 9th, the slope that leads to the Degolladero rises. Mars mounted on a mule. His hands were tied behind his back and a black cloak was thrown over him, which covers his face and prevents him from seeing Francisco de Carvajal's disembodied head. 1548. Guanajuato. The mines of Guanajuato were born. In the peace of God, my brother. So be it, traveler. They meet the muleteers from Mexico City and decide to camp. The night has come and in the shadows hide those who sleep by day. Isn't that the hill of Cubalite? Among the criminals, he deserves to be called. Miss Pedro and Martín Rodrigo went to Zacatecas to seek their fortune in these mines, and they took what they had, a few mules, to sell for a good price. At dawn, they will continue on their way. They pick up branches, on a mattress of dry leaves, and surround them with stones. The bond punishes the flint, the spark becomes flame, facing the fire, the muleteers tell each other their stories, their bad luck, and there they are, ragged and nostalgic, when one of the two shouts. They shine. What? The stones. Martín Rodrigo leaps across the sky, a skinny five-pointed star in the moonlight, and Miss Pedro breaks his fingernails on the hot stones and burns his lips kissing them. 1549. The Serena. The return. Pedro de Valdivia has just landed in the harbor of Quintero and shortly after walking he finds the sour smell of carrion. In Peru, Valdivia has a lot of strength to avoid pitfalls and overcome doubts and enemies. The vigor of his arm placed at the service of the king and the brilliance of the gold which he had stolen from his men on the beach of Valparaiso were very eloquent before those who command in Lima. After 2 years, he returns with his title of Governor of Chile well tied and signed and confirmed. It also brings the obligation to return the gold to the last gram. And another obligation, which bites his chest, to release his brand new title. He must put an end to his love affair with Inés Suarez and he will have to bring his legitimate wife from Spain. Chile does not receive it with a smile. In this city of La Serena, which he named after the region where he was born, the Spaniards lie, without hands, without heads, among the ruins. Your mind-blowing stories don't interest the vultures. Last time sky. Dawn opens an undulating gash in the black mist and separates the land from Ines, who has not slept, detaches herself from the arms of Valdivia and leans on her. In an elbow. She's soaked in him and feels fiercely alive in every corner of the room. Body, we look at a hand, in the mist of the first light, she is afraid of her own burning fingers. Look for the dagger. Raises it. Valdivia sleeps purring. The dagger wobbles in the air, above his naked body. Centuries pass. Finally, Ines gently thrusts the dagger into the pillow, next to her face, and walks away, tiptoeing across the dirt floor, leaving the bed completely empty of women. 1552. Valladolid. The one who has always served is already in charge. The woman kisses the silver bar with her lips, with her forehead, with her breasts, while the priest reads aloud the letter from her husband, Juan Prieto, dated from Potosi. The letter and the ingot took almost a year to cross the ocean and reach Valladolid. Juan Prieto says that while the others pass their time in drunkenness and bullfights, he does not go to the taverns or the square, that in Potosi for some reason the men put their hands on the sword and a wind of dust blows there, damaging clothes and maddening people's minds. Let him think only of returning to Spain and now send this big ingot of silver so that they can build the garden where the welcome banquet will be held. The garden must have a double iron gate and a stone arch wide enough for the passage of cars invited to the party. It will be an enclosed garden, high walls with no openings, full of trees, flowers, rabbits, and doves. Let a large table with sweets be set in the center for the lords of Valladolid whom he had served, years ago, as a servant. That there will be a tapestry on the grass, next to the main chair, and his wife and daughter Sabina will sit on the tapestry. He strongly urges his wife not to take her eyes off her Sabina and not let the sun touch her, because he spent all these years in India to get her a good dowry and a good marriage. 1553. Banks of the San Pedro River. Miguel. Enough skin had remained attached to the whips. He was accused of working haphazardly or of losing a tool, and the butler would say, "Let him pay with his body." As they went to tie him up for another round of whippings, Miguel snatched a sword and got lost in the bush. Other slaves from the Beria mines fled after him. A few Indians joined the Maroons. Thus was born the small army that raided the mines and raided the fledgling town of Barquisimeto last year. Then the rebels came to the mountains and far from everything they founded, on the banks of the river, this free kingdom. The Jirajara Indians painted themselves black from head to toe and, together with the Africans, proclaimed the Black Miguel their monarch. Queen Guiomar strolls, sumptuous, among the palm trees. Her wide brocade skirt rustles. 2 pages raise the ends of their silk coats. From his wooden throne, Miguel orders the digging of trenches and the erection of palisades, appoints officials and ministers, and proclaims the most learned bishop of his men. At his feet, the crown prince plays with pebbles. "My kingdom is round and of clear waters," says Miguel, while a courtier straightens his lace collarette and another straightens the sleeves of his satin doublet. The troops that will kill Miguel and destroy his kingdom are already being prepared in El Taquio, under the command of Diego de Losada. The Spaniards will come armed with arquebuses, dogs, and crossbows. The blacks and Indians who survive will lose their ears or their testicles or the tendons of their feet, as an example for all of Venezuela. A dream of Pedro de Valdivia. The light from the axes trembles in the mist. The sound of spurs setting off sparks on the cobblestones, in a parade ground that is not from Chile or elsewhere. In the gallery, a line of noblemen from the palace, long black coats, belted swords, feathered hats. As Pedro de Valdivia passes, each of the men bows and takes off his hat. Taking off his hat, he takes off his head. 1553. Tucapel. Lautaro. The arrow of war has traveled through all the regions of Chile. At the head of the Araucanians undulates the red cape of Caupolicán, the cyclops capable of uprooting trees. The Spanish cavalry attacks. Caupolicán's army fanned out, let her in and immediately closed in and devoured her from the flanks. Valdivia sends the 2nd Battalion, which smashes against a wall of thousands of men. He then attacks, followed by his best soldiers. At full speed, he charges, shouting, spear in hand, and the Araucanians crumble before his dazzling offensive. Meanwhile, at the head of the Indians who serve the Spanish army, Lautaro waits on a hill. What cowardice is that? What infamy of our land? Until now, Lautaro was Valdivia's page. In the light of a flash of fury, the page chooses betrayal, chooses loyalty. He blows the horn he carries across his chest and at full gallop he launches an attack. He fights his way with clubs, smashing armor and kneeling horses, until he reaches Valdivia, stares him in the face, and knocks him down. The new leader of the Araucans is not yet 20 years old. 1553. Tucapel. Valdivia. There is a party around the cinnamon tree. The vanquished, dressed in loincloths, attend the dances of the victors, who wear helmets and armor. Lautaro wears the garments of Valdivia, the green doublet embroidered with gold and silver, the shimmering cuirass and the gold-visored helmet, graceful with feathers and crowned with emeralds. Valdivia, naked, says goodbye to the world. No one was wrong. This is the land that Valdivia chose to die 13 years ago, when he left Cuzco followed by 7 Spaniards on horseback and 1,000 Indians on foot. No one was mistaken except Dona Marina, his forgotten wife from Extremadura, who after 20 years decided to cross the ocean and is now sailing, with her baggage worthy of the rank of governor, the silver chair, the blue velvet bed, the rugs, and his whole court of relatives and servants. The Araucanians open the mouth of Valdivia and fill it with earth. They make him swallow earth, handful after handful. They inflate his body with Chilean earth, while they say, "Do you want gold? Eat gold. Stock up on gold." 5 and 26. 1553. Potosi. The mayor and the beauty. If Potosi had a hospital and she walked through the door, the sick would be cured. But this town or group of houses born less than 6 years ago does not have a hospital. The mining camp grew madly, now numbering 20,000 souls. New roofs sprout with each dawn, driven by adventurers who come from all over, jostling and jostling, in search of an easy fortune. No man ventures into the dirty alleys without arming himself with a sword and a coat of mail, and the women are condemned to live behind the shutters. The less ugly are in greater danger, and among them, the beautiful, single to top it off, has no choice but to hide from the world to the core. She only goes out at dawn, heavily escorted, to go to mass, because as soon as someone sees it, they want to drink it all at once or in small sips, and the penguins clap their hands. The city's mayor, Don Diego de Esquivel, saw her. They say that's why he smiles from ear to ear, and everyone knows he hadn't smiled since that long time when he tried, in childhood, and his muscles ached. To the sound of the organ, a blind man sings to the one who sleeps alone. "Madam, why do you sleep alone when you can sleep with a young man who has polished button trousers and a jacket with silver buttonholes? Above, there is an olive green. Below, there is an orange green. And between, there is a black bird sucking your sugar cube." 1553. Potosi. The mayor and the gallant. That she doesn't sleep alone, someone said. Who sleeps with it? And they report it. The girl's favorite is a handsome soldier with honey in his eyes and voice. Don Diego chews his grudge and decides to wait for his opportunity. The opportunity comes one night, in one of the gambling dens of Potosi, brought by the hand of a brother who has risked alms. A card magician reaps the fruits of his labor when the feathered priest drops his arm, pulls a dagger from his cassock, and plunges his hand into the tablecloth. The suitor, who walks out of curiosity, throws himself into the fight. They all walk prisoners. That's up to the mayor, Don Diego, to decide. He faces the gallant and offers him. And or whipped. Okay, I can't pay. Poor I am, but noble of known pure and solar blood. 12 lashes for this prince, slices the mayor. To a Spanish hidalgo. Protests the soldier. Tell me about the other ear, this one doesn't believe you, Don Diego says, and he sits down to enjoy the whipping. When they untie him, the punished lover threatens. In your ears, Monsieur le Maire, I will avenge myself. I'll lend them to you for a year. You can use them for a year, but they're mine. 1554. Cuzco. The mayor and the heirs. Since the lover's threat, Don Diego feels his ears every morning when he wakes up and measures them in front of the mirror. He discovered that ears grow when they are happy and that cold and melancholy shrink them. They are red hot from stares and slander and they flutter about desperately, like little birds in a cage, when they hear the clank of a steel blade being sharpened. To protect them, Don Diego brings them to Cuzco. Guards and slaves accompany him on the long journey. One Sunday morning, Don Diego comes out of mass, more in parade than walking, followed by the little Negro who brings him the velvet prie-dieu. Suddenly a pair of eyes fix, sharply, on his ears, and a blue coat rushes through the crowd and fades, blazing, into the distance. The ears remain as injured. 1554. Lime. The mayor and the collector. In a short time, the bells of the cathedral will announce midnight. So it will be exactly 1 year since that stupid episode that forced Don Diego to move to Cuzco, and from Cuzco to Lima. Don Diego confirms for the 1000th time that the bars are on and those who stand guard even on the roof have not fallen asleep. He checked the house corner by corner himself, not forgetting even the firewood in the kitchen. Soon he will propose a party. There will be bullfights and masquerades, reed games and gunpowder castles, birds roasting on bonfires and wine barrels with open taps. Don Diego will leave all of Lima with squinting eyes. At the party, he will debut his damask cape and his new black velvet saddle, studded with gold studs, which goes so well with the crimson saddle pad. He sits down to wait for the chime. Count them. He sighs deeply. A slave girl lifts the chandelier and lights her carpeted path to the bedroom. Another slave takes off his doublet and his leggings, those leggings that look like gloves, and the open-work white stockings. The slaves close the gate and retire to their guard posts until dawn. Don Diego blows out the candles, sinks his head into the silk cushion and, for the first time in a year, falls asleep smoothly. Much later, the armor that adorns a corner of the room begins to move. Sword in hand, the armor advances in the dark, very slowly, towards the bed. 1554. Mexico. Sepulveda. The City Council of Mexico City, the cream of the colonial mansion, decides to send Juan Ginés de Sepulveda 200 gold pesos in recognition of his work and to encourage him in the future. Sepulveda, the humanist, is not only a doctor and archpriest, chronicler and chaplain to Carlos Quinto. He also shines in business, as his growing fortune proves, and in the courts he works as an ardent propaganda agent for the landlords and the American Indians. Faced with the allegations of Bartolomé de las Casas, Sepulveda argues that the Indians are servants by nature, according to the will of God, and that the Holy Scriptures provide many examples of punishment for the unjust. When Las Casas claims that the Spaniards learn the languages of the Indians as much as the Indians learn the language of Castile, Sepulveda responds that the difference between Spaniards and Indians is the same that separates males from females and almost the one that distinguishes males monkeys, what Las Casas calls abuse and crime, because Sepulveda is a legitimate system of domination and recommends the art of hunting against those who, being born to obey, refuse slavery. The king, who published the attacks of Las Casas, prohibited on the other hand the Treaty of Sepulveda on the just causes of the colonial war. Sepulveda accepts the censorship with a smile and without protest. In the end, reality can do more than a bad conscience, and he knows what all those who govern know deep down, that it is the desire to win gold, not to win souls, that build empires. 1556. Assumption of Paraguay. The conquerors. Behind their backs they were loading firewood and the wounded. The women treated the men like little children, they gave them cool water and comfort and cobwebs for wounds. Voices of encouragement and alarm came from their mouths, along with the curses that smote the cowardly and prodded the lazy. They fired their crossbows and cannons while crawling in search of a shadow to die. When the survivors of starvation and arrows arrived at the brigantines, it was the women who hoisted the sails and headed up the river, rowing and rowing without complaint. This is what happened in Buenos Aires and on the Parana River. After 20 years, Governor Irala distributed Indians and land in Asunción, Paraguay. Bartolomé Garcia, who was one of those who arrived in the southern brigantines, mutters his protests. Irala only gave him 16 Indians, who still has an arrowhead stuck in his arm and knew how to fight hand to hand with the pumas jumping over the palisades of Buenos Aires. And me? If you complain, what shall I say? Screams Dona Isabel de Guevara. She was there too from the start. He came from Spain to found Buenos Aires with Mendoza, and with Irala he went up to Asunción. Because she is a woman, the governor did not give her a single Indian. 1556. Assumption of Paraguay. Muhammad's paradise. The dice are rolled. An Indian woman holds the lamp. Whoever wins it takes it naked, because whoever loses it bet without clothes. In Paraguay, the Indians are the trophies of dice wheels or cards, the spoils of jungle expeditions, the reason for duels and murders. Although there are many, the ugliest is worth as much as a bacon or a horse. The conquerors of India and the Indians attend mass followed by herds of women. In this barren country of gold or silver, some have 80 or 100, who by day they grind cane and by night they spin cotton and allow themselves to be loved, to give their lords honey, clothes, children. They help to forget the dreamed riches that reality has denied and the distant wives who Spain are getting old meanwhile. Meticulous. They go to bed with hatred, warns Domingo Martinez, father of countless mestizos and future brother. He says they are resentful and stubborn Indians, always eager to return to the mountain where they were chased, and cannot be trusted with an ounce of cotton because they hide it or burn it or give, that their glory is nothing more than throwing down Christians and destroying all that exists. Some have committed suicide by hanging themselves or eating dirt, and there are those who refuse the breast to their newborn babies. The Indian Juliana already killed the conquistador Nuno de Cabrera one night and cried out urging the others to follow her example. Coplas del Mujeriego, from the Spanish songbook. As the Moors spend 7 women. Also the Spaniards want to spend them. Oh, what joy! That Spain has already become the Morea. Wanting 1 is nothing, wanting 2 is wrong, wanting 3 and cheating on 4. It is the glory that God gives. 1556. Imperial Navy of Lobera. The horse, golden hair and full of spirit, decides the course and the pace. If you want to gallop, gallop. He looks for the field and frolics among the tall grass, looks at the stream and comes back, respectful, walking. He goes and comes in the dirt streets of the new city. Free rein, riding bareback, Pedro Merino de Lobera walks and celebrates. All the wine that was at La Imperial runs through his veins. From time to time, he laughs and comments. The horse turns its head, looks and approves. 4 years ago today, Don Pedro left the Viceroy's suite in Lima and set out on the long road to Chile. I'm 4 years old, Don Pedro said to the horse. 4 years you are older and coarser. During this time he has seen and fought a lot. He says that happiness and gold grow on these Chilean lands like plants grow in other regions. And when there is war, which is always the case, the Virgin casts a thick fog to blind the Indians and the Apostle Santiago adds his spear and his white horse to the armies of conquest. Not far from here, recently, as the Araucanian squadrons turned their backs on the sea, a gigantic wave carried them away and engulfed them. Don Pedro remembers and comments, and the horse nods. Sudden lightning vibrates in the sky and thunder stuns the earth. It's raining, Don Pedro checks. It's raining milk. The horse raises its mouth and... Babe. 1558. Can't. The war continues. With 100 arrows in the chest, Caupolicán finishes. The big one-eyed boss falls defeated by betrayal. The moon stopped to contemplate his exploits, and there was not among men who did not love him or fear him, that a traitor could have done so with him. Last year, the betrayal also surprised Lautaro. "And what are you doing here?" asked the leader of the Spaniards. "I come to offer you the head of Lautaro," said the traitor. Lautaro did not enter Santiago at the head of his team, at a winning pace. A spear, the longest in the Spanish army, carried Santiago's head from the Chilapirco hill. Betrayal is a weapon as devastating as typhus, smallpox, and famine, which torments the Araucanians while war destroys crops and harvests. But the farmers and hunters of these Chilean lands have other weapons. They now dominate the horses that once terrified them. They attack on horseback, a whirlwind of riders, and protect themselves with breastplates of rawhide. They know how to shoot the arquebuses they throw on the battlefield and attach the swords to the ends of their spears. Behind the moving branches, in the mist of dawn, they advance unseen. Then they pretend to retreat, so that enemy horses sink into bogs or break their legs in hidden traps. The columns of smoke tell them where the Spanish troops are. They bite them and disappear. Suddenly they return and pounce on them as the midday sun shines brightly and the soldiers cook inside their armor. Sliding buckles, invented by Lautaro, spin riders. Moreover, the Araucanians fly. Before going to fight, they rub their bodies with the feathers of the fastest birds. Araucanian Ghost Rider Song. Who is this? He who rides in the wind, like the tiger. With his phantom body? When the oaks see it, when the people see it, they whisper to each other. Each other. Look, brother, here is the spectre of Caupolicán. 1558. Mike Maloyan. The Tzitzim. They caught and punished Juan Titon, an Indian preacher from the town of Mike Maloyan in the Valley of Mexico, and those who listened to him and paid attention to him. Juan announced the end of a cycle and said that the binding of the years was near. Then, he says, complete darkness will come, the greenery will dry up and there will be famine. All those who do not wash their heads to erase baptism will become beasts. The Tzitzim, terrifying black birds, will descend from the sky and eat all those who have not removed the mark of the priests. Martin Ocelotl had also announced to the Tzitzim that he had been imprisoned and whipped, stripped, and banished from Texcoco. He also said that there will be no light at the Feast of New Fire and the world will end because of those who have forgotten the teachings of their parents and grandparents and no longer know to whom they should be born and grow. Through the darkness, the Tzitzim will descend on us, he says, and will devour women and men. According to Martin Ocelotl, the missionary brothers are disguised Tzitzim, enemies of all joy, ignorant that we were born to die and that after death we will have neither pleasure nor joy. And the old lords who survived Tlaxcala also have an opinion about the brothers. Poor, they say. Poor. They must be sick or crazy. At noon, midnight, and a quarter of dawn, when everyone rejoices, they raise their voices and shout. They must have a big bad guy. They are meaningless men. They seek neither pleasure nor joy, but sadness and loneliness. 1558. And you? Who am I, who have I been? Breathing is a feat and the head burns. Feet no longer walk, swollen with gout. Lying on the terrace, the former monarch of half the world scares away the buffoons and contemplates the twilight of this valley of Extremadura. The sun goes beyond the purple Cordillera and the last reflections redden the shadows on the Geronimo's convent. At a winning pace, He entered many cities. He was hailed and hated. Many have given their lives for him, many more lost their lives in their name. After 40 years of travels and battles, the highest prisoner of his own empire wants rest and oblivion. Today he had a requiem mass celebrated for himself. Who am I, who have I been? Through the mirror, he saw death enter. The one who lies or the one who has been lied to. Between battle and battle, in the light of the stakes, he signed more than 400 loans from German, Genoese, and Flemish bankers, and the galleons of America never brought in enough silver and gold. He who loved music so much has heard more thunder of cannons and horses than the melodies of lutes, and after so many wars his son, Felipe, inherits a bankrupt empire. Through the mist of the north, Carlos had arrived in Spain at the age of 17, followed by his retinue of Flemish merchants and German bankers, in an endless caravan of horses and carts. Back then, he couldn't even say hello in Castilian. But tomorrow he will choose her to say goodbye. Oh Jesus! These will be his last words. 1559. Mexico. The mourners. The Habsburg eagle spreads its golden wings against the clear sky of the Altiplano. On a black sheet, surrounded by flags, the crown shines. The tomb honors Carlos Quinto and also death, who defeated such an invincible monarch. The crown, an exact copy of that worn by the Emperor of Europe, made the rounds of the streets of Mexico City yesterday. On a damask pillow, they brought it in procession. The crowd prayed and sang behind her, while the bells of all the churches rang to death. On horseback the principal lords parade, black satins, black brocades, black velvet coats embroidered with gold and silver, and under a canopy the archbishop, the bishops, and their glowing mitres cross the clouds of incense. The tailors haven't slept for several nights. The whole colony bears grief. In the suburbs, the Aztecs are also in mourning. A year ago. Almost, they are in mourning. The plague kills in quantity. A fever, unknown before the conquest, draws blood from the nose and eyes and kills. Advice from the ancient Aztec sages. Now that you are looking with your eyes, realize. Here it is like that, there is no joy, there is no happiness. Here on earth is the place of much crying, the place where the breath is returned. And where it is well known. Discouragement and bitterness. An obsidian wind blows and descends on us. The earth is a place of painful joy, of joy that stings. But even if it was, even if it were true that you only suffered, even if it were so on earth, should we always be afraid? Do we always have to tremble? Will we always have to live crying? So that we are not always going to moan, so that sadness never saturates us. Our Lord has given us laughter, sleep, food, our strength. And finally, the act of love that sows people. 1560. Huaxotzingo. The reward. The native chiefs of Huaxotzingo now bear the names of their new lords. Their names are Felipe de Mendoza, Hernando de Menezes, Miguel de Alvarado, Diego de Chavez or Mateo de la Corona. But they write in their own language, in the Nahuatl language, and address a long letter to the King of Spain. We are unhappy, your poor vassals of Huaxotzingo. They explain to Felipe II that they cannot reach him otherwise, because they cannot afford the trip, and by letter they tell their story and formulate their request. How are we going to talk? Who will speak for us? We are unhappy. They never gave the Spaniards war. They marched 20 leagues towards Hernan Cortes and embraced him, fed and served him, and loaded their sick soldiers. They gave him men and arms and wood to build the brigantines that attacked Tenochtitlan. After the fall of the capital of the Aztecs, those of Huaxotzingo then fought alongside Cortes in the conquest of Michoacán, Jalisco, Calhuacan, Panuco, Oaxaca, Tehuantepec, and Guatemala. Many died. And later, when they told us to break the stones and burn the wood that we worshipped, we did it, and we destroyed our temples. Everything they ordered, we obeyed. Huaxotzingo was an independent kingdom when the Spaniards arrived. They had never paid homage to the Aztecs. Our parents, grandparents, and ancestors were unaware of the tribute and no one paid it. Now, on the other hand, the Spaniards demand such high tributes in silver and wheat that we declare before His Majesty that it will not be long before our town of Huaxotzingo disappears and dies. 1560. Michoacan. Basque from Quiroga. Primitive Christianity, primitive communism. The Bishop of Michoacan writes the ordinances for his evangelical communities. He founded them inspired by the utopia of Thomas More, the biblical prophets and the ancient traditions of the American Indians. The cities created by Vasco de Quiroga, where no one owns anything or anyone and where hunger and money are unknown, will not multiply, as he wanted, throughout Mexico. The Council of India will never take seriously the plans of the foolish bishop and will not even glance at the books he stubbornly recommends. But now the utopia has returned to America, which was its original reality. Tomas Moro's Chimera is embodied in the small united world of Michoacan, and the Indians here will feel as their own, in times to come, the memory of Vasco de Quiroga, the hallucinated man who fixed his eyes on delirium to see beyond the time of infamy. 1561. Villa of the Brigantines. America's first independence. They crowned him yesterday. The monkeys peered curiously through the trees. Fernando de Guzman's mouth was dripping with soursop juice and there were suns in his eyes. One after another, the soldiers knelt before the throne of sticks and straw, kissed the hand of the chosen one and swore allegiance to him. They then signed the deed, with name or cross, all who were neither women, nor servants, nor Indians, nor blacks. The notary gave faith and testimony and independence was proclaimed. The seekers of El Dorado, lost in the middle of the jungle, now have their own monarch. Nothing binds them to Spain, apart from resentment. They disowned allegiance to the overseas king. I do not know him. Lope de Aguirre screamed yesterday, pure bone and anger, raising his rust-covered sword. I don't know him, nor do I want to know him, nor have him, nor obey him. In the biggest hut of the village, the court is installed. By the light of a chandelier, Prince Ferdinand eats incessant cassava fritters drizzled with honey. He is served by his pages, the cupbearer, the cup, and the pitcher. The boy, between Bunulo and Bunulo, he gives orders to his secretaries, gives decrees to the clerks and grants audiences and favors. The kingdom's treasurer, chaplain, chief steward, and maestre sala wear tattered doublets and have swollen hands and chapped lips. The camp master is Lope de Aguirre, lame, one-eyed, almost dwarf, scorched skin, who conspires by night and directs the construction of the brigantines by day. The blows of axes and hammers resound. The Amazon currents have torn the ships apart, but 2 new keels are already resting on the sand. The jungle offers good wood. With the leather of the horses, they made bellows, nails, bolts, and hinges protruded from the horseshoes. Tormented by mosquitoes and gnats, enveloped in the vapors of humidity and fever, the men wait for the ships to grow. They eat grass and vulture meat, without salt. There are no more dogs or horses and the hooks bring only mud and rotting seaweed, but no one in the camp doubts that the time for revenge has come. They left Peru months ago, looking for the lake where legend says there are solid gold idols as tall as boys, and they want to go back to Peru, now, on a war footing. They are not going to waste another day chasing the promised land, because they have understood that they already know it and they are tired of cursing their bad luck. They will navigate the Amazon, they will go out into the ocean, they will occupy the island of Margarita, they will invade Venezuela and Panama. Those who sleep dream of the money of Potosi. Aguirre, who never closes his remaining eye, sees her awake. 1561. New valence of the king. Aguirre. In the center of the scene, axe in hand, appears Lope de Aguirre surrounded by dozens of mirrors. The profile of King Felipe II stands out, black, immense, against the background. Lope de Aguirre, addressing the audience, traveling through death and misfortune, it took us more than 10.5 months to reach the mouth of the Amazon, which is a wide, formidable, and unfortunate. Later we took possession of Margarita Island. In it I accused 25 treasons by hanging or tourniquet. And then we headed for the mainland. King Philip's soldiers tremble with fear. Soon we will leave Venezuela. Soon we will enter triumphantly into the kingdom of Peru. He turns and faces his pitiful image in one of the mirrors. I made Don Fernando de Guzman king on the Amazon River. He raises the axe and splits the mirror. I made him king and I killed him. And the captain of his guard and the lieutenant general and 4 captains. As he speaks, he breaks all the mirrors, one after the other. And his butler and his cleric mass captain. And a leaguer against me, and a commander of roads, and an admiral. And 6 other allies. And I still appointed captains and sergeant majors. And they wanted to kill me and I hung them. Sprays the last mirrors. Everyone. Everyone. He sits down, very suffocated, on the ground covered with crystals. In his fists, standing, the axe. His gaze lost. Long silence. In my youth I crossed the ocean to certain parts of Peru, for being worth more spear in hand. A quarter of a century. Mysteries, miseries. I dug cemeteries by removing silverware and calabashes from gold for others. I planted gibbets in the center of the unborn cities. On horseback I drove away the crowds. Indians fleeing in terror through the flames. Knights with pompous titles and borrowed silk clothes, Hijastalgo, son of nobody, dying in the jungle, furious, biting the ground, blood poisoned by the darts. In the mountains, warriors in steel armor pierced on both sides partly by blizzards more violent than any shot from an arquebus. Many found their burial in the bellies of the vultures. Many remained yellow like the gold they were looking for. The skin yellow, yellow eyes. And gold. He drops the axe. He hardly opens his hands, which are like claws. He shows his palms. Disappeared. The gold has turned into shadow or dew. Looks in amazement. He remains silent for a long time. Suddenly he stands up. With his back to the audience, he raises his gnarled fist against the huge shadow of Felipe II, projected, pointed beard, in the background. Few kings go to hell, because few of you. He walks towards the back, dragging his lame leg. Ungrateful. I lost my body to defend you against the rebels of Peru. I gave you a leg and an eye and those hands that are useless to me. Now the rebel is me. Rebel until death for your ingratitude. Facing the audience, draws the sword. I, Prince of the rebels. Lope de Aguirre the pilgrim, wrath of God, leader of the wounded. We don't need you, King of Spain. Colored lights are on at different points on the stage. We must not leave your minister alive. He leaps, sword in hand, against a beam of reddish light. Auditors, governors, presidents, viceroys. War to the death against the pimps of the court. The beam of light remains in place, indifferent to the sword that cuts it. Usurpers. Thieves. The sword strikes the air. You have destroyed the Indies. He attacks a ray of golden light. Lawyers, notaries, inkheads. How long will we have to endure your thefts in these lands conquered by us? The blows pass through a beam of white light. Brothers, bishops, archbishops. You don't want to bury a poor Indian. For penance you have a dozen girls in the kitchen. Traffickers. Merchants of sacraments. Crooks. And so the useless swirl of the sword continues against the unchanging beams of light, which multiply across the stage. Aguirre loses strength and looks increasingly lonely and tiny. 1561. New Valence of the King. From Lope de Aguirre's letter to King Felipe II. In fact, we have already reached in this kingdom how cruel and breaker of faith and word you are, and therefore we have on this earth your promises for less credibility than the books of Martin Luther, since your viceroy Marcus de Caint hanged Martin de Robles, a distinguished man in your service, and the brave Tomás Vázquez, conqueror of Peru, and the sad Alonso Diaz, who worked more to discover this kingdom than the explorers of Moses in the desert. Hold, King of Spain, be neither cruel nor ungrateful towards your vassals, since while you and your father were in the kingdoms of Spain without any anxiety, your vassals gave you, at the cost of their blood and their goods, so many kingdoms and lordships as in you have these parts, and behold, King and Lord, that you cannot take away with the title of just king any interest from these parts where you have dared nothing, without rewarding with first those who worked and sweated there. Que lástima tan grande que César y Emperador tu padre, conquistes con las fuerzas de España la superba Germania y gastas tanta moneda lavada destas Indias descubiertas por nosotros, que no te duelas de nuestra vejez y cansancio siquiera para matarnos la hambre de 1561. Barquisimeto. They restore order. Abandoned by his family, who preferred forgiveness or royal favors, Lope de Aguirre stabbed his daughter Elvira, so that she would not become a mattress for rogues, and confronted his executioners. He corrects their aim, not like that, bad move, and falls without confiding in God. When Felipe II reads the letter, seated on his throne far from here, Aguirre's head is stuck on a pike, for the warning of all the pawns of European development. 1562. Peanut. Fire is bad. Fray Diego de Landa throws into the flames, one after the other, the books of the Mayas. The Inquisitor curses Satan and the fire crackles and devours. Around the burner, the heretics howl backwards. Suspended by the feet, flayed with whips, the Indians receive baths of boiling wax while the flames grow and the books creak, as if they were complaining. Tonight, 8 centuries of Mayan literature turn to ashes. In these long sheets of bark paper, the signs and images spoke, they told. The labors and the days, the dreams and the wars of a people born before Christ. With boar bristle brushes, those who knew things had painted these illuminating books, so that grandchildren's grandchildren would not be blind and would know how to see themselves and the stories of their loved ones, so that they know the movement of the stars, the frequency of eclipses and the prophecies of the gods, and so that they can call down rains and good harvests of wheat. In the center, the Inquisitor burns the books. Around a huge stake, he punishes the readers. Meanwhile, the authors, artist priests who died years or centuries ago, drink chocolate in the cool shade of the first tree in the world. They are at peace, because they died knowing that memory does not ignite. Will it not be sung and danced, for time of time, what they had painted? When their little paper houses are burned, memory finds refuge in the mouths that sing the glories of men and gods, the songs that are transmitted from people to people, and in the bodies that dance to the sound of hollow trunks, shells, turtles, and reed flutes. 1563. Fort of Arauco. The story that will be. The fence is drowning. In this border fort, burned twice and reborn, there is almost no water. Soon it will be necessary to drink the little that is pissed off. So many arrows have fallen inside that the Spaniards use them as firewood for cooking. The chief of the Araucans approaches, on horseback, the foot of the wall. Captain. You hear me? Lorenzo Bernal watches from above. The native chief announces that they will surround the fortress with straw and set it on fire. He says they didn't leave any men alive in Concepcion. Nothing. Bernal shouts. Surrender, Captain. They have no way out. Nothing. Never. The horse stands on 2 legs. Then they will die. Well, we're going to die, Bernal says, and he shouts, but in the long run, we'll win the war. There will be more and more of us. The Indian replies laughing. With which women? Ask. If there are no Spaniards, we will have yours, says the captain, slowly, savoring, and adds. And we will make children of them who will be your masters. 1564. Plymouth. Hawkins. The 4 ships, commanded by Captain John Hawkins, wait for the morning tide. As soon as the waters rise, they will leave for Africa, hunt the men on the coast of Guinea. From there, they will sail to the West Indies, to exchange slaves for sugar, leather, and pearls. A few years ago, Hawkins made this trip all by himself. In a ship called Jesus, he smuggled 300 blacks into Santo Domingo. Queen Elizabeth exploded in fury when she discovered it, but her anger faded as soon as she learned of the toll of the trip. In no time, she became a business partner in the daring Seawolf County of Devon, and the Earls of Pembroke and Leicester and the Mayor of London purchased the first shares of the new venture. As the sailors hoist the sails, Captain Hawkins harangues them from the bridge. The British Navy will follow these orders for centuries. Serve God daily. Hawkins orders loudly. Love each other. Reserve your groceries. Watch out for the fire. Stay in good company. 1564. Bogota. Misadventures of Married Life. Gave. Do you find me weird? Well, a little. A little what? A little big, madam, excuse me. Let's see if you can guess. Am I fat eating or laughing? Fat to love, it seems, and that's no offense. What's up, woman, if that's why I called you? The lady is very worried. Her body had little patience, unable to wait for her absent husband, and someone told him that the betrayed was coming to Cartagena. When he uncovers his belly. What will this categorical man not do, who cures headaches by decapitating? That's why I called you, Juana. Help me, you who are so fickle and can drink wine from an empty glass. Tell me. Is my husband coming to the Cartagena fleet? In a silver basin, the black Juana Garcia stirs water, earth, blood, weeds. He dips in a small green book and lets it sail. Then he sticks his nose in. No, he informs. He is not coming. And if you want to see your husband, get out. The lady leans over the basin. By candlelight, he sees it. He is seated next to a beautiful woman, in a place of many silks, while someone is cutting a dress of trimmed cloth. Oh, wrong. Tell me, Juana, what is this place? A tailor's house on the island of Santo Domingo. In the thick waters appears the image of the tailor cutting off a sleeve. Should I take it off? Black proposes. Then take it off. The hand comes out of the pelvis with a sleeve of thin tissue dripping between the fingers. The lady trembles, but with fury. He deserves more bellies, the pig. In one corner, a small dog purrs with half-closed eyes. 1565. Road to Lima. The Spy. In Don Antonio Solar's farm, on the banks of the Lurin River, melons the size of suns have grown. This is the first time that these fruits brought from Spain have been planted here, and the foreman sends the master 10 samples for his pleasure and vainglory. The enormity of these melons is comparable in size to the radishes of the Cuzapa Valley, which, it is said, 5 horses can be tied to their branches. 2 Indians carry to Lima, in separate sacks, the foreman's offering. He gave them a letter to deliver, along with the melons, to Don Antonio Solar. If you eat melons, he warned them, this letter will tell. Halfway, when they are 2 leagues from the city of the kings, the Indians sit down in a ravine to rest. And what will this strange fruit taste like? Wonderful things it has to offer. What if we try? A watermelon. Unite. Carta sings, warns one of the Indians. They look at the map, they hate it. They are looking for a prison. They hide it behind a rock, where nothing can be seen, and in quick bites they devour a melon, pulp of fresh water, a delicacy never imagined, then they eat another to even out the charges. Then they pick up the letter, put it in their clothes, put the bags on their backs and go on their way. 1565. Yo-yos. This stone is me. The king's officer awaits the witch, gifted in wickedness, who must come to account. At his feet rests, face down, the stone idol. The witch was surprised while she was secretly watching over this waka, and she will soon pay for her heresy. But before the punishment, the official wants to hear from his mouth the confession of his talks with the devil. Waiting for them to bring her back, she amuses himself by trampling the waka and meditating on the fate of these Indians, which makes God regret having made them. The soldiers throw the witch out, leaving her trembling on the doorstep. Then the ugly old stone waka greets the ugly old witch in Quechua. "You're welcome, princess," the voice said, hoarse, from the official's solace. The official remains with squinted eyes and falls, slumped, to the ground. While fanning him with a hat, the old woman clings to the deceased's jacket and shouts, "Don't punish me, sir, don't tear it." The old woman would like to explain to him that the divinities live on this stone and that without the waka, she wouldn't know his name, who he is, or where he comes from, and would walk around the world naked and lost. Prayer of the Incas, in search of God. Listen to me. From the sea above where you dwell, from the sea below where you are. Creator of the world, potter of man, Lord of lords, to you. With my eyes desperate to see you or out of pure desire to meet you. Well, to see you, to know you, to consider you, to understand you. You will see me and you will know me. The sun, the moon. The day. Night, summer, winter. Not in vain they walk, order. At designated place. They come to a good end. Everywhere you carry with you the scepter of your king. Listen to me, listen to me. It's not that I'm getting tired, that I'm dying. 1565. Mexico. Ceremony. The golden dress sparkles. 45 years after his death, Moctezuma leads the procession. Runners burst into Mexico City's main plaza. The dancers dance to the sound of drums and the groans of the shawms. Many Indians, dressed in white, display bouquets of flowers, others hold huge clay pots. The smoke of incense mingles with the aromas of spicy stews. In front of the palace of Cortez, Moctezuma gets off his horse. The door opens. Among its pages, armed with high and sharp partisanas, appears Cortez. Moctezuma humbles his head, crowned with feathers, gold and precious stones. On his knees, he offers garlands of flowers. Cortez touches him on the shoulder. Moctezuma stands up. With a slow gesture, he tears off the mask and reveals the curly hair and pointed mustache of Alonso de Avila. Alonso de Avila, Lord of the Fork and the Knife, owner of Indians, lands, and mines, enters the palace of Martín Cortés, Marquis of the Valley of Oaxaca. The son of a conquistador opens his house to the nephew of another conquistador. Today, the conspiracy against the King of Spain officially begins. In the life of the colony, all is not saraos and tournaments, cards, and hunts. 1566. Madrid. The fan of human dignity. Fray Bartolomé de las Casas passes over the king and the Council of the Indies. Will his disobedience be punished? At 92, he doesn't care. Half a century of fighting. Are not the keys to his tragedy in his achievement? Many battles allowed him to win, he has known this for a long time, because the outcome of the war was decided in advance. The fingers no longer listen to him. Dictate the letter. Without anyone's permission, he goes directly to the Holy See. He asks Pope Pius V to order an end to the wars against the Indians and to end the looting that uses the cross as an alibi. As he dictates, he becomes indignant, the blood rushes to his head and the voice he has left breaks, hoarse and low. Suddenly he falls to the ground. 1566. Madrid. Even if you lose, it's worth it. The lips move, they say words without sound. Will you forgive me, my God? Fray Bartolomé asks for clemency at the Last Judgment, for having believed that black and Moorish slaves would alleviate the fate of the Indians. He is lying down, his forehead moist, pale, and his lips keep moving. A thunder discharges, slowly, from afar. Fray Bartolomé, the Creator, the Maker, close your eyes. Although he has always been hard of hearing, he listens to the rain on the roof of the Atocha convent. The rain drenches his face. Smile. One of the priests who accompanies him whispers something about the strange light that lit up his face. Through the rain, sheltered from doubts and torments, Fray Bartolomé travels, for the last time, towards the green worlds where he has known joy. Thank you, her lips say, silently, as she reads her prayers in the light of fireflies and fireflies, splashed by the rain that hits the palm leaf roof. Thank you, he says, as he celebrates Mass in bare sheds and baptizes naked babies in rivers. The priests cross themselves. The last grains of the hourglass have fallen. Someone turns the light bulb, so that time is not interrupted. 1568. BIRTHS. Guayque puro. Never again will the river reflect her face, her plume of tall feathers. This time the gods did not listen to his wife, Urquia, who asked that bullets and diseases not reach her and that sleep, brother of death, never forget to return him to the world at end of each night. The invaders cut down Guayque puro. Since the Indians had elected him chief, there had been no truce in this valley or in the Serranía de Ávila. In the newly born city of Caracas, they signed themselves by saying his name in low voices. Faced with death and his minions, the last of the free fell screaming. Kill me, get rid of the fear. 158. 1568. Mexico. The sons of Cortés. Martín is called the eldest son of Hernán Cortés, natural-born son of the Malinche Indian. His father left him, at his death, a meager annual pension. Martín is also called the legal son of Hernán Cortés, born to a Spanish daughter of a count and niece of a duke. This Martin inherited the coat of arms and the fortune. He is the Marquis of the Valley of Oaxaca, owner of thousands of Indians and leagues in this land that his father had humbled and loved and chosen to lie down forever. In an armchair of crimson velvet and gold borders, Martín, the Marquis, strolled through the streets of Mexico City. Behind him marched his guards in red livery, armed with swords. Whoever crossed him uncovered himself, paid homage to him and added to the surround. The other Martin, the bastard, was part of the entourage. Martín, the Marquis, wanted to break with Spain and proclaim himself King of Mexico. When the plot failed, he stammered regrets and gave names. They spared his life. Martín, the bastard, who served his brother in the conspiracy and everything else, is now writhing under torture. Beside him, the notary notes, he was undressed and strapped. Admonished, he said he owed nothing. The executioner gives a turn of the wheel. The cords break the flesh and stretch the bones. The notary notes, he is again admonished. He says he has nothing more to say than what he said. Second turn of the rope. Third, fourth, fifth. 1569. Havana. Saint Simon against the ants. Ants harass the city and destroy the fields. More than one sleeping Christian has been devoured by the navel. In an extraordinary session, the Havana authorities decide to request the protection of a patron saint against bibijaguas and other fire ants. In front of Reverend Alonso Alvarez, the lottery between the 12 apostles is celebrated. Saint Simon is favored, whom they take as their advocate to be an intercessor with God our Lord, so that he removes all the ants from the city, house, and haciendas from the city and its borders. In return, the city will organize an annual feast to honor and revere the blessed Saint Simon, with singing of vespers, mass, obligatory procession, and bullfight. 1571. Mexico. You will betray your neighbor. Coats of arms, colored tapestries, velvets, pennants hang from the balconies. The Knight of Santiago's armor shines, bowing his banner to the Viceroy. The pages raise their great axes around a huge cross nailed to the scaffold. The Inquisitor General arrives from Madrid. It is announced by drums and bugles. He comes on the back of a mule, happily harnessed, in the midst of a multitude of lighted candles and black hoods. Under his supreme authority, heretics will be tormented or burned. Centuries ago, Pope Innocent IV ordered that murderers of souls and thieves of the faith of Christ be tortured, and much later, Pope Paul III banned torture lasting more than an hour. Since then, the inquisitors interrupt their work every hour, for a little while. The recently arrived Inquisitor General in Mexico will ensure that green wood is never used in executions, so that the city does not stink of bad smoke, and he will lay them out on days with clear skies, so that everyone can admire them. He will not deal with the Indians, because they are new in the faith, thin people, and of little substance. The Inquisitor General sits next to the Viceroy. He is greeted by a salvo of artillery. The drums roll and the town crier proclaims the general edict of the faith. The edict orders everyone to reveal what he knows or has seen or heard, without reserve wife, husband, father, or any other person, however intimate. They are all bound to denounce the living or the dead who have spoken or believed heretical, suspicious, erroneous, reckless, crude, scandalous words or opinions, or blasphemous. 1571. Madrid. Is it the fault of the criminal or the witness? Of the mirror or of the face? The king does not think twice. By decree, he orders the seizure of all the manuscripts that Fray Bartolomé de las Casas has left, so that they do not reach the hands of evil Spaniards and enemies of Spain. Above all, Felipe II fears that the very voluminous Historia de las Indias could be published or disseminated in one way or another, which Las Casas could not finish and which lives, a prisoner locked up, in the monastery of San Gregorio. 1572. Cuzco. Tupac Amaru. He comes dragging his feet along the cobblestones. On the back of a dwarf donkey, with a noose around his neck, Tupac Amaru walks towards the slaughterhouse. In front, the town crier proclaims him tyrant and traitor. On the main square, the tumult grows. Inca, why are they taking you to cut off your head? The murmurs of the native crowd turn into shouts. Let them order that we all be killed. Ask the cries of the women. From the top of the stage, Tupac Amaru raises a hand, puts it on his ear and lets it fall slowly. Silence, then, the crowd. There is nothing but silence when the executioner's saber breaks the neck of Huayna Capac's grandson. With Tupac Amaru, 4 centuries of Inca dynasty and nearly 40 years of resistance in the mountains of Vilcabamba came to an end. The winds of war will no longer descend on the valley of Cuzco, to the hoarse rhythm of the Putudus. Losers believe. He will come back and walk on earth. The highest mountains know it. As they are the greatest, they see further and know. He was the son of the sun and a fool. He smothered the wind, and to the sun, his father, he tied him, so that time would last. With whips, pushing them, he carried stones to the heights. With these stones he made temples and fortresses. Wherever he went, the birds went. The birds greeted him and cheered him up. His feet shed blood from his long walk. When the blood from his feet mixed with the earth, we learned how to cultivate. We learned to speak when he told us, speak. He was stronger and younger than us. We haven't always had fear in our chests. We haven't always stumbled, like the beetle on the roads. Our history is long. Our story began the day we were ripped from the mouth, eyes, armpits, and vagina of the earth. Inca's brother, Ispanari, had his head cut off. Inca's head was turned into silver. Gold and silver dripped from the shit-filled innards of her belly. The highest mountains know it. Inker's head wants to push towards his feet. Its parts must come together one day. That day will be dawn to dusk. That day, he will roam the earth chased by birds. 1574. Mexico. The first auto de fe in Mexico. Since the criers spread the edict of denunciations have rained down on heretics and bigamists and witches and blasphemers. Auto de fe is celebrated on the first Sunday of Lent. From sunrise to nightfall, the tribunal of the Holy Office of the Inquisition pronounces judgments against the grotesques torn from cells and torture chambers. The executioners work atop the lavish stage, surrounded by spears and cheers from the crowd. There is no memory of so many who attended a public rejoicing or anything else of great solemnity that was offered on earth, says the Viceroy of New Spain, who attends the show on a velvet armchair and with a cushion for the feet. A penalty of candle, rope, gag, abjuration of Levi and between 100 and 200 lashes is applied to a goldsmith, a cutler, a gilder, a clerk, and a shoemaker for having said that mere fornication was not a mortal sin. Several bigamists suffered from similar pains, and among them was the Augustinian friar Juan Sarmiento, who, with his back raw, went to the galleys for 5 years. The Black Domingo, born here, receives 100 lashes because he is in the habit of denying God, and Miguel Franco, a mestizo, because he got his wife to confess. Another 100 were the Sevillian apothecary Gaspar de los Reyes, for saying that it was better to be in a couple than married and that the poor and the afflicted were permitted to perjure for money. Rowing the galleys, a harsh prison for miscreants, pass several Lutherans and Jews who nursed their heresy in milk, a few Englishmen from the army of the pirate John Hawkins and a Frenchman who called the Pope and the King into armchairs. An Englishman from the mines of Guanajuato and a French barber from Yucatan end their days at the stake. 1576. Guanajuato. The brothers say. He arrived in Mexico 20 years ago. 2 doves guided her to Guanajuato. It arrived without a scratch, though it crossed the sea and crossed the desert and those who brought it were lost. The king sent it to us in recognition of the riches that constantly flow from the bowels of these mountains. For more than 8 centuries she had lived in Spain. Survived secretly, hidden from the Moors, in a cave in Granada. When the Christians found her and rescued her, they found no wounds on her wooden body. He reached Guanajuato intact. Intact continues, working miracles. Rich and poor are comforted by Our Lady of Guanajuato in poverty, and from the cold he saves those who sleep outside or in a sheltered palace. In his infinite indulgence, he does not distinguish servants from lords. There is no one who invokes him and does not receive divine favor. By her grace, many Guanajuato Indians who come to her in repentance and faith are now saved. She stopped the sword of the Lord, which with righteous fury now punishes the idolatries and sins of the Indians of Mexico. The plague did not touch the mourners who addressed their supplications to her and paid her the alms due. In other regions, the Indian dies of hunger or grief, which is not killed by typhus. There are corpses in the fields and in the squares and the houses are full of dead people where, all dying, there is no longer anyone to run to give advice. Throughout Mexico, the plague smells so rotten and smoky that we Spaniards have to walk around with stuffy noses. 1576. Xochimilco. The Apostle Santiago against the plague. Here they paid tribute, in silver and wheat, even infants. If the plague continues, who will pay? Arms from here have lifted the Cathedral of Mexico. If the plague does not cease, who will sow these fields? Who will spin and weave in the obrages? Who will build churches and pave streets? The Franciscans discuss the situation in the convent. Of the 30,000 Indians who were at Xochimilco when the Spaniards arrived, 4,000 remain, and that is exaggerated. Many died fighting alongside Hernán Cortés, conquering men and lands for him, and others died working for him and for Pedro de Alvarado, and many more were killed by the plague. Fray Geronimo de Mendieta, guardian of the convent, has the saving idea. They are preparing the raffle. An altar boy, blindfolded, stirs the small papers in the silver dish. On each piece of paper is written the name of a saint whose prestige has been proven in the celestial court. The altar boy chooses one and Father Mendieta unfolds it and reads. It's the Apostle Santiago. From the balcony, he announces it to the Xochimilco Indians in their language. The apocalyptic monk speaks on his knees, raising his arms. Santiago will defeat the plague. He promises her an altar. 1577. Xochimilco. Saint Sebastian against the plague. During the hard years of the conquest, the sound of arms was heard in the tomb of Santiago, on the eve of each battle, and the apostle fought alongside the invaders, spear in hand, on his white horse. We see that the apostle Santiago used to kill Indians, but not to save them. The plague, which, as soon as it touches the Spaniards, it continues to massacre Indians at Xochimilco and in the other regions of Mexico. From his cell, when night falls, Father Mendieta hears cries and lamentations louder than the choirs of angels. Someone must intercede before the Lord, because Apostle Santiago is not interested, or soon Xochimilco will be without Indians. The Franciscans discuss and a new lottery is organized. Chance chose Blessed Sebastian as a holy advocate. They promise you an altar. 1579. Stop. Son of Atahualpa. To Beto, an Indian priest from the region of Archidona, the devil appeared in the form of a cow and told him that God was very angry with the Christians and that he was not going to defend them. Guamai, an Indian priest from Tumbisa, has been living in another world for 5 days. There he saw wonders and heard God, and now he has rain power and resurrection power. Beto and Guamai announce that Indians who do not join the rebellion will harvest toads and snakes from forever barren lands. Major profits of many spears are made. Southeast of Quito, the Quijo Indians rise. The Indians attack several towns and wait, in vain, for the uprising of the Sierra. The son of the Inca, Francisco Atahualpa, captain of the Spanish troops, arrests the conspirators of the Sierra and prevents the insurrection. The Quijo Indians are left alone. After a few fights, defeat comes. The Spaniards force all Indians in the region of Quijos and around Quito to witness the execution of the prophets Beto and Guamai. They drive them through the streets of Quito, torment them with hot pliers, hang them, dismember them and expose their parts. From the presidential box, Captain Francisco Atahualpa attends the ceremony. 1580. Buenos Aires. The founders. Nearly half a century ago, a Spanish captain sailed from Seville towards these infamous shores. He poured into the expedition all the fortune he had made in the sack of Rome. Here he founded a city, a fort surrounded by ranches, and from there he pursued, upstream, the Sierra de la Plata and the mysterious lake where the sun sleeps. 10 years earlier, Sebastián Gaboto had searched for the treasures of King Solomon by going up this river of La Plata, innocent of its name, which has only mud on one side and sand on the other and leads to other rivers that lead to the jungle. The city of Don Pedro de Mendoza did not last long. While his soldiers ate themselves, mad with hunger, the captain read Virgil and Erasmus and pronounced sentences of immortality. A short time later, the hope of another Peru having vanished, he wanted to return to Spain. He didn't come alive. Then came Alonso Cabrera, who burned Buenos Aires in the king's name. He was able to return to Spain. There he killed the woman and ended his days in an asylum. Juan de Garay now arrives from Asunción. Santa Maria de los Buenos Aires was born again. Garay is accompanied by some Paraguayans, sons of conquerors, who received their first milk and the native language they speak from their Guarani mothers. Garay's sword, planted in this earth, draws the shadow of the cross. The founders tremble with cold and fear. The breeze brings crisp music to the treetops and beyond, in endless fields, Indians and ghosts silently spying. 1580. London. Duck. To the gold of the galleons. Money from Potosi. The dragon is coming, cried the women, and the church bells were ringing. In 3 years, Francis Drake has traveled the world. He crossed the equator twice and plundered the seas of Spain, plundering ports and ships from Chile to Mexico. He now returns with a single ship and a crew of 18 dying, but he brings back treasures which multiply by 120 the capital invested in the expedition. Queen Elizabeth, main shareholder and author of the plan, transforms the pirate into a knight. On the waters of the Thames the ceremony takes place. The sword that consecrates it is engraved with the sentence of the Queen, "He who strikes you strikes me, Drake." On his knees, he offers His Majesty an emerald pin stolen in the Pacific. Raised above the mist and soot, Isabel is at the pinnacle of the empire that is being born. She is the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, who had lost her mind in the Tower of London having her as a wife. The Virgin Queen devours her lovers, strikes her bridesmaids and spits on the clothes of her courtiers. Francis Bacon will be the philosopher and chancellor of the new empire and William Shakespeare its poet. Francis Drake, the captain of his ships. Rider of storms, master of sails and winds, the pirate Drake scales the yard as if by masts and rigging. The big Petazo, with a fiery beard, was born by the sea and was brought up in the fear of God. The sea is his home, and he never goes on the attack without a Bible tied to his chest, under his coat. 1582. Mexico. What color is the skin of lepers? The kerosene lamp advances, violating the darkness, and stabs of light tear faces from the darkness, faces of ghosts, hands of ghosts, and slam them against the wall. The officer doesn't touch anything, his gloved hands hidden under his cape, and he stares at his half-closed eyelids, as if afraid of infecting his eyes. The official came to verify compliance with the new ordinance on this hospital in San Lazaro. The viceroy orders that the male patients not mix. Whites and mestizos must occupy a room, another for blacks and mulattoes, and another for Indians, alone. Women, on the other hand, regardless of color or condition, should all be together in the same room. 1583. Copacabana. The Mother of God Aymara. Cross Lake Titicaca in the reed boat. She travels with him. She is dressed for a party. In the city of La Paz they gilded his tunic. On disembarking, he covers her with the blanket, to protect her from the rain, and with her in her arms, covered, she enters the city of Copacabana. The rain spices up the crowd that gathers to receive them. Francisco Tito Yupanqui enters the sanctuary with her and discovers her. They take him to the altar. From above, the Virgin of Copacabana embraces everyone. She will avoid the plagues and the sorrows and the bad weather of February. The Indian sculptor carved it in Potosi and brought it from there. He spent nearly 2 years working for her to be born with due beauty. Indians can only paint or carve images that imitate European models, and Francisco Tito Yupanqui did not want to violate the ban. He proposed to make a virgin identical to Our Lady of Candelaria, but his hands modeled this body of the altiplano, large air-hungry lungs, a large torso and short legs, and this large Indian face, with fleshy lips and almond-shaped eyes. They gaze sadly at the wounded earth. 1583. Santiago de Chile. He was free for a while. He rises on his hands and falls on his face. He wants to press an elbow and slips. He manages to sink a knee and sinks into the mud. In the face of the mud, in the rain, cry. Hernando Maravilla had not cried during the 200 lashes he had received in the streets of Lima on his way to the port, and not a tear was seen on his face as he still received 200 lashes here in Santiago. Now the rain whips him, ripping the dried blood and mud from his antics. Unfortunate. So you bite the hand that feeds you, said the owner, Dona Antonia Navia, a grieving widow, when they returned the runaway slave to her. Hernando Maravilla ran away because one day he saw a beautiful woman as a flag and had no choice but to follow in her footsteps. They caught him in Lima and he was interrogated by the Inquisition. He was sentenced to 400 lashes for saying that marriages are made by the devil and the bishop is nothing, and what a crap for the bishop. The one who was born in Africa, grandson of a magician, son of a hunter, writhes and cries, his back raw, as the rain falls on Santiago de Chile. 1583. Tlatlalco. Sahagan. I am alone, the dove sings. A woman offers flowers to a broken stone. Sir, said the woman to the stone. Lord, how you have suffered. The old indigenous sages offer their testimony to Fray Bernardino de Sahagan. Let us die, they ask, since our gods are dead. Fray Bernardino de Ribeira, native of Sahagan, son of Saint Francis, barefoot, patched cassock, seeker of the fullness of paradise, seeker of the memory of these defeated peoples, Sahagan spent more than 40 years traveling through the regions of Mexico, the lordship of Yuxatzingo, the Tula of the Toltecs, the region of Texcoco, to save the images and words of the past. In the 12 books of the General History of Things in New Spain, Sahagan and his young assistants have saved and brought together the ancient voices, the Indian festivals, their rites, their gods, their way of counting the passage of years and stars, their myths, their poems, their medicine, their stories of ancient times and the recent European invasion. History sings in this first great work of American anthropology. 6 years ago, King Felipe II ordered that these manuscripts be torn from the hands of Sahagan, and that all native codices be copied and translated by him, with no originals or translations left. Where will these books suspected of perpetuating and propagating idolatry go? Nobody knows. The Council of the Indies did not respond to any of the desperate author and compiler's pleas. What did the king do with those 40 years of the life of Sahagan and several centuries of the life of Mexico? It is said in Madrid that its pages were used to wrap spices. Old Sahagan does not give up. At the age of 80, he clutched to his breast some papers saved from the disaster, and dictated to his pupils, at Tlatlalco, the first lines of a new work, which was to be called the Divinatory Art. Then he'll get to work on a full Mexican schedule. Once the schedule is finished, the Nahuatl Spanish-Latin dictionary will begin. And as soon as I finish the dictionary, outside the dogs howl, fearing the rain. 1583. Acoma. The Stone Kingdom of Cibola. Captain Antonio de Espejo, who had made a great and rapid fortune on the Mexican border, answered the call of the 7 cities of gold. Commanded by a few warrior horsemen, he embarked on the northern odyssey, and instead of the fabulous kingdom of Cibola, he found an immense desert, very rarely dotted with towns in the form of fortresses. There are no precious stones hanging from the trees, because there are trees only in the rare valleys, and there is no more golden luster than that which the sun tears from the rocks when it strikes them hard. In these cities, the Spaniards hoist their flag. The Indians still do not know that soon they will be forced to change their names and build temples to worship another god, although the Great Spirit of the Hopi told them long ago that a new race was coming, a race of men with forked tongues, bringing greed and boastfulness. The Hopis receive Captain Espejo with offerings of corn tortillas, turkeys, and skins, and the Navajo Indians, who had come from the highlands, welcomed them by bringing them water and corn. Beyond, high in the purple sky, stands a fortress of rock and mud. From the edge of the plateau, the Acoma people dominate the verdant valley of cornfields irrigated by canals and dams. The Acomas, enemies of the Navajos, have the reputation of being very fierce, and even Francisco Vázquez de Coronado, who was here 40 years ago, did not dare approach it. The Acomas dance in honor of Captain Espejo and place at his feet colorful blankets, turkeys, corn, and deer skins. In a few years, they will refuse to pay homage. The assault will last 3 days and 3 nights. Survivors will have their feet cut off and the bosses will be thrown from the top of the cliff. Night Song, of the Navajo people. House made of dawn. House made of evening light, house made of dark clouds. The dark cloud is at the door. And the dark cloud is the path that appears under the rising lightning. Happy, can I walk? Happy, with heavy rains, I can walk. Happy, among the many leaves, I can walk. Happy, by the trail of pollen, I can walk. Glad I can walk. May what awaits me be beautiful. May it be beautiful what I leave behind. Let what is below be beautiful. Let what is above be beautiful. May everything around me be beautiful and end in beauty. 1586. Cowrie. Plague. The flu does not shine like the steel sword, but no Indian can dodge it. More deaths are caused by tetanus and typhus than 1,000 dogs with fiery eyes and foaming mouths. The smallpox attacks secretly and the cannon makes a loud noise, amid clouds of sparks and sulfur smoke, but the smallpox annihilates more Indians than all the cannons. Plague winds sweep these lands. Whoever they strike, they knock him down, they devour his body, devour his eyes, close his throat. Everything smells rotten. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice travels through Peru. She walks in the wake of the plague and through the litanies of the dying, that voice which whispers, from ear to ear, whoever throws the crucifix out of the house, will come back from the dead. 1588. Stop. Grandson of Atahualpa. The columns, arabesques, and golden foliage exude gold, the golden saints and the adored virgins with golden cloaks and the choir of angels with golden wings pray. This is one of the houses that Quito offers to those who were born centuries ago in Bethlehem, in a straw manger, and died naked. The family of the Inca Atahualpa has an altar in this church in San Francisco, in the large altarpiece of the transept, next to the Gospel. At the foot of the altar they rest. The dead. Atahualpa's son, named Francisco after his father and his father's killer, occupies the main tomb. God must have Captain Francisco Atahualpa in glory if God listens, as they say, to the opinions of those in command with more heed to the cries of the races. The son of the Inca knew how to drown the indigenous uprisings of the south. He brought to Quito, prisoners, the rebel caciques of Canarabamba and Quies and was rewarded with the post of Director of Public Works of the city. Francisco's daughters and nieces came to install the image of Santa Catalina that a sculptor from Toledo, Juan Bautista Vázquez, carved to be visible atop the altar of Atahualpa. Alonso, Francisco's son, sent the image from Spain, and the family still does not know that Alonso died in Madrid while Saint Catherine was crossing the sea towards this church. Alonso Atahualpa, grandson of the Inca, died in prison. He knew how to play the harp, the violin, and the clavichord. He wore only Spanish suits, cut by the best tailors, and it had been a long time since he had paid the rent on his house. The hidalgos are not imprisoned for debt, but Alonso ended up in prison, denounced by the most important tailors, jewelers, hatters and glovers in Madrid. Nor had he paid for the sculpture that his family now places, among the golden garlands, on the golden altar. 1588. Havana. Saint Martial against the ants. Predatory ants continue to mortify people and undermine walls. They cut down trees, destroy fields, and gobble up fruit, corn and the meat of distracted people. Faced with the ineffectiveness of Simon, patron saint, the council unanimously chooses another protector. The city promises that every year it will celebrate its feast day and keep its day. San Martial is Havana's new shield against the attacks of Bibijagua ants. Saint Martial, who 3 centuries ago was Bishop of Limoges, has a reputation as a specialist, and he is credited with great influence before the Lord. 1589. Cuzco. He says he had the sun. Stiff between the sheets, Mancio Serra de Leguizamo unloads his conscience. In front of a notary, dictate and swear that we found these kingdoms in such a way that in each of them there was no thief, no vicious one, no lazy one, no adulterer, No wicked woman. Pizarro's former captain doesn't want to leave the world without saying for the first time that the lands and the mountains and the mines and the pastures and the hunt and the woods and all kinds of uses were so governed or distributed that each knew and had his property, without anyone else occupying it nor take it. Of the army that conquered Peru, Don Mancio is the last survivor. More than half a century ago, he was one of those who invaded the sacred city of Cuzco, plundered the jewels from the tombs and houses, and tore with an axe the walls of the Temple of the Sun, so encrusted with gold that its splendor gave color to the deceased who entered it. According to him, he received the best part of the spoils, the golden face of the sun, with its rays and its flames of fire, which rained immensely over the city and blinded the Cuzcos at dawn. Don Mancio played the sun at cards and lost it overnight. 1592. Lime. A book burning in Lima. The wind carries away the ashes of 3 English Lutherans, captured on the island of Puna. One of them, Henry Oxley, was burned alive because he would not give up his faith. Smoke rises in the center of a circle of high lances, while the crowd goes into ecstasies and the court of the Holy Office dictates whippings and other pains and humiliations. Many suffer punishment for having married twice or for simple fornication and other crimes due to the sin of the flesh. A Dominican friar, a Franciscan, an Augustinian and a Jesuit are condemned for having sought out nuns. Juan de la Portilla, soldier, for swearing by the ears of God. Isabel de Angulo, a soldier's wife, because to make men love her, she recited the words of consecration in a low voice. Bartolomé de la Gaires, sailor, for asserting that being single and paying, no sin is committed. Lorenzo de la Pina, a barber, who because they removed his wife's seat in the church, said that if it happened like that, there was no God. The Sevillian Pedro Luis Enriquez is sent with a gag to 10 years in prison, for claiming that bringing a rooster to a field where there was no sound of dogs, cutting off his head at midnight, found at the inside of a small stone like a hazelnut, with which, rubbing their lips, the first beautiful woman one would see, speaking to him, would die of love for him who would do this, and that killing a cat in the month of January and putting a bean in each joint and burying it, the beans which were born thus, by biting them looking in a mirror, they had the virtue of making invisible, and because he declared that he was a bastard and salutary, and that in sign of this he had a cross on his chest and another on the roof of his mouth, and he said that in prison he had saw lightning and smelled the sweetest of perfumes. 1593. Guarapari. Wide. Ignacio de Loyola pointed to the horizon and ordered, "Go, and set the world on fire." José de Anchieta was the youngest of the apostles who brought the message of Christ, the good news, to the jungles of Brazil. 40 years later, the Indians call him Carabib, the winged man, and say that by making the sign of the cross, Anchieta diverts the storms and transforms a fish into a ham and a dying man into an athlete. Choirs of angels descend from heaven to announce the arrival of galleons or the attacks of enemies, and God raises him from the ground when he prays, on his knees, the prayers. Light beams of fire from his puny body, burned by the sack belt, when he whips himself sharing the torments of God's only begotten Son. Brazil will thank you for more miracles. From the hand of this tattered saint were born the first poems written on this land, the first Tupi-Guarani grammar and the first plays, sacramental pieces that transmit the gospel in the native language mixing native characters with Roman emperors and to Christian saints. Anchieta was the first teacher and the first doctor in Brazil and was the discoverer and chronicler of the animals and plants of this land, in a book that tells how the plumage of the guaras changes color, how the pies boi in the eastern rivers and what are the customs of the porcupine. At 60, he continued to found towns and build churches and hospitals. On his bony shoulders he carries, on a par with the Indians, the main beams. As if called by its clean and poor luminosity, birds seek it and people seek it. He travels miles without complaining or accepting being carried away in networks, through these lands where everything has the color of heat and everything is born and rots in an instant to be reborn, fruit that becomes honey, water, Death, fruit seed news, the earth boils, the sea boils over a slow fire, and Anchieta writes in the sand, with a stick, his verses of praise to the creator of unceasing life. 1596. London. Raleigh. Tobacco dancer, swaggering artificer, Sir Walter Raleigh blows snakes of smoke out of his nose and rings and spirals out of his mouth, as he puts it. If they cut off my head, she'll be happy with her pipe between her teeth. You suck, comments his friend. There is no one else in the tavern except for a small black slave who is waiting, sitting in the corner. Raleigh says he discovered the terrestrial paradise in Guyana last year, where the golden Manoa hides. He licks his lips remembering the taste of iguana eggs and closes his eyelids to talk about the fruits and leaves that never fall from the treetops. Listen, buddy, he said. Your work, that of young lovers. Yes, that one. In these woods, what a marvel. You located it in Verona and it smells of confinement. You were in the wrong frame, my dear. These tunes. Raleigh's friend, a bald man with mischievous eyes, knows that Guyana is a swamp with a sky always black with mosquitoes, but he listens silently and nods, because he also knows that Raleigh isn't lying to him. 1597. Seville. In a jail. He was wounded and mutilated by the Turks. He was raided by pirates and whipped by the Moors. He was excommunicated by the priests. He was imprisoned in Algiers and Castro del Rio. Now he is imprisoned in Seville. Sitting on the floor, in front of the stone bed, he hesitates. He plunges his quill into the inkwell and hesitates, his eyes fixed on the candle, his useful hand still in the air. Is it worth insisting? King Felipe's response still hurts him, when he asked for a job in America for the second time, look around here for mercy. If things have changed since then, they have changed for the worse. Before, he had at least hoped for an answer. For a long time the king in a black robe, absent from the world, speaks only to his own ghosts within the walls of the Escorial. Miguel de Cervantes, alone in his cell, does not write to the king. He asks for no vacation in India. On the bare sheet he begins to tell of the malice of a wandering poet, a nobleman of those who have a spear in a shipyard, an old shield, a lean man and a greyhound for a runner. Sad noises are heard in the prison. He does not hear them. 1598. Potosi. History of Floriana Rosales, virtuous woman of Potosi, in abridged version of the Chronicle of Bartolomé Artzins de Orsua y Vila. Because of the great beauty she manifested from the cradle as a tender and beautiful flower, and because Anna was her mother's name, she was christened Floriana. Still practiced in the virtue and seclusion of her home, the beautiful maiden apologized to see and be seen, but that very inflamed the desire of the suitors who had surrounded her since the age of 12. Among them those who remained most effectively in demand were Don Julio Sanchez Farfan, Lord of the Mines, Captain Rodrigo de Albuquerque and the Governor of Tucumán, who passed through here on his way to Lima and having seen Floriana in the church in Potosi. Out of sheer spite, seeing himself rejected, the Governor of Tucumán challenged Floriana's father to a duel, and in a place of springs they drew swords and both stabbed each other until some ladies, not without lack of courage, get in the way. Floriana burned with anger when she saw her father hurt and determined to satisfy this grievance by his hand. He sent word to the governor that he was expecting him the following night in a certain store, where, without witnesses, he wished to speak to him. The governor adorned himself with a rich adornment, which in this was very vain, an abominable vice among the men who attended the school of Heliogabalus, of whom Herodian said he despised Roman and Greek clothing because they were made of wool and they wore them in gold and purple with precious stones in the Persian style, as Lampridio refers. The governor was punctual, dressed in exquisite fabrics, and at the appointed hour Floriana appeared, bringing the poisonous asp of her wrath among the beautiful flowers on her face. Pulling out a large, very sharp knife she had on her sleeve, like a lioness, she attacked him to cut his face, giving him many compliments. The governor refuted the cut with his hand and showed a dagger. Warning Floriana of her risk, she threw a bundle of blankets in her face, after which she had the opportunity to grab with both hands a thick chest that her fortune had provided her there. He delivered such a blow that the governor of Tucumán fell flat. With great grief and shock, Floriana's parents tried to hide her in their house, but that was no longer possible. The corregidor, the highest authority in matters of justice and police, came at full speed, and Floriana could only go up to her room and throw herself out of the window into the street. God wanted to grab her skirt from a piece of wood sticking out of the window frame, and she hung there with her head down. A servant who knew Don Julio Sanchez Farfan and knew that he loved his mistress, told him to go to the alley behind the houses and see if Floriana was there, because she had thrown herself out of the window for a while. But as Captain Rodrigo de Albuquerque saw Don Julio talking in secret with the maid, he followed him down the aisle. Don Julio got to the point that the grieving Floriana, who had been hanged for a long time, with mortal desires, already asked for a favor, saying she was drowning. The gentleman lover approached and extending his arms took her by the shoulders and pulling her hard he fell with her on the ground. At that moment, Captain Rodrigo arrived and, with words of love, he covered Floriana with his coat and lifted her up. Seeing him thus, Don Julio, burning with jealousy, rose and, drawing a dagger, attacked the captain, telling him that he was a villainous traitor. Mortally wounded in the chest, the captain fell to the ground demanding a confession, learning that Floriana cursed his fortune and the sufferings of his honor and left hastily. Floriana took Indian habits to get away from the city of Potosi, but when she was about to get on a mule, people did not fail to warn the corregidor, who immediately came to put her in prison. When the corregidor saw Floriana, the blind child they call Cupid pierced his heart with a terrible arrow, from side to side. He took her, ardently, by the hands, and led her to the palace. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the hour when she was to go to the corregidor's room, Floriana tied a rope to the balcony and went down until she was in the hands of Don Julio, waiting for him downstairs. The girl told Don Julio that before taking a single step, he had to take an oath of personal security and purity. The gentleman, seeing the danger they were running, since the leak had already been discovered, took Floriana on his shoulders and ran to carry her towards the distant Plaza del Gato. He flew over stones and mud, sweating, and when he was finally able to sit down to rest and lower Floriana from his back, he suddenly collapsed. Assuming it was fainting, she put Don Julio's head on her knees. But realizing that he was dead, with a great start he got up and fled towards the quarters of San Lorenzo, in the month of March of this year 1598. She remained hidden there, determined to maintain perpetual chastity and to continue to be, until the end of her days, an obedient servant of the Lord. Spanish verses for singing and dancing. I saw a man live with over 100 stab wounds. And then I saw him die with just one look. In the depths of the sea a whale sighed, and in its sighs it said, "He who has love, has sorrow." I want to sing. Now that I feel like it, just in case I have to cry tomorrow. 1598. Panama City. Hours of sleep and luck. Simon de Torres, a Panamanian apothecary, wants to sleep, but he can't take his eyes off the hole in the ceiling. Every time you close your eyelids, your eyes open on their own and stay there. Simon turns on and off and lights his pipe, while he scares away the mosquitoes with smoke or with his hand, and toss and turn, soaked, boiling, in the twisted bed of the other day's collapse. The stars wink at him through the hole and he wishes he didn't think. Thus the hours pass until the rooster crows, announces the day or calls the hens. A week ago, a woman fell from the roof and fell on Simon. Who are you?" stammered the apothecary. "We have little time," she said, tearing off her clothes. At dawn, she got up, shiny, tasty and dressed in a jiffy. "Where are you going?" In the name of God. There, I left the bread in the oven. But it's 20 leagues away. The apothecary was astonished. 18, she corrected. And as he disappeared, he warned. Take care of yourself. Whoever enters me loses his memory. 1599. Stop. The Zambos of Esmeraldas. They watch. They don't even move the tabs. They are suspicious. This paintbrush that steals your image, isn't it stealing your soul? The brush is magic like the mirror. Like the mirror, it captures people. From time to time, they sneeze, because of those colds from Quito, and the artist grumbles. Uncomfortable, half suffocated by their collars, they resume their pose, stiffened, until the next sneeze. They've been in this town for a few days and they still don't understand why such powerful people came to live in such a cold place, or why the houses have doors or why the doors have locks, bolts, and padlocks. Half a century ago, the storm crushed a slave ship against the reefs of the coast, near the mouth of the Esmeraldas River. The ship was carrying slaves from Guinea for sale in Lima. The blacks fled and got lost in the mountains. They founded villages and had children with native women, and these children also multiplied. Of the 3 currently represented by the painter Andrés Sánchez Galc, 2 were born from this mixture of Africans and Ecuadorians. The other, Francisco de Arobe, came from Guinea. I was 10 years old when the shipwreck. They dressed them in flowered gentlemen, tunics and capes, lace cuffs, hats, so that they would not make a bad impression on the king when he received, in Madrid, this portrait of his new subjects, these barbarians who until then had been invincible. They also carry spears in their hands, necklaces of teeth and shells over their Spanish clothes, and on their faces they wear ornaments of gold which pass through their ears, noses and lips. 1599. Chagres River. The wise do not speak. It's the brightest road in the world. From one sea to the other winds the long silver thread. Endless lines of mules cross the jungle, laden with the metals of Potosi, heading for the galleons waiting in Portobelo. Little monkeys accompany the silver road, flying from branch to branch through Panama. Howling relentlessly, they mock the muleteers and hurl guava projectiles at them. On the banks of the Chagres River, Fray Diego de Ocana admires them. To cross the river, the monkeys form a chain from the top of a tree by clinging to each other by the tail. The chain swings and gains momentum until a strong jolt throws it towards the highest branches. From the other shore, the Peruvian Indian carrying Ocana's luggage approaches him and comments, "Father, these are people. They don't talk so the Spaniards don't notice. If they see that they are people, they send them to work in the mines." 1599. Imperial. Flaming arrows. Rebellion breaks out on the Pacific coast and thunder shakes the Andes mountain range. Martín García I de Loyola, nephew of Saint Ignatius, had come from Peru with a reputation as a tireless hunter and precise killer. There he had captured Tupac Amaru, the last of the Incas. They sent him as governor to Chile to tame the Araucanians. Here he killed Indians, stole sheep, and burned crops without leaving a grain. Now the Araucanians carry his head on the tip of a spear. The Indians call the fight by blowing Christian bones in trumpets. War masks, leather armor, the Araucanian cavalry devastates the south. 7 cities crumble one after the other under the rain of arrows of fire. The prey becomes the hunter. The Araucanians besiege La Imperial. To leave it without water, they divert the course of the river. Half of the kingdom of Chile, all of southern Biobío, becomes Araucanian again. The Indians say, pointing to the spear, "He is my master. He does not command me to mine gold, or bring him herbs or firewood, or herd his cattle, or sow or reap. With this love, I want to walk." 1599. Santa Marta. They go to war to make love. Rebellion breaks out on the Caribbean coast and thunder shakes the Sierra Nevada. Indians rise up for the freedom of love. During the full moon festival, the gods dance on the body of the chief Kuchasik and give magic to his arms. From the towns of Jeriboka and Banda, the voices of war awaken the whole country of the Tarana Indians and Sheikh Masinga and Masingwila, Zaka and Mamazaka, Mendigawaka and Rodama, Buritaka and Tarama, Maroma, Taranaka, Huachaka, Chonia, Sinto and Nawanye, Mamatoko, Cienega, Durzano and Garika, Aragua and Duruma, Dibakaka, Dayana, Jing and Masaka, Dayadama, Sakasa, Kamania, Goarinia, Morakataka, Kokwenka and Mazanga. The Kuchasik chief wears the skin of a jaguar. Arrows that hiss, arrows that burn, arrows that poison, the Tarana set fire to the chapels, smash the crosses and kill the monks, fighting against the enemy god who forbids their customs. Since time immemorial, in these lands which wanted a divorce and the brothers made love, if they wanted to, and the woman with the man or the man with the man or the woman with the woman. It was so in these lands until the arrival of the men in black and the men of iron, who throw away the dogs they love as the ancestors loved. The Tarana celebrate the first victories. In their temples, which the enemy calls the houses of the devil, they play the flute on the bones of the vanquished, drink corn wine and dance to the sound of drums and shell trumpets. The warriors have closed all passes and roads to Santa Marta and are preparing for the final assault. 1600. Santa Marta. They had a homeland. Fire takes time to burn. How slowly it burns. Sounds of iron, wandering armor. The assault on Santa Marta failed and the governor issued a shave sentence. Arms and soldiers have arrived from Cartagena at the right time and the Tarana, bled by so many years of tribute and slavery, are scattered in defeat. Extermination by fire. Towns and plantations are burning, corn and cotton fields, cassava and potato fields, orchards. The irrigated fields and the fields that lit the eye and provided food were burning, the agricultural fields where the Tarana made love in broad daylight, because children made in the dark are born blind. How many worlds do these fires light? The one that was there and we could see, the one that was there and we couldn't see. Banished after 75 years of revolts, the Tarana flee through the mountains towards the most arid and remote corners, where there is neither fish nor corn. They expel them there, at the top of the mountains, to snatch their land and their memory, so that in the distance they isolate themselves and forget, in solitude, the songs of the time when they were together, a federation of free peoples, and they were mighty and dressed in colorful cotton capes, gold necklaces and glittering stones, so that they would never again remember that their grandparents were jaguars. Behind their backs they leave ruins and graves. The wind blows, the suffering souls blow and the fire dances. Hunting and fishing techniques. Deep in the Amazon jungle, a fisherman from the Dasena tribe sits on a high rock and watches the river. The waters slide, carry the fish, polish the stones, golden waters at the first light of day. The fisherman looks and feels the old river flowing with its blood in its veins. The fisherman won't fish until he makes women fall in love with fish. Nearby, in the village, the hunter is getting ready. He's already vomited, he's already bathed in the river, he's already clean inside and out. He now drinks herbal infusions that are the color of the deer, so that their aromas permeate his body, and he paints his face with the mask the deer prefers. After blowing tobacco smoke on his arms, he slowly walks towards the spring where the deer is drinking. There he throws pineapple juice, which is the sun girl's milk. The hunter has slept alone these past few nights. He has not been with women nor dreamed of them, so as not to make jealous the animal he will hunt and penetrate with spear or arrows. 1600. Potosi. The eighth wonder of the world. Incessant caravans of llamas and mules bring to the port of Arica the money which, with all their mouths, bleeds the hill of Potosi. After a long journey, bullion poured into Europe to finance war, peace, and progress there. In exchange, wines from Spain and hats and silks from France, lace, mirrors and tapestries from Flanders, German swords and Genoa stationery, stockings from Naples, crystals from Venice, waxes from Cyprus, diamonds from Ceylon, ivories from India and perfumes from Arabia, Malacca and Goa, carpets from Persia and porcelain from China, black slaves from Cape Verde and Angola and very fiery Chilean horses. Everything is very expensive in the city, the most expensive in the world. Only shisha and coca leaves are cheap. Indians, forcibly removed from communities across Peru, spend Sundays in corrals, dancing around drums and drinking chicha until they roll on the ground. At dawn on Monday they walk through them in the hill and chewing coca they pursue, with crowbars, the veins of silvery, white-green snakes which appear and flee through the entrails of this immense belly, without light, without air. The Indians work there all week, prisoners, breathing dust that kills the lungs and chewing coca that deceives hunger and disguises exhaustion, not knowing when night falls or dawn, until at the end of Saturday the bell rings for prayer and departure. They then advance, making their way with lighted candles, and they emerge on Sunday at dawn, for that is how deep the tunnels and the endless tunnels and galleries are. A priest, recently arrived in Potosi, sees them appear in the outskirts of the city, a long procession of thin ghosts, their backs marked by the whip, and comments, "I don't want to see this picture of hell. So close your eyes," they advise. "I can't," said the priest. "Eyes closed, I see more." Prophecies. Last night they got married, in front of the fire, according to tradition, and they listened to the sacred words. To her. That when it lights up in the fire of love, do not be frozen. And to him. That when she lights up in the fire of love, don't be frozen. They wake up by the light of the fire, embrace each other, welcome each other's gaze and tell each other their dreams. During sleep, the soul travels out of the body and knows, in an eternity or the blink of an eye, what is about to happen. Sweet dreams invite themselves, and for that the couples get up very early. Bad dreams, on the other hand, are thrown to the dogs. Bad dreams, nightmares of abysses or vultures or monsters, can announce the worst. And the worst part here is that they force you to go to the quicksilver mines of Huancavelica or the distant silver hill of Potosi. Sings of Cuzco. A flame would like. That her hair was golden, shining like the sun, strong like love. And soft as the cloud that the dawn unravels, to weave a cord where it would mark. Knot after knot. Passing moons, dying flowers. 1600. Mexico. Floats. The tanks returned to the wide streets of Mexico. More than 20 years ago, the ascetic Felipe II banned them. The decree said that the use of the car relaxes men and accustoms them to a royal and lazy life, and thus lose muscle for the art of war. With the death of Felipe II, the tanks reign again in the city. Inside, silks and crystals, on the outside, gold and tortoise shell and the coat of arms on the door. They give off the scent of precious wood and roll with the step of a gondola and the rocking of a cradle. Behind the curtains, the colonial nobility salutes and smiles. On the high box, between fringes and silk pom-poms, stands the coachman, disdainful, almost king, and the horses wear silver horseshoes. Horse-drawn carriages for Indians, whores, and those punished by the Inquisition are still prohibited. 1601. Valladolid. Quevedo. Spain ruled Portugal and all its colonies for 20 years, so a Spaniard can travel the world without stepping on foreign land. But Spain is the most expensive nation in Europe, it produces fewer and fewer things and more coins. Of the 35 million escudos born 6 years ago, not even a shadow remains. The data that Mr. Martín González de Chelorigo has just published here in his memoir on the necessary policy are not encouraging. By chance and by inheritance, each working Spaniard maintains about 30 of them. For pensioners, working is a sin. The hidalgos have the bedrooms as their battlefield, and fewer trees grow in Spain than friars and beggars. On the way to Genoa march the galleys laden with silver from America. Even the aroma does not leave in Spain the metals that arrive from Mexico and Peru. It seems that the feat of conquest would have been accomplished by German, Genoese, French, and Flemish merchants and bankers. A lame, myopic boy lives in Valladolid, pure blood, and with a sharp sword and tongue. At night, while the page tears off his boots, he meditates on verses. The next morning, the snakes slip under the gates of the royal palace. With his head buried in the pillow, young Francisco de Quevedo y Villegas ponders who makes a warrior out of a coward and softens the harshest judge, and cursing this profession of poet, he gets up in his bed, rubs his eyes, draws the lamp closer and pulls out the verses which do not allow him to sleep. The verses speak of Don Dinero, who is born honored in India, where the world accompanies him, comes to die in Spain and is buried in Genoa. 1602. Recife. The first expedition against Palmers. In the mills, which press the canes and the men, the work of each slave is measured as the weight of the canes and the pressure of the trapic and the heat of the furnace are measured. A slave's strength is exhausted in 5 years, but in a single year his owner recovers the price he paid for him. When slaves cease to be useful weapons and become useless mouths, they receive the gift of freedom. In the mountains of northeastern Brazil hide the slaves who conquer freedom before sudden old age or early death overthrows them. The Palmers are called the sanctuaries where the Maroons take refuge, in the forests of tall palm trees of Alagoas. The Governor-General of Brazil sends the first expedition against Palmers. It is made up of a few poor whites and mestizos, eager to capture and sell blacks, a few Indians who are promised combs, knives, and small mirrors, and many mulattoes. Returning from the Itapecuru River, the commander of the expedition, Bartolomeu Bezerra, announces to Recife, the hearth of the rebellion has been destroyed. And they believe it. 1603. Rome. The Four Parts of the World. An enlarged illustrated edition of Cesare Ripa's Iconology is published in Rome. The Dictionary of Symbolic Images shows the world seen from the northern shore of the Mediterranean. Above appears Europa, the queen, with her emblems of power. She is supported by horses and spears. With one hand he supports the columns of the temple, in the other he holds the scepter. He wears a crown on his head and other crowns rest at his feet, among mitres and books and brushes, zithers and harps. Next to the cornucopia, rest the compass and ruler. Bottom right, Asia. It offers coffee, pepper, incense. It is decorated with garlands of flowers and fruits. A camel, lying down, awaits him. Next to it, Africa is a dark-haired Moorish woman, with an elephant's head as a crest. She wears a coral necklace on her chest. The lion, the serpent, the scorpion, and the ears of wheat surround him. Beneath them all, America, a woman with an ugly face to look at. He wears feathers on his bare olive skin. At his feet he has a freshly severed human head and a lizard. She is armed with a bow and arrows. 1603. Santiago de Chile. The Pack. The town hall of Santiago has purchased a new brand of silverware to shoo Indian slaves in the face. The governor, Alonso de Ribera, orders that 1/5 of the value of each Araucanian sold in the ports of Valdivia and Arica be used for war expenses and the maintenance of soldiers. The hunts take place. The soldiers cross the Bio and at night they strike with their claws. They burn and massacre and return with men, women, and children bound by the neck. Once marked, they are sold in Peru. The governor raises the jug of wine and toasts the battles won. Raise a flamenco toast, like Pedro de Valdivia. First of all, for all the gentlemen and ladies that come to mind, glass after glass. When people burn out, toast to saints and angels, and never forget to thank them for the pretext. 1605. Lime. Judgment Night. Just after Christmas, cannon fire from the earth blew up the city of Arequipa. The mountain range erupted and the earth vomited up the foundations of houses. People were dismembered under the rubble and crops burned under the ashes. Meanwhile, the sea rises and drowns the port of Arica. At sunset yesterday, a barefoot friar summoned the crowd to the Plaza de Lima. He announced that this debauched city would sink in the next few hours, and with it its surroundings as far as the eye could see. No one can run away. He shouted, he shouted. Neither the fastest horse nor the fastest ship can escape. By sunset the streets were already full of penitents whipping each other by torchlight. Sinners shouted their guilt from the corners, and from the balconies the rich threw their silverware and festive clothes into the street. Scary secrets have been revealed out loud. The unfaithful wives tore up the cobblestones of the street to beat their breasts. Thieves and seducers knelt before their victims, masters kissed the feet of their slaves, and beggars had no hand for so many alms. The church received more money last night than in all Lents in its entire history. Those who were not looking for a priest to go to confession were looking for a priest to get married. The temples were crowded with people who wanted to put themselves under their protection. And then he got up. The sun is shining like never before in Lima. Penitents seek ointments for their scratched backs, and masters hunt their slaves. Newlyweds ask about their newest husbands. As the light of day has evaporated, the repentant roam the streets in search of new sins. Screams and curses are heard behind every door. There is not a beggar who is lost sight of. The priests also went into hiding, to count the mountains of coins that God accepted last night. With the remaining money, churches in Lima will purchase authentic Archangel Gabriel feathers from Spain. 1607. Seville. The strawberry. Captain Alonso Gonzalez de Najera, who has lived in Chile for 6 years, remembers and recounts. He speaks of those who are born between trumpets and drums, the noble host who wears a coat of mail from the cradle and makes their body a wall against the onslaught of the Indians. He assures us that the rain pulls grains of gold from the Chilean soil, and that the Indians pay the tribute with the gold they take from the bellies of the lizards. He also speaks of a rare, colorful, and heart-shaped fruit, which when touched by the teeth bursts into sweet juice. It could well compete, because of its beauty, flavor, and aroma, with the most gifted fruits in Spain, although in Chile they offended by calling it a strawberry. 1608. Prince Port. Silvestre de Balboa. In the house of mud and palm trees of Silvestre de Balboa, public notary of the Council of Porto Principe, was born the first epic poem in the history of Cuba. The author dedicates his 8th reels to Bishop Altamirano, kidnapped 4 years ago by the French pirate Gilbert Duran in the port of Manzanillo. The seals and the nereids, sympathetic to the bishop, who did not want to accept anything in his defense, boarded the pirate ship from the kingdom of Neptune. The people of Manzanillo managed to collect 200 ducats, 1,000 hides and other supplies, and finally the Lutheran corsair released his prey. Woods, satyrs, fauns, and semicapros came to the beach to welcome the rescued bishop, bringing him guanabanas and other delicacies. The napias came from the meadows, laden with mameyes, pineapples, tuna, avocados, tobacco, and dressed in petticoats. The dryads descended from the trees, their arms laden with wild pitahayas and the fruits of the birigi tree and the great jagua. Bishop Altamirano also received guabinas, dayas and other fish of the river from the hands of the naiads, and the nymphs of fountains and ponds gave him tasty masabo turtles. As the pirates were about to collect the ransom, a few young men, the cream of Manzanillo, pounced on them and bravely gave them what they deserved. It was a black slave, named Salvador, who pierced the chest of the pirate Gilbert Duran with his spear. O Salvador Creole, honest black! Steal your fame and never be consumed, only in praise of such a good soldier. It's good that the tongue and the pen do not get tired. Filled with admiration and fear, Silvestre de Balboa invokes Troy and compares the inhabitants of Manzanillo to Achilles and Odysseus, after mingling them with nymphs, fauns, and centaurs. But among the prodigious deities, the inhabitants of the city made their way, humbly, a black slave who behaved like a hero, and many fruits, herbs, and animals of this island that the author calls and loves by their names. 1608. Seville. Matthew German. Mateo Alemán boards the ship leaving for Mexico. To get to India, he bribed the king's secretary and demonstrated the purity of his blood. A Jew of father and mother and with a parent burned by the Inquisition, Mateo Alemán invented a very Christian lineage and an imposing coat of arms, thus making his lover, Francisca de Calderón, his eldest daughter. The novelist knew how to learn the arts from his character, Guzmán de Alfarache, skilled in the craft of flowery mischief, who changes costume, name, and city to erase the stigmata and escape misery. I have to dance to everyone's tune, as long as I last, explains Guzmán de Alfarache in the novel Spain is Reading. 1608. Córdoba. The Inca Garcilaso. At 70, he bends over the table, dips his quill in the horn inkwell and writes apologetically. He is a man of meticulous and gallant prose. He praises the invader in the language of the invader, which he has made his own. With one hand, he salutes the conquest, because it is the work of divine providence. The victors, weapons of God, have evangelized the new world and tragedy has paid the price of salvation. On the other, he bids farewell to the kingdom of the Incas, destroyed rather than known, and evokes it with nostalgia for paradise. One hand belongs to his father, Captain Pizarro. The other is from his mother, Atahualpa's cousin, who was humiliated by this captain and thrown into the arms of a soldier. Like America, the Inca Garcilaso de la Vega was born out of rape. Like America, she lives torn apart. Although he has been in Europe for half a century, he still listens, as if they were recent, to the voices of childhood in Cuzco, the things received in the mantillas and the milk. In this devastated city he came into the world, 8 years after having entered from the Spaniards, and in this city he drank, from his mother's lips, the stories that come from the distant day when the sun fell, on Lake Titicaca, the prince and princess born of their love with the moon. 1609. Santiago de Chile. Table rules. They told him so this morning, when they brought him the smoked and fragrant chocolate. With one leap, the governor emerged from the sheets of Holland. The King of Spain decided to legalize the slavery of Indians captured in war. It took almost a year for the news to cross the ocean and the mountains. For some time now, in Chile, Araukans have been sold before a notary, and those who try to escape have their tendons cut, but the king's approval will shut the mouths of some protesters. God bless this bread. The governor offers a dinner to the tamers of these unruly lands. Guests drink local wine from an ox horn and eat cornbread wrapped in corn husks, the savory humita, a dish of the Indians. As Alfonso El Sabio had recommended, they take the bites of chili meat with 3 fingers, and as Erasmus of Rotterdam wanted, they do not gnaw the bones, nor throw the peels of the fruits under the table. After drinking clean hot water, they are cleaned with a toothpick without leaving it between the lips or in the ear. 1611. Yaryutanai. The idolatry eliminator. With pickaxes, they smash Capac Huanca. The priest Francisco de Avila shouts to his Indians to hurry. There are still many idols to discover and crush in these lands of Peru, where he does not know anyone who does not commit the sin of idolatry. Divine wrath never rests. Avila, scourge of sorcerers, lives without sitting down. But for his servants, who know, every blow hurts. This large rock is a man chosen and saved by the god Periacaca. Capac Huanca was the only one to share his corn chicha and coca leaves with him, when Periacaca dressed in rags and came to Yaryutanai and begged here for something to drink and chew. This big rock is a generous man. Periacaca chilled him and turned him to stone, so that the punishing hurricane that took all the others won't take him. Avila sees its pieces thrown into the abyss. In its place, nail a cross. Then he asks the Indians for the story of Capac Huanca, and writes it down. 1612. San Pedro de Omapacha. Beaten shots. The symbol of authority, leather braid, piece of rope, whistles in the air and bites. Remove the skin and slice the meat. Naked, tied to the torture stone, Cristobal de Leon Molohuamani, leader of the Omapache community, suffers the punishment. The moans follow one another to the rhythm of the whip. From the cell to the strains, from the strains to the whip, the cacique lives in agony. He dared to protest before the Viceroy of Lima and did not hand over the Indians he owed. Because of him there was a lack of arms to bring wine from the plains to Cuzco and to spin and weave clothes like ordered it the corregidor. The executioner, a black slave, cracks the whip enthusiastically. This back is neither better nor worse than any other. 1613. London. Shakespeare. The Virginia Company has a great disappointment on the coasts of North America, without gold or silver, but throughout England their propaganda pamphlets are circulating announcing that the English are exchanging the Indians there for pearls of heaven for pearls of earth. Not so long ago, John Donne explored the body of his lover, in a poem, like the one who discovers America, and Virginia, Virginia gold, is the theme. Center stage for Princess Elizabeth's wedding festivities. In honor of the king's daughter, a masque by George Chapman is executed which revolves around a large golden rock, symbol of Virginia or the illusions of its shareholders. Gold, the key to all powers, the secret of life, persecuted by alchemists, sons of the sun, as silver is the daughter of the moon and copper is born of Venus. There is gold in the warm regions of the world, where the sun generously sows its rays. During the princess's wedding celebrations, a play by William Shakespeare, The Tempest, is also staged, inspired by the sinking of a Virginia Company ship in Bermuda. The great creator of souls and wonders places his drama this time on an island in the Mediterranean that looks more like the Caribbean Sea. There, Duke Prospero meets Caliban, son of the witch Sycorax, worshipper of the Patagonian Indian god. Caliban is a savage, one of those Indians that Shakespeare saw in a London exhibition, a creature of darkness, dumber than man. He learns only to curse and has neither judgment nor sense of responsibility. Only as a slave, or tied up like a monkey, could he find a place in human society, i.e. European society, that he has no interest in join. 1614. Lime. Minutes of the Council of Lima, theatrical censorship is born. In this town hall it was discussed and said that by not having examined the comedies that were represented in the city, it turned out that many things were said to the detriment of the parties and against the authority and the honesty which is due to the Republic. And for these inconveniences to cease now, it is necessary to provide a remedy. And after having dealt with and conferred upon it, it is agreed and ordered that writers of comedies who are now and shall hereafter be advised that they shall not in any way perform any comedy or cause it to be performed without having first been seen and reviewed and approved by the person whom this council appoints for this purpose, under penalty of 200 pesos of 9 reals. 1614. Lime. The dances of the Indians of Peru are prohibited. Condor wings, macaw head, jaguar skins, the Peruvian Indians dance their ancient remi in the middle of Corpus Christi. In the Quechua language, they celebrate their invocations to the sun, at the time of sowing, or pay homage to the sun on the occasion of a birth or at the time of the harvest. In order that, with the help of our Lord, the occasions of falling into idolatry may be suppressed, and that the devil may not continue to exercise his tricks, the Archbishop of Lima decides that the dances should not take place in the local dialect or in the general language, songs, or taquis. The Archbishop announces terrible punishments and orders the burning of all native instruments, including the sweet quena, messenger of love. On the shore you will sleep. I will come at midnight. 1615. Lime. Guampoma. At 70, he bends over the table, dips his pen in the horn inkwell, writes and draws defiantly. He is a man of crushed and broken prose. He curses the invader in the invader's language, which is not his own, and blasts him. The Castilian language stumbles 2 by 3 with the words Quechua and Aymara, but after all, Castile is Castile because of the Indians, and without the Indians your majesty is worth nothing. Today, Guaman Poma de Ayala is finishing his letter to the King of Spain. At first it was addressed to Felipe II, who died while Guaman was making it. Now he wants to hand over to Felipe III. The pilgrim wandered from village to village, the author walking through the mountains with a lot of snow, eating if he could and always carrying on his back his growing manuscript of drawings and words. The author Bulbi del Mundo. He crossed the world crying all the way and finally arrived in Lima. From there, he proposes to go to Spain. How he's going to do it, he doesn't know. Does it count? Nobody knows Guaman, nobody listens to him, and the monarch is far and very high, but Guaman, pen in hand, treats him as an equal, calls him by his familiar name and explains to him what he must do. Banished from his province, naked, ignored, Guaman did not hesitate to proclaim himself heir to the royal dynasties of the Yaravulcas and the Incas and appointed himself advisor to the king, first Indian chronicler, prince of the kingdom and second in command. He wrote this long letter of pride. His lineage comes from the ancient lords of Huánuco, and in the name he gave himself he collected the falcon and the puma from the coat of arms of his ancestors, who reigned over the lands of northern Peru since before the Incas and the Spaniards. To write this letter is to cry. Words, images, tears of rage. The Indians are the natural owners of this kingdom and the Spaniards from Spain here in this kingdom are foreigners. Santiago Apostol, in military uniform, tramples a fallen native. At banquets, the plates are full of little women. The muleteer carries a basket full of the priest's mixed-race children. It is also God's punishment that many Indians die in mercury and silver mines. In all Peru, where there were 100, there are not 10. Are you eating this gold? Asks the Inca, and the conquistador replies, this gold, we eat it. Today, Guaman finishes his letter. He lived for her. It took him half a century to write and draw it. There are nearly 1,200 pages. Today Guaman finishes his letter and dies. Neither Felipe III nor any king will ever know. For 3 centuries it will be lost to the world. 1616. Madrid. Cervantes. What news do you bring from our father? She lies, sir, in tears and prayers. It is swollen and ashy in color. He has already put his soul at peace with the notary and the priest. The winners are waiting. If I had the Fierabras bomb, 2 glasses and I'd be cured right away. Nearly 70, and dying. With 6 teeth in his mouth and 1 serving hand. With so many scars from battles, affronts and prisons. This ugly bloss would be useless. I'm not saying 2 drinks. 2 drops. It would be late. What is dead, you say? He is dying. Uncover yourself, Sancho. And you, Rocinante, lower your head. Ah, Prince of Arms. King of Letters. Without him, sir, what will become of us? We have nothing to do that is not to his praise. Where are we going to end up, so alone? We'll go where he wanted and couldn't. Where, sir? To straighten out what is wrong on the coasts of Cartagena, the hollow of La Paz and the forests of Soconusco. To crush our bones there. You must know, Sancho, my brother of paths and careers, that in India glory awaits the wandering knights, thirsty for justice and glory. Since there were few beatings. And the squires receive, as a reward, immense kingdoms never explored. Won't there be closer? And you, Rocinante, find out, in India, the horses are fine, the silver and the gold are biting. They are held by gods. After 1,000 blows, 1,001. Shut up, Sancho. Didn't our father tell us that America is a refuge for scoundrels and a sanctuary for whores? Shut up, I tell you. He who embarks for India, he tells us, leaves his conscience on the keys. Well, we'll go over there to clear the honor of her who gave birth to us free in prison. What if we cry for him here? Tribute do you call such betrayal? Ah, scoundrel! We will be back on the road. If he made us stay in the world, we will take him around the world. Give me the trap. Shield on your arm, Sancho. Spear. 1616. Potosi. Portraits of a procession. Cerro Mago de Potosi, in these high enemy moors, which only offered solitude and cold, the most populated city in the world arose. High silver crosses lead the procession, which advances between two rows of banners and swords. In the silver streets, silver horseshoes, luxurious horses with velvets and pearl bridles resonate. For the confirmation of those who command and the consolation of those who serve, parades of silver, shining, stomping, knowing that there is no space on earth or in heaven that he cannot buy. The city has disguised itself as a party, the balconies have hangings and coats of arms, from a sea of crisp silks, foaming lace, and cascades of pearls, the ladies watch and admire the cavalcade that advances to the sound of trumpets, shawls and raucous drums. A few gentlemen have black spots on their eyes and bumps and sores on their foreheads, which are not marks of war but of syphilis, but while flying they come and go, from the balconies to the street, from the street to the balconies, kisses and compliments. Self-interest and greed make their way, masked. Greed, snake mask, sings while the horse frolics. They call me root of all evil, and it's my trophy for not satisfying desire. And interest replies, black shoes, black doublet embroidered with gold, black mask under the black cap with lots of feathers. If I conquered love, and love conquers death, I am stronger than anything. The bishop leads a slow, long army of hooded priests and Nazarenes armed with tall candlesticks and silver candelabra, until the trumpeting of heralds outweighs the tinkling of bells announcing the Virgin of Guadalupe, light of those who wait, mirror of justice, refuge of sinners, consolation of the afflicted, green palm, flowering stem, shining stone. She arrives in waves of gold and mother of pearl, in the arms of 50 Indians, drowned by the abundance of jewels. She witnesses with astonished eyes the agitation of the silver-winged cherubim and the spectacular parade of their worshippers. On a white steed springs the knight with the burning sword, followed by a battalion of pages and lackeys in white livery. The knight throws down his hat and sings to the Virgin. In my lady, though dark, such beauty is enclosed that suspends heaven and earth. Lackeys and pages in purple livery run after the knight of divine love, who comes at a trot, a Roman horseman, his skirts of purple silk in the wind. Before the Virgin he falls on his knees and humbles his brow crowned with laurels, but when he puffs out his chest to sing his verses, a barrage of sulphurous smoke explodes. The demon cart has invaded the street, and no one is paying any attention to the knight of divine love. Prince Tartario, worshipper of Muhammad, spreads his bat-like wings, and Princess Proserpina, mane and tail of serpents, launches from above blasphemies and laughter that the court of demons celebrates. Somewhere suddenly the name of Jesus Christ rings out and the car from hell explodes in a huge explosion. Prince Tartarus and Princess Proserpina leap through the smoke and flames and roll, prisoners, at the feet of the Mother of God. The street is covered with little angels, halos and wings of sparkling silver, and the sounds of violins and guitars, zithers and shawls brighten the air. The musicians, dressed as young girls, celebrate the arrival of mercy, justice, peace, and truth, 4 graceful girls from Potosi standing on silver and velvet armchairs. The horses that pull the carriage have the head and chest of an Indian. And then the serpent arrives, turning around. On 1,000 Indian legs the huge reptile glides, its flaming jaws open, bringing fear and fire into the pilgrimage, and at the feet of the Virgin it defies and fights. When the soldiers cut off his head with axe and sword, the Inca comes out of the entrails of the serpent, with his pride in pieces. Dragging his astonishing clothes, the Son of the Sun falls on his knees before the divine light. The Virgin wears a mantle of gold, rubies, and pearls the size of chickpeas, and the golden cross of the imperial crown shines brighter than ever above her astonished eyes. Then the crowd Craftsmen of all trades and rascals and beggars capable of tearing tears from a glass eye, the half-breeds, children of violence, neither serfs nor lords, walk on foot. The law prohibits them from having horses or weapons, just as it prohibits mulattoes from using parasols, so that no one hides the stigma that stains the blood until the 6th generation. With the mestizos and the mulattoes come the cuarterones and the zambos and all the mestizos, the 1,000 colors of the sons of the hunter and his prey. Behind, the procession is closed by a multitude of Indians laden with fruits and flowers and trays of steaming food. Before the Virgin, the Indians implore forgiveness and consolation. Further on, black people pick up the garbage left by everyone else. 1616. Santiago Papasquiaro. Is the God of masters the God of servants? An old Indian prophet spoke of the free life. Dressed in the old-fashioned way, he traveled through these deserts and mountains kicking up the dust and singing, to the sad sound of a hollow trunk, the exploits of his ancestors and the lost freedom. The old man preached war against those who took lands and gods from the Indians and burst them into the tunnels of Zacatecas. Those who die in necessary warfare will be resurrected, he announced, and the ancients who die in battle will be reborn young and swift. The Tipuans stole muskets and carved and hid many bows and arrows, as they are skilled archers like Morning Star, the divine arrow shooter. They stole and killed horses to eat their agility, and mules to eat their strength. The rebellion breaks out in Santiago Papasquiaro, north of Durango. The Tipuans, the most Christian Indians in the region, the first converts, marched on the hosts, and when Father Bernardo Cisneros asked for clemency, they responded to Dominus Vobiscum. To the south, in the Mezquital, they smashed the Virgin's face with machetes and drank wine from chalices. In the town of Zap, Indians dressed in cassocks and Jesuit bonnets pursued fugitive Spaniards through the woods. In Santa Catarina, they unloaded their clubs on Father Hernando del Tovar, saying to him, "Let's see if God saves you." Father Juan del Valle was left lying on the ground, naked, with his hand in the air making the sign of the cross and the other hand covering his unused penis. But the uprising did not last long. In the plains of Cacaria, the colonial troops slaughtered the Indians. A red rain falls on the dead. The rain pierces the air thick with dust and riddles the dead with balls of red mud. In Zacatecas, the bells ring, calling for festive banquets. The mine lords sigh in relief. Manpower will not be lacking in the tunnels. Nothing will interrupt the prosperity of the kingdom. They will be able to continue to piss in peace in sculpted silver pots, and no one will prevent their ladies from attending mass accompanied by 100 servants and 20 young girls. 1617. London. Virginia smokes in the London fog. Dramatic characters. The King, James I of England, VI of Scotland. He wrote, "Tobacco turns the inner parts of man into a kitchen by making them dirty or infecting them with a kind of oily and greasy soot." He also wrote that the smoker imitates the barbaric and bestial ways of the savage and servile impious Indians. John Rolfe. English colonist from Virginia. One of the most distinguished members of this people, marked and chosen by the finger of God, according to Rolfe himself defines his. With seeds brought to Virginia from the island of Trinidad, he made good blends of tobacco on his plantations. 3 years ago he shipped to London, to Elizabeth Cellars, 4 barrels full of leaves, which began the recent but already successful trade in tobacco with England. It could well be said that John Rolfe placed tobacco on the throne of Virginia, as the queen plant of absolute power. Last year he came to London with Governor Dale, seeking new settlers and new investments for the Virginia Company, and promising fabulous profits to his stockholders, for tobacco will be to Virginia what money is in Peru. He also came to present his wife, the Indian Princess Pocahontas, baptized Rebecca, to King James. Sir Thomas Dale. Governor of Virginia until last year. He authorized the marriage of John Rolfe and Princess Pocahontas, the first Anglo-Indian marriage in Virginia's history, on the understanding that it was an act of high propriety. a policy that would contribute to the peaceful supply of grain and weapons by the indigenous population. However, in his permit application, John Rolfe did not mention this aspect of the matter. He didn't talk about love either, though he was careful to emphatically deny any unbridled desire for his beautiful 18-year-old girlfriend. Rolfe said he wanted to marry this pagan with a rude education, barbaric ways, and a doomed generation, for the good of this plantation, for the honor of our country, for the glory of God, for my own salvation, and to convert me to the true knowledge of God and Jesus Christ to an unbelieving creature. Pocahontas. Also called Matoka when she lived with the Indians. Favorite daughter of High Chief Powhatan. Since marrying John Rolfe, Pocahontas has renounced idolatry, renaming herself Rebecca, and covering her nudity in English clothing. Wearing a top hat and high lace around her neck, she arrived in London and was received at court. She spoke like an Englishwoman and believed like an Englishwoman, devoutly shared her husband's Calvinist faith, and Virginia Tobacco found in her the highly qualified and exotic promoter he needed to assert himself in London. He died of the English disease. Returning to the Thames in Virginia, and while the ship waited for favorable winds, Pocahontas breathed her last in the arms of John Rolfe, at Gravesend, in the month of March of that year, 1617. She had not yet reached the age of 20. 1 year old. Opeshankana. Uncle of Pocahontas, older brother of High Chief Powhatan. It was Opeshankana who delivered the bride at Jamestown Protestant Bear Log Church 3 years ago. She didn't say a word during the ceremony, neither before nor after, but Pocahontas told John Rolfe the story of her uncle. Opeshankana lived in other times in Spain and Mexico. He was a Christian and was called Luis de Velasco, but as soon as he returned to his country, he threw the crucifix and the cape and the collar into the fire, beheaded the priests who accompanied him and recovered his name of Opeshankana, which in the Algonquin language means one who has a pure soul. Someone who was an actor at the Globe Theatre in Shakespeare's day has put together the data for this story and is now wondering, over a mug of beer, what to do with it. Will he write a love tragedy or a moralizing drama about tobacco and its evil powers? Or maybe a masquerade with the theme of the conquest of America? The play would be a sure hit, as all of London is talking about Princess Pocahontas and her short-lived stay here. This woman. She alone was a harem. All London dreams of her naked among the trees, with fragrant flowers in her hair. What avenging angel pierced her with his invisible sword? Did she atone for the sins of her pagan people? Or was this death a warning from God to her husband? Tobacco, illegitimate son of Proserpina and Bacchus. Doesn't Satan protect the mysterious pact between this herb and the fire? Doesn't Satan blow the smoke that makes the virtuous dizzy? And the hidden lasciviousness of the Puritan John Rolfe? And the past of Opeshankana, once called Luis de Velasco, traitor or avenger? Opeshankana entering the church with the princess on his arm. Tall, straight, mute. No, no, concludes the indiscreet story hunter, paying for his beers and going out into the street. This story is too good to be written. As Dr. Silva, a poet from India, often says, if I write it, what will I have left to tell my friends? 1618. Lime. Small world. Fabiana Criola's master has died. In his will, he lowered the price of freedom from 200 to 150 pesos. Fabiana has been awake all night, wondering how much her rosewood box full of cinnamon powder will be worth. She doesn't know how to add, so she can't calculate the freedoms she has bought, with her work, throughout the half-century that she has been in the world, nor the price of the children who have been made and taken from her. At dawn, the bird strikes the window with its beak. Every day the same bird warns that it's time to wake up and walk. Fabiana yawns, sits down on the mat and looks at her tired feet. 1618. Luanda. Dispatch. They have been caught in the hunters' nets and are marching towards the coast, bound to each other by the neck, while the drums of pain resound in the villages. On the African coast a slave is worth 40 necklaces of glass or a whistle on a chain or a pair of pistols or a handful of bullets. Muskets and machetes, brandy, silks from China and calicos from India are paid for with human flesh. A brother walks through the rows of captives in the main port square of Luanda. Each slave receives a pinch of salt on the tongue, a little holy water on the head and a first name. The interpreters translate the sermon, "Now you are children of God." The priest orders them not to think of the lands they are abandoning and not to eat the meat of dogs, rats or horses. This reminds them of the epistle of St. Paul to the Ephesians, "Servants, serve your masters," and the curse of Noah against the sons of Ham, who remained black forever and ever. They see the sea for the first time and are terrified by this huge roaring beast. They believe that the whites are taking them to a distant slaughterhouse, to eat them and turn them into oil and fat. Hippopotamus skin whips push them into the huge canoes that cross the breaking waves. In ships, they are threatened by the stern and bow guns, the wicks of which burn. Irons and chains keep them from being thrown overboard. Many will die on the journey. The survivors will be sold on the markets of America and again branded with a hot iron. They will never forget their gods. Oxala, both man and woman, will dress up as Saint Jerome and Saint Barbara. Obatala will be Jesus Christ, and Oshun, spirit of sensuality and sweet waters, will become the Virgin of Candelaria, Conception, Charity, or Pleasures, and will be Saint Anna on the island of Trinidad. 4. Behind Saint George, Saint Anthony, or Saint Michael, will appear the irons of Ogum, god of war, and in Saint Lazarus Babalu will sing. The thunder and fires of the formidable Shango will transfigure Saint John the Baptist and Saint Barbara. In Cuba, Eligua will continue to have two faces, life and death, and in southern Brazil, Ixua will have two heads, God and the devil, to offer his faithful comfort and revenge. 1618. Lime. A dark-colored guardian. The friends ruffle their tattered coats and sweep the floor with their hats. Fulfilled with mutual reverence, they praise each other. Magnificent this strain. And your wound? It is enormous. They cross the open field together, chased by the flies. They talk while pissing, their backs to the wind. Long time no see. I ran like a fly. Suffer, suffer. Oh. Lizard extracts a scab from the bag, blows on it, polishes it, and invites Pied Pan. Sitting on a stone, they contemplate the flowers of the caltrops. Pied Pan bites with its 3 teeth, and to say. At the Audiencia, there were good alms. The best place in Lima. But the guard fired me. He fired me. The Juan Ochoa? Satan, you have to call him. There my God knows that I did not do anything to him. Juan Ochoa is gone. True. They kicked him out like a dog. He's no longer guardian of the Audiencia, or anything. Pied Pan, avenged, smiles. Extends the toes of his bare feet. For his wickedness, it had to be. So no. For being rude, did they kick him out? No, no. By the son of a mulatto and grandson of a black woman. For that. 1620. Madrid. Devil's dances come from America. Thanks to the corpse of San Isidro, who slept by his side these last nights, King Felipe III feels better. This afternoon, he ate and drank without drowning. His favorite dishes lit up his eyes and he emptied the glass of wine in one gulp. Now he dips his fingers in the water fountain offered to him by a kneeling page. The baker hands the towel to the weekly butler. The weekly mayordomo forwards it to the mayordomo mayor. The butler bows to the Duke of Usta. The Duke picks up the towel. Humbling his forehead, he offers it to the king. While the king dries his hands, the sculptor brushes the crumbs from his clothes and the priest offers a prayer of thanks to God. Felipe yawns, unties his high lace collar, asks what's new. The Duke says members of the hospital board came to the palace. They complain that the public refuses to go to the theater since the king has banned balls, and hospitals live off comedy shows. Sir, said those of the junta to the duke, since there are no balls, there are no tickets. The sick die. We don't have to pay for bandages or doctors. The actors recite verses by Lope de Vega praising the American Indian. Tequitan Matanacanel, Spanish from here to there. In Spain there is no love, believe it like this. Allah reigns over interest and love here. But from America the public demands salty songs and dances that set the most honest on fire. It is useless for the actors to make the stones weep and the dead laugh, nor for the performing arts to fire lightning from the clouds of cardboard. If the rooms remain empty, groan those of the regi, the hospitals will have to close. I told them, said the Duke, His Highness would decide. Felipe scratches his chin, examines his fingernails. If His Majesty hasn't changed his mind. What's forbidden is forbidden, and indeed forbidden. The saraband and the chaconne make the sexes shine in the dark. Father Mariana denounced these dances, inventions of American blacks and savages, infernal in words and gestures. Even in processions one hears their couplets in praise of sin, and when their lascivious sounds of tambourines and castanets burst out, the nuns of the convents no longer have their legs and the tickling of the devil tugs at their hips and belly. The king's gaze follows the footsteps of a large, lazy fly among the remains of the banquet. And you do you think? The king asks for the fly. The duke is taken for granted. These rogue dances are coven music, as Her Majesty has rightly said, and the witch's place is in the bonfires of the Plaza Mayor. The delicacies have disappeared from the table, but the sticky aroma lingers in the air. Stabbing, the king commands the fly. You decide. Even the worst enemy could not accuse His Highness of intolerance, insists the Duke. To forgive was your Majesty. In the days of his father king, God have him in glory. Aren't you the boss? Whispers Felipe. Other prizes were awarded to those who dared to dance the saraband. 200 lashes and oars to the galleys. You, I say, the king whispers, and he closes his eyes. You and a foamy balloon, saliva that still remains in his mouth, appear between his lips. The Duke alludes to a protest, then falls silent and tiptoes back. Felipe sinks into torpor, his eyelashes heavy, and he dreams of a fat naked woman devouring cards. 1622. Seville. Rats. Father Antonio Vázquez de Espinosa, recently arrived from America, is the guest of honor. While the servants serve the pieces of turkey in sauce, the foam of the waves breaks in the air, a high and white sea driven mad by the storm, and when the stuffed chickens arrive, tropical rain pours down on the table. Father Antonio says that on the coast of the Caribbean Sea it rains so much that while waiting for the rain to stop, women become pregnant and children are born. When it is light, they are already men. The other guests, attentive to the story and the banquet, eat and are silent. The priest has his mouth full of words and forgets the dishes. From the floor, seated on cushions, children and women listen as at mass. The journey from the Honduran port of Trujillo to Sanlúcar de Barrameda was a feat. Ships sailed to the bumps, tormented by storms, several boats were swallowed up by the rough seas and many sailors by sharks. But nothing worse, and Father Antonio lowers his voice, nothing worse than rats. In punishment for the many sins that are being committed in America, and because no one has confessed and received communion properly, God has sown rats on the ships. He put them in the coffers, among the provisions, and under the quarterdeck, in the aft cabin, in the cabins and even in the pilot's chair, so many rats, and so big, that they aroused fear and admiration. 4 quintals of bread were stolen by the rats from the room where the priest slept, as well as the biscuits which were under the hatch. They devoured the hams and bacon from the stern hammock. When the thirsty went to fetch water, they found drowned rats floating in the vessels. When the hungry went to the henhouse, they found nothing but bones and feathers and sometimes a hen lying down, her legs gnawed. Even the parrots, in their cages, were not spared from the onslaught. Sailors guarded the remains of water and food night and day, armed with sticks and knives, and rats swooped in, biting hands and devouring each other. Between the olives and the fruits, the rats have arrived. The desserts are intact. No one tastes a drop of wine. Do you want to listen to the new phrases I invented? As the ancient prayers did not appease the wrath of the Lord. Nobody's answering. The men cough while bringing the napkin to their mouth. None of the women who were walking around giving orders to the service stayed. Those who listened seated on the ground, squinted open-mouthed. The children see Father Antonio with a long trunk, huge teeth, and mustaches, and they wring their necks looking for his tail under the table. 1624. Lime. People are sold. To walk. Course. Sing. What are the flaws? Open that mouth. Is he drunk, or rowdy? How much are you offering, sir? And diseases? If it's worth double. Course. Don't fool me, I'll give it back to you. Jump, dog. A play like this cannot be given away. Lift your arms. Sing loudly. That black woman, with the baby or without the baby. Let's see the teeth. They carry them by one ear. They will mark the buyer's name on their cheeks or forehead and will be working tools in plantations, fisheries, and mines and weapons of war on the battlefield. They will be midwives and nurses, giving life, and taking it back. They will be executioners and grave diggers. They will be minstrels and bed meat. The slave compound is in the heart of Lima, but the council just voted to transfer it. The proposed blacks will be housed in a barracks across the Rimac River, next to the San Lazaro slaughterhouse. There they will be far enough from the city, for the winds to carry their corrupted and contagious air. 1624. Lime. Black whips black. 3 African slaves walked the streets of Lima with their hands tied and a rope around their necks. The executioners, also black, walked behind. Every few steps, a whiplash, up to 100, and when they fell, the eyelashes were a gift. The mayor had given the order. The slaves had brought cards into the cathedral graveyard, turning it into a gambling hall, with the tombstones as tables, and the mayor well knew that the lesson was not bad for blacks in general, so insolent and numerous, and so fond of rioting. Now they lie, punished, in the courtyard of their master's house. Their backs are raw. They howl while washing their wounds with urine and brandy. The master curses the mayor, clenches his fist, swears revenge. We don't play like that with someone else's property. 1624. Lime. The diabolical. Moonlight at 1 o'clock, announced by the church bell, and Don Juan de Mogrovejo de la Cerda leaves the tavern and begins to walk in the night of Lima, scented with orange blossoms. Upon reaching the Calle del Trato intersection, he hears strange voices or echoes, stops the ear. A certain Asmodeo says he has changed residence several times since his ship left Seville. Arriving in Portobelo, he inhabited the bodies of several merchants who call a trap a bargain, a robbery a profit, and choice a measure, and in Panama he moved and went to live inside a hypocrite of the cavalry, with a false name, who knew by heart the copy of the dukes, the calendar of the marquises and the litany of the counts. Tell me, Asmodeus, did this subject follow the commandments of modern chivalry? Everyone, Ammonius. He lied and did not pay debts or heed the 6th commandment, he always got up late, spoke at mass and was always cold, which is said to be in good taste. And look how hard it is to be cold in Panama, with this heat that our hell would want. In Panama, the stones sweat and people say, hurry up with the soup, it's getting hot. The indiscreet Don Juan de Mogrovejo de la Cerda cannot see Asmodeo or Ammonio, who speak to each other from afar, but it is enough for him to know that such names do not appear among the saints and to smell the incomparable smell of sulfur which invaded the air. In case I did not reach the subject of such an eloquent speech. Don Juan crushes his back against the high cross at the corner of Trado, whose shadow prevents Amonio and Asmodeo from approaching across the street. He crosses himself and immediately invokes a whole squadron of saints for his protection and help. But he cannot pray, because he wants to listen. You won't miss a word about it? Asmodeo tells how he left the body of this gentleman to become a renegade clergyman, and then, during a trip to Peru, he found an inn in the bowels of a devout woman who specialized in the sale of young girls. Thus I came to Lima, in the maze of which, far to the north, your warnings will be for me. Give me news of these extended provinces. Are the haciendas worth trying? If they were, hell would be more idle. How am I going to tempt the merchants? Make them be and leave them. Do you have any love or respect for your superiors here? To fear. Well, what should someone who wants an award do? Don't deserve it? Don Juan invokes the Virgin of Atocha, looks for the rosary he has forgotten and clutches the hilt of the sword, while continuing the question about Lima, to which Amonio immediately answers. As for the show-offs at the gala, I ask you if they dress well. They might, because of how much they cut all year round. Do they whisper so much? Fortunately in Lima, all hours are critical. Tell me now, why do they call the Franciscos ponchos, at Luisa's, luchos, to Isabel, chabolas? The first for not telling the truth, the second for not naming the saints. Don Juan then suffers from an untimely fit of coughing. Hear screaming. Let's flee, and after a long silence he detaches himself from the cross that protected him. With trembling knees, he gazes at Calle de los Mercaders and the provincial gates. Charlatans, not even the smoke remains. 1624. Seville. The last chapter of the life of the researcher. The river reflects the man who questions it. Where should I send the valet? Should I send him to his death? They dance on the Guadalquivir, from the stone jetty, their boots twisted. This man has a habit of shaking his feet while thinking. I decide. It was I who gave birth to him as the son of a barber and a witch and the nephew of an executioner. I crowned him prince of the bitch life in the kingdom of lice, beggars, and hanged men. Lenses flicker in the greenish waters, stuck in the depths, asking questions. What do? I taught him to steal chickens and ask for alms for the wounds of Christ. From me he learned mastery of dice, cards, and rapier throws. With my arts he was a lover of nuns and a comedian of the League. Francisco de Quevedo wrinkles his nose to accommodate his glasses. I decide. What other choice is there? We have seen no novel, in the history of letters, which does not have a last chapter. Stretch your neck in front of the galleons arriving, sails lowered, towards the quays. No one has suffered like me. Didn't I make his hunger mine, when his guts rumbled and even explorers had no eyes on his face? If Don Pablo's is to die, I must kill him. He is ash, like me, residue of the flame. From a distance, a ragged boy looks at the gentleman scratching his head leaning over the river. An owl, thinks the boy. And he thinks, the owl is mad. He wants to fish without a hook. And Quevedo thinks. Kill him. Isn't fame, perhaps, that breaking mirrors is bad luck? Kill him. What if the crime was seen as just punishment for his bad life? What joy for the inquisitors and censors. Just imagining their happiness, I have the guts. Then a flight of seagulls explodes. An American ship drops anchor. With a bound, Quevedo begins to walk. The boy chases after him, mimicking his arching gait. The writer's face lights up. On the docks, he found the fate his character deserves. He will send Don Pablo's, the buskin, to India. Where but in America could he end his days? His novel already has its mouth and Quevedo dark, hallucinated, in this city of Seville where men dream of sailing and women return. 1624. Mexico. The river of anger. The crowd, which covers the entire main square and surrounding streets, throws curses and stones at the viceroy's palace. The cobblestones and cries, "Traitor, thief, dog, Judas," crash against the shutters and the tightly locked gates. Insults to the viceroy are mixed with cheers from the archbishop, who has excommunicated him for speculating with the bread of the city. For a long time, the viceroy has stored all wheat and grain in his private granaries, and thus play at will with the prices. The crowd smokes. Suspend it. Beat it. Beat him to death. Some demand the head of the officer who profaned the church while dragging the archbishop, others demand that Mejia, the figurehead of the viceroy's affairs, be lynched, and everyone wants to fry the hoarding viceroy in oil. Spades, halberds appear, pistol and musket shots are heard. Invisible hands raise the king's banner, on the roof of the palace, and the cries of the trumpets ask for help, but no one comes to defend the cornered viceroy. The rulers of the kingdom lock themselves in their palaces and the judges and officials slip through the holes. No soldier obeys orders. The walls of the local prison do not resist the assault. The prisoners join the raging tide. The palace doors fall, fire devours the doors and crowds invade the corridors, a hurricane tearing down the curtains, bursting the chests and devouring what it finds. The viceroy, disguised as a monk, fled through a secret tunnel, towards the convent of San Francisco. 1625. Mexico. What do you think of the city? Recently arrived Father Thomas Gage entertains himself on the Paseo de la Alameda. Teeth in his eyes, he watches the ladies glide, float, under the tunnel of tall trees. None of them wears the sash or the mantilla below the waist, the better to show the movement of the hips and the graceful gait, and behind each lady comes a procession of dazzling Negroes and mulatto women, breasts protruding from their necklines, fire and game. They wear roses on their high-heeled shoes and words of love embroidered on the silk ribbons who gird their foreheads. On the back of an Indian, the priest arrives at the palace of the government. The viceroy offers him pineapple jam and hot chocolate and asks him what he thinks of this town. In the middle of a recital of praise for Mexico, women, and cars and avenues, the owner of the house interrupts him. "Do you know that I only saved my life by a hair's breadth? And for bald hair." From the mouth of the viceroy flows, in cataract, the story of the mutiny of last year. After much smoke and blood and 2 gourds of chocolate exhausted sip by sip, Father Gage learns that the viceroy has spent a year in hiding in the convent of San Francisco, and still cannot get his nose out of the palace without risking a stone. However, the unruly archbishop suffered the punishment of exile in poor and distant Zamora. Some priests were condemned to row galleys, and to crush the insolence of the populace it was enough to hang 3 or 4 agitators. "If it were up to me, I'd hang them all," said the viceroy. Rising from his chair, he proclaims, "To all. In this whole fucking town." And sits down. "These are lands still ripe for rebellion," he sniffs. "I cleared the roads of Mexico of bandits." And he adds, confidentially, craning his neck, "Do you know? The children of the Spaniards, those who were born here. At the head of the tumult, who were they? They. The Creoles. They feel in their own country, they want to govern." Father Gage gazes with mystical eyes at the heavy crystal chandelier that hangs over his head and says, "That seriously offends God. A second Sodom. I saw it with my own eyes this afternoon. Worldly delights." The viceroy nodded in confirmation. "They will be racked like hay," said the priest. "Like freshly cut green grass, they dry out. Drink the last sip of chocolate." Psalm 37, he concludes, gently placing the cup on the saucer. 1625. Samayac. The dances of the Guatemalan Indians are prohibited. The brothers proclaim that there is no longer any memory or trace of the ancient rites and customs of the region of Verapaz, but the town criers spend their voices announcing, in the squares, the successive edicts of prohibition. Juan Maldonado, oitor of the royal court, now dictates, in the city of Samayak, new ordinances against dances harmful to the conscience of the Indians and to the protection of the Christian law which they profess, because such dances evoke sacrifices and ancient rites and offend our Lord. The Indians waste money on feathers, robes and masks and waste a lot of time on rehearsals and drunkenness, which is why they stop going to benefit their haciendas, paying their tributes and feeding their homes. He who dances the tun will receive 100 lashes. In the tun the Indians have a pact with the demons. The tun, or Rubinalachi, is a dance of fertility, dramatized with masks and words, and the tun is also the hollow trunk whose rhythm is accompanied by long-sounding trumpets while the drama of the man of the Quiches, prisoner of the Rubinals, takes place. The victors sing and dance in homage to the greatness of the vanquished, who says goodbye with dignity to his land and goes up to the Brahmadiro where he will be sacrificed. 1626. Potosi. A punishing god. The lagoon sank, broke the dam, invaded the city. Many were crushed by the flood. The mules pulled the broken people out of the mud. Spaniards, Creoles, mestizos, Indians ended up in mass graves, mixed together. The houses of Potosi also looked like broken corpses. The fury of the Cari Cari lagoon only subsided when the priests took the Cristo de la Vera Cruz in procession. Seeing him coming, the waters stopped. From pulpits all over Peru the same sermons are heard these days. Sinners! How long will you play with the goodness of the Lord? God is long-suffering. How long, sinners? Were the warnings and punishments not enough? In these extended and opulent kingdoms, the bursting of the Potosi lagoon is not new. 45 years ago, a gigantic stone suddenly collapsed on a village of Indian sorcerers, in Acocala, a few leagues from the city of La Paz. From the sunken city, only the cacique was saved, who remained silent and told the story by signs. Shortly after, another huge stone buried a village of heretical Indians at Yanaica, near Cuzco. The following year the earth opened and engulfed men and houses in Arequipa, and as the city had not been punished, the earth opened its jaws again soon after, and left only the convent of San Francisco standing. In 1586, the sea drowned the city of San Marcos de Arica, along with all its ports and beaches. At the dawn of the new century, the Ubanas volcano erupted. His anger was so great that the ashes crossed the mountain range by land and by sea to the shores of Nicaragua. 2 warning stars appeared in the sky in 1617. They wouldn't go away. They ended up moving away, thanks to the sacrifices and promises of devout women from all over Peru, who prayed 5 novenas without stopping. 1628. Chiapas. The bishop and the chocolate. He does not add black pepper, as those who suffer from liver cold do. He doesn't put corn in it, because it swells. He sprinkles it liberally with cinnamon, which empties the bladder, improves eyesight, and strengthens the heart. Don't skimp on well-ground chilies, either. Add orange blossom water, white sugar, and annatto to give color, and he never forgets a handful of anise, 2 vanillas and a dusting of Alexandrian roses. Father Thomas Gage loves frothy, well-made chocolate. If they are not dipped in chocolate, candies and marzipan have no flavor. He needs a cup of chocolate mid-morning to keep going, another after eating to get up from the table, and another to lie down at night and chase away sleep. Since arriving in Chiapas, however, he hasn't even tried. The belly protests, but Fray Thomas prefers to live poorly between dizziness and fainting, as long as he avoids the misfortune that killed Bishop Bernardo de Salazar. Until not so long ago, the ladies of the city attended mass accompanied by a procession of pages and servants who, in addition to carrying the velvet prie-dieu, carried a brazier, a cauldron, and a gourd to prepare the chocolate. Because their stomachs were weak, the ladies could not bear the prayers of a low mass, let alone a high mass, without the hot elixir. This was the case until Bishop Bernardo de Salazar decided to ban the custom, due to the confusion and noise they caused in the church. The ladies took revenge. One morning, the bishop is found dead in his office. At his feet was found, shattered into pieces, the cup of chocolate that someone had served him. 1628. Madrid. Hidalguías are offered. Off Matanzas, Cuba, the Spanish fleet fell to privateer Petain. All the money that came from Mexico and Peru will go to the Netherlands. In Amsterdam, Heen is elevated to the rank of Grand Admiral and given a national hero's welcome. Dutch children will sing forever. Petain, Petain. Small was his name but big was what he did. In Madrid, they take the lead. Of the royal treasury there is only one hole left. The king decides, among other emergency measures, to put new noble titles up for sale. Nobility is granted for the facts indicated. And what fact is more marked than having money to buy it? In exchange for 4,000 ducats, every commoner wakes up to become a long-time noble, and rises with pure blood which until last night was the son of a Jew or the grandson of a Muslim. But used titles are cheaper. There are too many nobles in Castile who would walk with bare bottoms if their capes did not cover them, hidalgos with an illusory table who live by shaking invisible crumbs from their mats and their mustaches. They offer the highest bidder the right to use the gift. What is the only thing what they have left? With the nobles who ride in a silver car, the oppressed have in common only the sense of honor and the longing for glory, the horror of work. Begging is less unworthy and disgust with the bathroom, which is a Moorish custom, foreign to the Catholic religion and frowned upon by the Inquisition. Songs of him who went to India, sung in Spain. He goes to Ronda for butts. In the Argonales for the apples, in India for the money. And the Sierra by Serranas. My husband went to India to get rich, he brought a lot to say, but little to say. My husband went to India and brought me a razor with a sign that said, if you want to eat, work. Men go to India, to win. The Indies have them here, if they wanted to work. 1629. The Crab Girls. Bascunan. The head cracks and hurts. Lying in the neighborhood, among the heap of dead, Francisco Núñez de Pineda y Bascunan opens his eyes. The world is a mess of blood and mud, riddled with rain, tossing and turning and splashing and turning. The Indians are on him. They tear off his armor and his iron helmet, sagging from the blow that knocked him down, and lay him bare. Francisco manages to cross himself before being tied to a tree. The storm hits his face. The world stops shaking. A voice from within said to him, through the cries of the Araucanians, you are in an estuary in the region of Chillán, in your land of Chile. This rain is what wet the gunpowder. This wind is the one that blew the wicks. You lost. You listen to the Indians, who discuss your death. Francisco mutters one last prayer. Suddenly, a flurry of colorful feathers cuts through the rain. The Araucanians give way to the white horse, which bursts in throwing fire from its nostrils and foam from its mouth. The rider, masked by a helmet, pulls sharply on the reins. The horse stands on two legs in front of Molocan, winner of the battle. Everyone is silent. He's the executioner, thinks Francisco. Now it's over. The flower rider leans over and says something to Molocan. Francisco only hears the voices of rain and wind. But when the horseman turns around and disappears, Molocan unties his prisoner, removes his cape and covers him. Then the horses gallop south. 1629. Banks of the Biobío River. Putapachún. A little further on, they see a crowd coming from the distant mountain range. Molocan heels his horse and advances to meet Chief Putapachún. Those from the mountains also bring a prisoner, who comes stumbling between the horses, a noose around his neck. On a flat hill, Putapachún plants his three-pointed spear. He unties the prisoner and throws a branch at his feet. Name the bravest captains in your army. I don't know, stammered the soldier. Name one, Putapachún orders. I do not remember. Name one. and names Francisco's father. Other, and name another. At each name, you must break the branch. Francisco attends the scene gritting his teeth. The soldier appoints 12 captains. He has 12 sticks in his hand. Now dig a hole. The prisoner throws the sticks one by one, repeating the names. Throw dirt. Cover them. Next, putapishun sentence. The 12 brave captains are already buried. And the executioner swoops down on the prisoner with a club bristling with nails. They rip out his heart. Molokan receives the first sip of blood. Tobacco smoke floats through the air as the heart passes from hand to hand. Then Putapishun, quick in war and slow in speaking, said to Molokan, "We came to buy you the captain you wear. We know that he is the son of Alvaro, the great chief for whom our lands trembled. He offers her one of his daughters, 100 Castilian sheep, 5 llamas, 3 horses with sculpted saddles, and several necklaces of rich stones. With all that, you pay 10 Spaniards and more." Francois swallowed. Molokan looks at the ground. After a while he said, "First, I have to take him to my father and the other chiefs in my region of Ripocura. I want to show you this token of my worth." "We'll wait," Putapishun nods. "My life was born from death to death," thinks Francisco. His ears are ringing. 1629. Banks of the Imperial River. Molokan. Did you bathe in the river? Get closer to the fire. You are shaking. Sit down and drink. Come on, Captain. Are you stupid if you speak our language like one of ours? Eat, drink. A long journey awaits us. Don't like our shisha? Don't like our meat without salt? Our drums don't make your feet dance. Good luck to you, my captain. You burn the faces of captives with iron that cannot be erased. You're out of luck, little captain. Now your freedom is mine. I mourn you. Drink, drink, drive the fear out of your heart. Those who seek you in anger will not get you. I will hide you. I will never sell you. Your destiny is in the hands of the owner of the world and of men. He is fair. So, take. Further away? Before the sun arrives, we will leave for Ripocura. I want to see my father and celebrate him. My father is very old. Soon his spirit will be eating black potatoes beyond the snowy peaks. Do you hear the footsteps of the night march? Our bodies are clean and strong to start walking. The horses are waiting for us. My heart is racing, Captain. Do you hear the drums of my heart? Do you hear the music of my joy? 1629. Ripocura region. Say goodbye. Moon after moon, time has passed. There are many things that Francisco heard and learned during those months of captivity. He knew, and will always write, the other version of this long war in Chile, a just war that the Indians waged against those who deceived them, wronged them, and held them in slavery, and even worse. In the forest, kneeling before a cross made of myrtle branches, Francisco recites prayers of gratitude. This evening, he will take the road to Fort Nacimiento. There, he will be exchanged for 3 captive Araucan chiefs. He will travel protected by 100 spears. Walk, now, towards the ranch. Under the arbor, a circle of torn ponchos and mud faces awaits him. Strawberry or apple shisha goes from mouth to mouth. Venerable Tarapalan receives the bouquet of cinnamon, which is the word, and raising it, he dedicates a long eulogy to each of the caciques present. He then praises Molokan, a brave warrior, who obtained such a valuable prisoner in battle and knew how to keep him alive. It is not from a generous heart, says Tarapalan, to take life in cold blood. When we took up arms against the Spanish tyrants who had persecuted and harassed us, it was only in battles that I felt compassion for them. But later, when I saw them captive, they caused me a lot of pain and sorrow and hurt my soul, because we didn't really hate their people. His greed, yes. His cruelties, yes. His arrogance, yes. And turning to Francisco, he said, "And you, Captain, friend and companion, who are absent from us and leave us hurt, sad and without comfort, do not forget us." Tarapalan drops the bouquet of cinnamon in the center of the circle, and the Araucanians awaken the earth by kicking it with their feet. 1630. Modo Sintal. They do not betray their dead. For nearly 2 years, Fray Francisco Bravo had preached in this town of Modo Sintal. One day he announced to the Indians that he had been called from Spain. He wanted to return to Guatemala, he said, and stay there forever, with his beloved flock, but back in Spain, his superiors would refuse him permission. Only gold could convince them, warned Fray Francisco. "We have no gold," said the Indians. "Yes, you have," the priest denied. "I know there is a hidden gold farm in Modo Sintal. This gold does not belong to us," they explained. "This gold belongs to our ancestors. We just take care of it. If something is missing, what will we tell them when they return to the world? I only know what my superiors will say in Spain. They will say to me, 'If the Indians of this town where you want to stay love you so much, how are you so poor?'" The Indians met in assembly to discuss the matter. One Sunday, after Mass, they blindfolded Fray Francisco and spun him around until he was dizzy. Everyone went after him, from old people to babies. Upon reaching the bottom of a cave, the blindfold was removed. The priest blinked, his eyes hurt by the glint of gold, more gold than that of all the Arabian Nights treasures, and his shaking hands didn't know where to begin. He transformed his cassock into a bag and loaded what he could. Then he swore by God and the Holy Gospels that he would never reveal the secret, and was given a mule and tortillas for the journey. At the same time, a letter from Fray Francisco Bravo arrived at the royal audience in Guatemala from the port of Veracruz. With great pain of soul, the priest fulfilled his duty, in an act of service to the king, because it was important and neat business. He gave news of the possible price of gold. "I believe I walked a short distance from the city. A stream flowed to the left." He sent some samples of nuggets and promised to use the rest in devotions to a saint in Malaga. Now the judge and the soldiers broke into Modo Sintal on horseback. Dressed in a red tunic and with a white staff hanging from his chest, Judge Juan Maldonado urges the Indians to deliver the gold. It promises and guarantees good treatment. He threatens them with severities and punishments. He locks some of them up in prison. To others he applies stumps and gives torments. He brings up the stairs of the gallows. And nothing. 1630. Lime. Maria, matron of show business. "Every day I have more problems and fewer husbands," sighed Maria del Castillo. At his feet, the machinist, the blower, and the main actress offer him comfort and a breeze of wind. In the cloudy twilight, the guards of the Inquisition snatched John from Mary's arms and threw him in prison because poisonous tongues say he said, while listening to the gospel, "Hey! That there is nothing more to live and to die." A few hours earlier, in the main square and along the 4 streets that lead to the corner of the Merchants, the Black Lazaro had proclaimed the Viceroy's new ordinances on comic theaters. The Viceroy, Count of Chinchon, orders an adobe wall to separate the women from the men in the theater, on pain of imprisonment and a fine for anyone who invades the territory of the opposite sex. It also provides for the plays to end earlier, at the prayer bell, and for men and women to enter and leave through different doors, so that grave offenses against God our Lord do not continue down dark alleys. And as if that were not enough, the Viceroy decided to lower the tickets. "She'll never get me," shouts Mary. "No matter how much war he makes on me, he'll never get me." Maria del Castillo, great leader of the actors of Lima, bears intact the grace and the beauty that made her famous, and at 60 she still makes fun of covered women, who cover one eye with their shawls. How beautiful she looks, the two of them, with their faces uncovered, watch, seduce, and frighten. She was almost a child when she chose this profession of magician, and for half a century she enchanted the crowds of the stages of Lima. Even if she wanted to, she explains, she could no longer trade the theater for the convent, because God would not want her as a wife after 3 such pleasant marriages. Much now that the inquisitors leave her without a husband and government edicts attempt to scare the public, Maria swears she will not enter the viceroy's bed. Never, never. Against all odds, alone and alone, she will continue to offer cloak and dagger pieces in her comedy chorale, behind the monastery of San Agustin. In a short time he will revive La Maña Alferez, by the remarkable ingenious peninsular Juan Pérez de Montalbán, and will create some well-seasoned works, so that everyone can dance, sing, and tremble with emotion in the city where nothing ever happens. So annoying that in a yawn, 2 ants die on you. 1631. Old Guatemala. An afternoon of music at the convent of La Concepción. In the convent garden, Juana sings and plays the lute. Green light, green trunks, green breeze, the air was dead until she touched it with words and music. Juana is the daughter of Judge Maldonado, who divides the Guatemalan Indians into fields, mines, and workshops. The dowry for her marriage to Jesus was 1,000 ducats, and 6 black slaves serve her in the convent. While Juana sings her words or those of others, the slaves, standing at a distance, listen and wait. The bishop, seated in front of the nun, cannot contain his grimaces. He looks at Juana's head bent over the neck of the lute, her neck bare, her mouth open, lit up, and she orders herself to remain still. He is famous for never changing his expression when giving a kiss or a condolence, but now that unchanging face is wrinkled, his mouth twists and his eyelids flutter in revolt. His firm pulse seems unaware of this hand which holds, trembling, a small glass. The melodies, praises of God or profane melancholy, rise in the foliage. Beyond rises the green water volcano, and the bishop would like to focus on those fields of corn and wheat and the springs that glisten on the hillside. This volcano has the prey of water. Who approaches him hears the kettle boiling. The last time he vomited, less than a century ago, he drowned the city that Pedro de Alvarado had founded at his feet. Here, every summer the earth trembles, promising furies, and he saw the city suspended between 2 breathtaking volcanoes. He threatens her with the flood. The other, with hell. Behind the bishop, in front of the volcano of water, rises the volcano of fire. The flames coming out of the mouth make it possible to read letters from a league away, in the middle of the night. From time to time the thunder of cannons resounds and the volcano bombards the world with stones. It throws rocks so big that 20 mules could not move them and fills the sky with ash and the air with stinking sulfur. The girl's voice flies. The bishop looks at the ground, wanting to count the ants, but his eyes slide towards Juana's feet, hidden and revealed by the shoes, and his gaze travels over this well-sculpted body which throbs under the white habit, while memory wakes up suddenly and it goes back to childhood. The bishop remembers the uncontrollable urges he felt to bite the host in the middle of Mass, and the panic that the host was bleeding, then sail through a sea of unspoken words, unwritten letters, and untold dreams. From so much silence, silence resounds. The bishop suddenly realizes that Juana has long since stopped singing and playing. The lute rests on her knees and she looks at the bishop, very smiling, with those eyes she doesn't even deserve. A green aura floats around him. The bishop has a fit of coughing. Annas falls to the ground and his hands blister from clapping. "I will make you superior," he shouts. "I will make you an abbess." Popular verses of the one who loves in silence. I mean and I don't say. And I am without saying say. I want and I don't want to want. And I want involuntarily. I have a pain I don't know where, born of I don't know what. I will heal I don't know when if whoever I know heals me. Every time you look at me and I look at you. With my eyes I tell you what I don't say. Asterisk how can I not find you? I look at you and shut up. 1633. Pinola. Gloria in excelsis Deo. The chigger is smaller than a flea and fiercer than a tiger. He enters by the feet and knocks down whoever scratches him. He does not attack Indians, but he does not spare foreigners. Father Thomas Gage spent 2 months in the war, lying in bed, and as he celebrates his victory over the chigger, he reflects on his time in Guatemala. Except for the chigger, you can't complain. In the cities, they receive him to the sound of trumpets, under a canopy of branches and flowers. He has the servants he wants and a groom holds the horse by the bridle. He receives his salary, punctually, in money, wheat, corn, cocoa and chickens. The masses he offers here at Pinola and Mixco are paid for separately, and apart from baptisms, marriages, and burials, and the prayers he says on request to ward off locusts, plagues or earthquakes. If you include the offerings to the saints in his charge, of which he has a lot, and those on Christmas Eve and Easter, Father Gage receives more than 2,000 escudos a year, without dust or straw, in addition to wine and free cassock. The priest's salary comes from the tributes paid by the Indians to Don Juan de Guzman, owner of these men and these lands. As only the married pay tribute and the Indians are quick to learn and do mischief, the officials force the children of 12 and 13 to marry and the priest marries them as their bodies grow. 1634. Madrid. Who was hiding under your wife's cradle? The Supreme Council of the Holy Office of the Inquisition, watching over the cleanliness of the blood, decides that in the future a thorough investigation will be carried out before the marriage of its officials. All those who work for the Inquisition, the doorman and the prosecutor, the torturer and the executioner, the doctor and the kitchen helper, must present the 2-century genealogy of the woman they have chosen, to prevent them from to marry infected people. People infected, that is, with liters or drops of Indian blood or black blood, or with great-great-grandparents of Jewish faith or Islamic culture or devotion to any heresy. 1636. Stop. The third half. For 20 long years he was the patron of the Kingdom of Quito, president of the government and king of love, cards, and the mass. All the others walk or run to the rhythm of their mount. In Madrid, the Council of the Indies found him guilty of 56 crimes, but the bad news has not yet crossed the sea. He will have to pay a fine for the shop he set up 20 years ago in the royal audience, for selling the Chinese silks and taffetas he had smuggled in, and for endless scandals with women, widows, and virgins, and also for the casino which he installed in the embroidery room of his house, next to the private chapel where he received communion every day. The card tricks left Don Antonio de Morga with 200,000 pesos in earnings for the bills he picked up, not to mention the prowess of his nimble feather fingers. For debts of 10 pesos, Don Antonio condemned many Indians to spend the rest of their lives tied to looms in the abrajas. But the resolution of the Council of the Indies has not yet reached Quito. That's not what worries Don Antonio. He stands in the room, naked in front of the carved gold mirror, and sees another. He searches for his bull body and does not find it. Beneath the sleeping belly and between the thin legs hangs, mute, the key which had known how to open all the locks of women. The soul is sought and the mirror does not have it. Who stole the pious half of the man who preached to the brethren and was more devout than the bishop? And the gleam in his mystical eyes? There are only blackouts and wrinkles on the white beard. Don Antonio de Morga takes a few steps until he touches the mirror and asks for his third half. There must be a region where dreamed and forgotten dreams have found refuge. There must be a place where the eyes, worn out from watching, have retained the colors of the world, and the ears, already almost deaf, the melodies. Look for unbeaten flavor, an aroma that hasn't faded, a warmth that lingers in the hand. It recognizes nothing that is safe and worth staying. The mirror returns only an old vacuum which will die this evening. 1637. Mouth of the Sucre River. Diguilo. A few days ago, Father Thomas Gage learned how to escape alligators. If one zigzags, the alligators are confused. They can only run in a straight line. Instead, no one taught him how to evade pirates. But does anyone know a way to outrun two good Dutch ships in a slow frigate without guns? Barely out of the Caribbean Sea, the frigate lowered the sails and surrendered. More deflated than the sails, Father Gage's soul lies on the ground. With him travels all the money he collected in America during the 12 years he spent saving sacrileges and pulling the dead from hell. The canoes come and go. The pirates take the bacon, the flour, the honey, the chickens, the fat and the skins. Also almost all the fortune the priest brought in pearls and gold. Not everything, because they respected his bed and he had sewn a good part of his things to the mattress. The pirate captain, a stocky mulatto, receives him in his cabin. He doesn't shake her hand, but offers her a seat and a pitcher of pepper rum. A cold sweat wells up from the priest's neck and runs down his back. Have a drink. He knows Captain Diego Grillo by hearsay. He knows he hacked under the orders of the dreaded Pegleg and now he flies on his own, with a letter of marque from the Dutch. It is said that Diego kills for not having lost his objective. The priest begs, stammers that he has been left only the cassock he wears. While filling the pitcher, the pirate recounts, deaf, without batting an eyelid, the mistreatment he suffered when he was a slave of the governor of Campeche. My mother is still a slave in Havana. You don't know my mother? It's so good, poor thing, it's embarrassing. I'm not Spanish, groaned the priest. I am English, he says and repeats, in vain. My nation is not the enemy of yours. Aren't England and Holland good friends? Today I win, tomorrow I lose, said the corsair. He holds back a sip of rum, sends it little by little down his throat. Look, he orders, and he rips off his jacket. Shows her back, eyelash seams. Noises are heard coming from the bridge. The priest thanks them, because they hide the beating of his racing heart. I am English. A vein beats desperately on Father Gage's forehead. The saliva refuses to go down the throat. Take me to Holland. Please, sir, take me to Holland. Please. A generous man cannot abandon me like this, naked and without. With a jerk, the captain detaches his arm from the 1,000 hands of the priest. He hits the ground with a cane and 2 men arrive. Give him up. He says goodbye with his back, while looking at himself in the mirror. If you go through Havana, don't forget to visit my mother, he said. Give him memories. Tell him I'm fine. Back at his frigate, Father Gage feels cramps in his stomach. The waves are rough and the priest curses the one who told him, in Jerez de la Frontera, 12 years ago, that America was paved with gold and silver and that you had to walk carefully so as not to stumble on diamonds. 1637. Massachusetts Bay. God is English. Said the pious John Aylmer, pastor of Souls, a few years ago. And John Winthrop, founder of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, asserts that the English can appropriate Indian lands as legitimately as Abraham did among the Sodomites. What is common to all belongs to no one. This savage peoples reigned over vast lands without title or ownership. Winthrop is the leader of the Puritans who arrived on the Arbella 4 years ago. He came with his 7 children. The Reverend John Cotton bade farewell to the pilgrims at Southampton docks, assuring them that God would lead them soaring above them like an eagle, from Old England, the land of iniquities, to the promised land. To build the New Jerusalem on the top of the hill, the Puritans come. 10 years before the Arbella, the Mayflower arrived at Plymouth, when other gold-hungry Englishmen had already reached the Virginia coast to the south. Puritan families flee the king and his bishops. They leave behind taxes and wars, famine and pestilence. They also flee threats of change in the old order. As Winthrop, a Cambridge barrister born of noble birth, says, Almighty God in his holiest and wisest providence has ordained that in the human condition at all times some should be rich and other poor, some high and eminent in power and dignity and others mediocre and submissive. The first time the Indians saw a pedestrian island. The mast was a tree and the sails were white clouds. When the island stopped, the Indians came, in their canoes, to pick strawberries. Instead of strawberries, they found smallpox. Smallpox devastated Indian communities and cleared the land for God's messengers, the chosen people of Israel in the sands of Canaan. Those who have lived here for over 3,000 years have died like flies. Smallpox, says Winthrop, was sent by God to force the English settlers to occupy the lands evacuated by the plague. 1637. Strong Mystic. From the testimony of John Underhill, Puritan, of Connecticut, about a massacre of Pequot Indians. They knew nothing of our arrival. Being close to the fort, we entrust ourselves to God and implore His help in such a heavy undertaking. We could not help admiring divine providence when our soldiers, inexperienced in the handling of weapons, threw such a volley that it seemed as if the finger of God had lit the fuse with the flint. At daybreak the broadside terrified the Indians, who were sound asleep, and we heard the most pitiful cries. If God had not prepared our hearts for His service, we would have been moved to commiseration. But God having stripped us of pity, we set out to accomplish our work without pity, considering the blood which the Indians had shed when they brutally treated and murdered 30 of our countrymen. With our swords in the right hand and our rifles or muskets in the left hand, we attack. Many burned to death in the fort. Others were expelled and our soldiers greeted them with the tips of their swords. Men, women, and children have fallen, those that escaped fell into the hands of our Indian allies, who were waiting in the rear. According to the Pequot Indians, there were about 400 souls in this fort, and not even 5 escaped us. Great and pitiful was the sight of blood for the young soldiers who, they had never been at war, seeing so many souls lying on the ground panting and so crowded that in some places it was impossible to pass. One might ask, and why so much fury? As someone said, shouldn't Christians have more mercy and compassion? And I answer by remembering David's war. When a people has reached such a height of blood and sin against God and man, David does not respect the people, but tears and destroys them with his sword and gives them the most terrible death. Sometimes the scriptures declare that women and children must perish with their parents. Sometimes there are different cases, but we are not going to discuss them now. We receive sufficient light from the Word of God for our procedures. 1639. Lime. Martin de Porres. The bells of the Santo Domingo church ring for the dead. By candlelight, bathed in icy sweat, Martin de Porres gave up his soul after a long fight against the devil with the help of the Most Holy Mary and Saint Catalina, Virgin and Martyr. He died in his bed, a stone for a pillow and a skull by his side, while the Viceroy of Lima, on his knees, kissed his hand and begged him to intercede so that he could be given a little place there. Down to heaven. Martin de Porres was born to a black slave and her master, a gentleman of Spanish ancestry and pure Spanish descent, who impregnated her not for getting rid of it as a thing, but for applying the Christian principle that in bed all are equal before God. At the age of 15, Martin was given to the convent of the Dominican friars. Here he lived his works and his miracles. He was never ordained a priest, because he was a mulatto, but lovingly embracing the broom, he swept the halls, the cloisters, the infirmary and the church every day. Razor in hand, he shaved the 200 priests of the convent, she cared for the sick and distributed clean clothes scented with rosemary. When she learned that the convent was suffering from financial shortages, she appeared before Hail Mary. Completely free. Sell this mulatto dog, he offered. He laid the ulcerated street beggars in his bed and prayed on his knees. All night. The unearthly light made her white as snow. White flames shot from his face as he crossed the cloister at midnight, flying like a divine meteor, towards the solitude of the cell. He walked through padlocked doors and prayed, sometimes on his knees in the air, off the ground. The angels accompanied him to the storeroom carrying lights in their hands. Without leaving Lima, he consoled the captives of Algiers and saved souls in the Philippines, China, and Japan. Without moving from his cell, he rang the bells of the Angelus. He healed the dying with cloths dipped in the blood of a black rooster and toad powder, and with spells learned from his mother. With his finger he brushed a tooth and removed the pain and healed the open wounds. He made black sugar white and put out fires with his eyes. The bishop had to forbid him such a miracle without permission. After matins he undressed and whipped his back with a big rib whip and, while bleeding, he cried, "Infamous mulatto dog! How long will your sinful life last?" With pleading and watery eyes, always asking for forgiveness, the first dark-skinned saint of the white saints of the Catholic Church walked the world. 1639. San Miguel de Tucumán. From a complaint against the Bishop of Tucumán, sent to the Tribunal of the Inquisition of Lima. With the sincerity and truth of which such a holy tribunal must speak, I denounce the person of the Reverend Bishop of Tucumán, Father Melchor Maldonado de Saavedra, of whom I have heard very serious and suspicious things in our holy Catholic faith, and they run among all this bishopric. That in Salta, while confirming, a pretty girl arrived and said to him, "It is better that your grace be taken than to be confirmed," and in Córdoba this last year of 1638 another arrived in the presence of many people and raising her skirt said, "Zap! That I will not confirm it downwards but upwards," and with the first he got into advertising. 1639. Potosi. Merchant's will. Between the curtains, the clerk's nose appears. The room smells of wax and death. By the light of the single candle, the skull can be guessed under the skin of the dying man. What are you waiting for, vulture? The merchant doesn't open his eyes, but his voice seems unbeaten. My shadow and I discussed and decided, he says. And sighs. And orders the notary. You should not add or subtract anything. You hear me? I will pay you 200 pesos in birds, so that with their feathers, and those which you use to write, you can fly in hell. Do you hear me? Oh! Every day that I live is a day that I praise. Every day more expensive it costs me. Right, go. Hurry up. I order that with a quarter of the money that I leave, large latrines are built in the square of the bridge, so that the nobles and commoners of Potosi pay homage there, every day, in my memory. Another quarter of my bars and coins are to be buried in the corral of this my house, and 4 of the bravest dogs will be placed at its gates, bound with chains and with a good ration, to guard this burial. His tongue is not tangled and he continues, without taking a breath. And with another quarter of my wealth, the finest dishes shall be cooked and placed in my silver dishes, set in a deep ditch, with all the upkeep of my pantries, for I want the toads gorge themselves as they will from me. And I order. He waves his index finger, casting the shadow of a club on the white wall. And I command, that no one attend my own funeral, but rather that all the donkeys of Potosi accompany my body, dressed in the most delicious dresses and the best jewels, which will be provided with the rest of my money. The Indians say, "Who owns the land?" In this way. How is it to be sold? How should it be purchased? If it doesn't belong to us, fine. We are hers. His children we are. So always, always. Living earth. As it engenders worms, it engenders us. He has bones and blood. He has milk and he gives us milk. He has hair, grass, straw, trees. She knows how to give birth to potatoes. It gives birth to houses. People give birth. She takes care of us and we take care of her. She drinks shisha, accepts our treat. His children we are. How is it to be sold? How should it be purchased? 1640. São Salvador da Bahia. Shell. His mouth flashes as he hurls words armed like armies. Brazil's most dangerous orator is a Portuguese priest raised in Bahia, Bahian at heart. The Dutch have invaded these lands, and the Jesuit Antonio Vieira asks the colonial lords if we are not so dark compared to the Dutch, as the Indians are compared to us. From the pulpit the owner of the word rebukes the owners of the land and the people. Should I be a lord because I was born farther from the sun, and others must be slaves because they were born nearer? There cannot be a greater thoughtlessness of understanding, nor a greater error of judgment among men. In the small church of Auda, the oldest in Brazil, Antonio Vieira also accuses God, guilty of having helped the Dutch invaders. Although we are sinners, my God, today you must be the repentant. 1641. Lime. Avila. He interrogated thousands and thousands of Indians, without finding one that was not a heretic. He destroyed idols and shrines, he burned mummies, his head is shaved and his back is flayed with whiplashes. In its wake, the wind of Christian faith purified Peru. The priest Francisco de Avila is 65 years old when he feels his strength leaving him, he walks half-deaf and even his clothes hurt him, and decides he won't leave the world without getting what he's wanted since he was a boy. He then asked for admission into the Society of Jesus. No. Replies the rector of the Jesuits, Antonio Vasquez. No. Because no matter how much he says he is a scholar and a great orator, Francisco de Avila represents his mestizo condition. 1641. Burrower. Missions. The Mamluks of the region of San Pablo arrive, hunters of Indians, devourers of earth, they advance to the sound of a crate, outstretched flag, and military order, thunder of war, wind of war, through Paraguay. They bring long cords with necklaces for the Indians whom they will catch and sell as slaves in the plantations of Brazil. The Mamelucos or Bandeirantes have been destroying Jesuit missions for years. Of Guaira's 13 missions, only stones and coals remain. New evangelical communities were born from the Exodus, downstream from the Parana, but the attacks, incessant, continue. In the missions, the snake finds the collected and fattened birds, thousands of Indians trained in work and innocence, without weapons, easy to scratch. Under the tutelage of priests, the Guarani share a regimented life, without private property or money or death penalty, without luxury or scarcity, and they walk to work singing to the sound of flutes. Their reed arrows can do nothing against the arquebuses of the Mamluks, who test the steel of their cutlasses by splitting the children in two parts, and as trophies they take shreds of cassocks and caravans of slaves. But this time, a surprise awaits the invaders. The King of Spain, frightened by the fragility of these borders, ordered that firearms be delivered to the Guarani. The Mamluks flee in disarray. Plumes of smoke and songs of praise to God pour out of the houses. The smoke, which does not come from a fire but from the chimneys, celebrates the victory. 1641. Madrid. Eternity against history. The Count Duke of Olivares bites his fists and swears softly. This is much what commands, after 20 years of so many things to do and undo before the courts, but God is walking stronger. The Council of Theologians has just rejected the project to channel the Tagus and Manzanares rivers, which would be so good for the Paramos of Castile. The rivers will remain as God created them, and the plans of engineers Carducci and Martelli will end up in the archives. In France, it is announced that the Grand Canal of Languedoc will soon be open, to unite the Mediterranean with the valley of the Garonne. Meanwhile, in this Spain which has conquered America, the College of Theologians decides that it is threatening divine providence which tries to improve what it, for impenetrable reasons, wanted to be imperfect. If God had wanted the rivers to be navigable, he would have made them navigable. 1644. Jamestown. Opechancanough. Before an English soldier strikes him from behind, Chief Opechancanough wonders, where is the invisible guardian of my travels? Who stole my shadow? At 100 years old, he was defeated. He had come to the battlefield in a litter. More than 80 years ago, Admiral Pedro Menendez de Aviles took him to Cadiz. He presented it to the court of Felipe II, Here is a handsome Indian prince from Florida. They put on stockings, a doublet, and a collarette. In a Dominican convent in Seville, he was taught the language and religion of the Castilians. Later, in Mexico, the viceroy gave him his name and Opechancana Cana was renamed Luis de Velasco. In time, he returned to the country of his parents, as an interpreter and guide for the Jesuits. His people believed he was back from the dead. He preached Christianity, then stripped and slaughtered the Jesuits and called himself back to the way he used to. Since then, he has killed a lot and seen a lot. He saw the flames devour villages and cultivated fields, and his brothers sold to the highest bidder, in this region which the English named Virginia in memory of a virgin-minded queen. He saw smallpox swallow men and tobacco, overwhelm, devour the land. He saw how 17 of the 28 communities that were here, and how the others had the choice between the diaspora and the war. 30,000 Indians welcomed English navigators who arrived in the Chesapeake Bay on a cool morning in 1607. 3,000 survive. 1,645. Stop. Mary and Jesus. Year of disasters for the city. A black ribbon hangs at each door. The invisible armies of measles and diphtheria have invaded and are on the loose. Night fell immediately after dawn, and the Pichincha volcano, the Snow King, erupted. A great vomit of lava and fire fell on the fields, and a hurricane of ash swept through the city. Sinners, sinners. Like the volcano, Father Alonso de Rojas emits flames from his mouth. From the glittering pulpit of the Jesuit church, a church of gold, Father Alonso beats his chest, which echoes as he shouts, shouts, shouts. Accept, Lord, the sacrifice of the humblest of your servants. May my blood and my flesh expiate the sins of Quito. Then a girl stands at the foot of the pulpit and calmly says, I. In front of the crowd that overflows from the church, Mariana announces that she is the chosen one. It will calm the wrath of God. She will be punished with all the punishment her city deserves. Mariana never played at being happy or dreamed that she was, and never slept more than 4 hours. The one time a man touched her hand, she was sick and feverish for a week. From an early age she decided to be the bride of God, and she does not offer her love in the convent but in the streets and fields, not by embroidering or making sweets and jellies in peace cloisters, but praying, kneeling on thorns and stones, and seeking bread for the poor, medicine for the sick, and light for those who ignore the divine law. Sometimes Mariana feels called by the sound of the rain or the crackling of the fire, but the thunder of God always sounds louder, this God of anger, the beard of snakes, the eyes of lightning, who appears to her naked in the dreams to put it to the test. Mariana comes home, lies down on the bed, and prepares to die in everyone's place. She pays forgiveness. He offers God his flesh to eat and his blood and tears to drink until he is dazed and forgetful. Thus the plagues will cease, the volcano will calm down, and the earth will cease to tremble. 1645. Potosi. Story of Estefania, sinful woman from Potosi, in an abridged version of the Chronicle. By Bartolomé Artzins de Orsua y Vila. Estefania was born in this imperial villa and grew in beauty to such a degree that nature could no longer raise her. At the age of 14, the beautiful young girl left home, advised by other lost women, and having understood her mother the abominable determination with which this girl left her, full of regrets, in a few days her life ended. This did not make amends for the girl, who, having already lost the priceless treasure of virginity, dressing profanely, became a public and scandalous sinner. Seeing his brother so discredited and of bad repute, he called him at home and said, "Even if it weighs on you, you must hear me that while you are in a state of mortal sin, you are an enemy of God and a slave of the devil, and on top of that you degenerate from your nobility and dishonor all your lineage. Look, my sister, what you are doing. Get up from this quagmire, fear God, and do penance." To which Estefania replied, "What do you need from me, hypocrite?" And while her brother was scolding her, at one point she undressed the sharp dagger that hung on the wall and with devilish ferocity lambasted, saying, "Only that answer deserved your reasons." He left him dead in a lake of blood, and then disguised this wickedness with feigned sentiment, dressing in mourning and pondering pity. Also her old father, saddened by the death of his good son and the scandal of his bad daughter, tried to reduce her with good reasons which the ruthless woman listened to against her will. Instead of the amendment, she grew to hate the venerable old man, and at midnight set fire to the roof of her house. The deranged old man jumped out of bed shouting at the top of his voice, "Fire, fire!" But the beam supporting the ceiling fell down, and there the terrible element burned him. Seeing Estefania free, with more debauchery, she indulged in greater vices and sins. At that time a man from the kingdoms of Spain arrived in this villa from Potosi, one of the most opulent merchants who came to Peru on these galleons, and the beauty and grace of this public sinner reached his news. He demanded it, and when they were most satisfied with their clumsiness, an old lover of the lady, armed with every weapon and 2 brave pistols, seemed determined to avenge his wrong. The former lover found the woman alone, but with deceitful words she stopped her spirit of anger, and when she had subdued such ecstatic anger, with great eagerness she pulled a knife from her sleeve, and the unfortunate fell dead by earth. Estefania told the event to the wealthy merchant. After a few months, when he was very tormented by jealousy, he threatened to accuse her of the murder. At that time, they went together to bathe in the lagoon of Tarapaya. She shed her rich robes, revealing the snow on her beautiful crimson-strewn body, and naked she jumped into the water. The careless merchant followed her, and being together in the middle of the lagoon, with all the strength of her arms she put the unfortunate man's head in the water. Don't think their abominations ended there. With a cutlass, he put an end to the life of an illustrious blood knight. He's already killed 2 others with poison that he sent in a snack. Due to their scheming, others pierced their breasts with stab wounds, leaving Estefania delighted that blood had been shed for her cause. And so it was until 1645, when the sinner heard a sermon by Father Francisco Patino, a servant of God whose admirable virtues Potosi then enjoyed, and God helped her with a ray of his divine grace. And Estefania's pain was so great that she began to shed torrents of tears, with great sighs and sobs that seemed to tear out her soul, and when the sermon was over she threw herself at the feet of the priest, asking him to confess. The father exhorted him to penance and acquitted him, for we know with what happiness women deliver themselves into the hands of the serpent, because of the faults inherited from the one who tempted Adam. Estefania rose from the feet of the confessor like another Magdalene, and when she was on her way back, oh, happy sinner, she deserved that Mary the Most Holy appeared to her and said to her, "My daughter, you are already forgiven. I asked for my son for you, because in your childhood you recited my rosary." 1647. Santiago de Chile. The game of the Indians of Chile is prohibited. The Captain General, Don Martín de Mujica, proclaims by box and banner the prohibition of crooked play, which the Araucanians practice, according to their tradition, by hitting a ball with sticks with curved ends, on a field surrounded by green branches. Indians who do not comply will be punished with 100 lashes, and a fine for the rest, because the infamous swindler has spread widely among the Creole soldiers. The Captain General's side says that the prohibition is pronounced so that sins against the honor of our Lord God may be avoided, and because by running the ball the Indians train for war, riots arise from gambling, and so later the arrow runs between them. It is indecent, he said, that almost naked men and women should be found in the crooked yard, scantily clad in the feathers and animal skins on which they base their chance of winning. At the beginning they invoke the gods so that the ball is favorable to their exploits and careers, and at the end, all intertwined, they drink chicha by the sea. 1648. Olinda. Excellencies of cannon fodder. He was a child when he was snatched from his African village, shipped to Luanda and sold in Recife. He was already a man when he fled from the cane fields and took refuge in one of the black bastions of Palmares. As soon as the Dutch entered Brazil, the Portuguese promised freedom to the slaves who fought against the invaders. The chestnuts of Palmares has decided that this war is not theirs, It does not matter whether it is the Dutch or the Portuguese who wield the whip in the sugar cane fields and the sugar mills. But he, Henrique Dias, came to offer himself. Since then he has commanded a regiment of blacks fighting for the Portuguese crown in the Brazilian northeast. The Portuguese made him a gentleman. From Olinda, Captain Henrique Dias sends a letter of intimidation to the Dutch army stationed in Recife. He warns that his regiment, the Tercio de los Henriques, is made up of 4 nations, Minas, Artas, Angolas, and Creoles. These are so malevolent that they neither fear nor should, faces so brave that where they cannot reach with the arm they come with the name, the burning so ardent that everything wants to cut at a single blow, and the Angolas are so robust that no work tires them. Consider now whether men who broke everything will not break all Holland. 1649. Saint Mary of the Hurons. The language of dreams. Poor people. Thinks Father Ragueneau, seeing the Hurons surround a man who had a mysterious dream last night with gifts and rituals. The community feeds him and dances for him, the girls caress it, rub it with ashes. Then, all sitting in a circle, they begin to guess the dream. They chase the dream with arrows of pictures or words, and it keeps saying, no, no, until someone says, river, and then, between all of them, they manage to catch up with him. The river, a furious current, a woman alone in a canoe, she has lost her oar, the river is carrying her away, the woman is not shouting, she is smiling, she looks happy. "See, is me?" asks one of the women. "It's me?" asks another. The community calls the one whose eyes penetrate even the most hidden desires, so that she can interpret the symbols of the dream. By drinking herbal tea, the seer invokes her guardian spirit and deciphers the message. The Hurons, like all Iroquois peoples, believe that dreams transfigure the most insignificant things and turn them into symbols when touched with the fingers of desire. They believe that sleep is the language of unfulfilled desires and call Ondinant the secret desires of the soul, which awakening ignores. Ondinant appear in the journeys the soul makes while the body sleeps. The poor, thinks Father Ragueneau. For ferrets, those who do not respect what the dream says are guilty of a great crime. The dream reigns. If the dreamer does not follow his orders, the soul becomes angry and sickens the body or kills it. All the peoples of the Iroquois family know that sickness can come from war or from an accident, or from the witch who puts bare teeth or bone shards into the body, but it also comes from soul, when she wants something that is not given to her. Father Ragueneau argues with other French Jesuits who preach in the area. He defends the Indians of Canada. It is so easy to call sacrilege what is only stupidity. Some priests see the horns of Satan rising in these superstitions, and they are scandalized because 2 by 3 the Indians dream against the 6th commandment, and the next day they indulge in therapeutic orgies. Usually, the Indians walk around almost naked, look at and touch each other in demonic freedom, and they marry and rest when they want, and it is enough that the dream orders it for the festival of Andaquandat to be unleashed, which is always the occasion for frenzied sins. Father Ragueneau does not deny that the devil can find fertile ground in this society without judges, without commissioners, without prisons, without landlords, where women share command with men and worship false gods together, but he claims the depth of innocence of these primitive souls, still ignorant of the law of God. And when other Jesuits tremble with panic because some Iroquois may dream that he kills a priest any night, Ragueneau remembers that this has happened before, several times, and then it is enough to allow the dreamer of ripping open a cassock while he dances his dream in a harmless pantomime. These are idiotic customs, says Father Ragueneau, but they are not criminal customs. An Iroquois story. It is snowing in the world, and in the center of the big house speaks the old storyteller, facing the fire. Sitting on animal skins, they all listen to sewing clothes and repairing weapons. The tallest tree had grown in the sky, said the old man. It had 4 long white roots that extended in 4 directions. From this tree all things are born. The old man says that one day the wind uprooted the tree by its roots. The high chief's wife fell through the hole that opened in the sky, carrying a handful of seeds in her hand. A turtle brought its soil on its shell, so that it could plant the seeds, and so the first plants they gave us to eat sprouted. Later this woman had a daughter, who grew up and became the wife of the west wind. The west wind was blowing certain words in his ear. The good storyteller tells his story and realizes it. The west wind is now blowing over the big house, he enters through the chimney and the smoke veils the faces. Brother Wolf, who taught the Iroquois to gather and listen, howls from the mountains. It's time to sleep. One morning, the old storyteller will not wake up. But some of those who have heard their stories will tell others. And then someone will die too, but the stories will live on as long as there are big houses and people gathered around the fire. Singing the song of the Iroquois. When I sing, I can help her. If I can, yes. Loud is the song. When I sing, I can lift it. If I can, yes. Loud is the song. When I sing, I straighten his arms. If I can, yes. Loud is the song. When I sing, I straighten his body. If I can, yes. Loud is the song. 1650. Mexico. Winners and losers. The family coat of arms rises pompously on the iron lace of the gate, sculpted like an altar. The owner of the house enters a mahogany carriage, with his entourage of liveries and horses. Inside, the clavichord is mute, we hear the rustling of gorgorons and fabrics, the voices of marriageable girls, footsteps on carpets with soft feet. Later, carved silver spoons clink on porcelain. This city of Mexico, city of palaces, is one of the largest in the world. Although it is very far from the sea, the Spanish fleet, the Chinese ship and the great silver chariot from the north end here. The powerful merchant consulate rivals that of Seville. Goods flow from here to Peru, Manila, and the Far East. The Indians, who built this city for the victors on the ruins of their Tenochtitlan, come to bring food in their canoes. They can work there during the day, but at nightfall they are expelled, on pain of flogging, to their slums on the other side of the walls. Some Indians put on socks and shoes and speak Spanish, to see if they will let them stay and thus escape tribute and forced labor. Nahuatl song about fleeting life. Immediately our life is gone. In one day we go, in one night we go down. To the region of mystery. We came here just to meet. We are only passing through on earth. In peace and pleasure let us spend life. Come and have fun. Let not those who live in anger do so, wide is the earth. I would like to live forever. I wish I never had to die. While we live with broken souls, here they hunt us, here they spy on us. But despite the misfortunes, despite the wounds of the soul, don't live in vain. I would like to live forever. I wish I never had to die. 1654. Oaxaca. Medicine and witchcraft. The Zapotec Indians, who before falling on earth were very colorful and singing birds, entrusted some secrets to Gonzalo de Balsalobra. After living among them for some time, and after discovering many religious and medical mysteries, Don Gonzalo writes a detailed report in Oaxaca which he will send to Mexico City. The report denounces the Indians before the Holy Inquisition and asks for the punishment of the charlatanism which the brothers and the ordinary justice could not repress. Some time ago, Bachelor Alarcon shared the life of the Coixco Indian community for 9 years. He learned the sacred herbs that heal the sick, and later he denounced the Indians for demonic practices. At the beginning of the conquest, however, indigenous medicine aroused great curiosity in Europe and wonders were attributed to the plants of America. Fray Bernardino de Sahagun collected and published the wisdom of 8 Aztec physicians, and King Felipe II sent his chamber physician, Francisco Hernandez, to Mexico to study indigenous medicine in depth. For the Indians, herbs speak, make love and heal. It is the little plants, aided by human speech, which uproot illnesses from the body, reveal mysteries, straighten destinies, and cause love or oblivion. These voices from the earth ring like voices from hell to the ears of 17th century Spain, busy with inquisitions and exorcisms, which relied on the magic of prayers, spells and talismans to heal itself. More than syrups, purges and bloodlettings. 1655. San Miguel de Nepantla. Juana at 4 years old. Come on, Juana speaks that she speaks to you with her soul, which is her companion within, as she walks along the bank of the ditch. She feels happier because she has hiccups, and Juana grows when she has hiccups. She stops and looks at the shadow, which grows with her, and with a branch she measures it after each little jump that hits her belly. Volcanoes also grew with hiccups, before, when they were alive, before their own fire burned them. 2 of the volcanoes are still smoking, but they are no longer gasping. They don't grow anymore. Juana has hiccups and is growing. It grows. Crying, on the other hand, shrinks. That's why old ladies and funeral mourners are the size of cockroaches. That's not what grandfather's books say, which Juana reads, but she knows. These are things he knows from having spoken so much with the soul. Juana also speaks with the clouds. To chat with clouds, you have to climb hills or the highest branches of trees. I'm cloud. Clouds have faces and hands. Feet, no. 1656. Santiago de la Vega. Gage. In a hammock stretched between 2 palm trees, Anglican pastor Thomas Gage dies in Jamaica. He had dreamed of being the first English viceroy of Mexico since the days when he made a pilgrimage through the lands of America in the cassock of a Catholic monk, preaching and spying and tasting chocolate and sugar candies. Guava. In London he went too far and convinced Lord Cromwell that it was necessary and possible to arm a good conquest fleet against the Spanish colonies. Last year, Admiral William Penn's troops invaded this Jamaican island. England tore from Spain the first shred of her American empire, and the heirs of Columbus, the Marquises of Jamaica, lost the best of their incomes. Then Pastor Thomas Gage delivered a patriotic Protestant sermon from the pulpit of Santiago de la Vega's main chapel as the Spanish governor came into the arms of his slaves to deliver the sword. 1658. San Miguel de Nepantla. Juana at 7 years old. Through the mirror, she sees her mother come in and drops the sword, which crumbles with a cannon sound, and Juana is so startled that her whole face is buried under her hat in illusion. I don't play, he gets angry at his mother's laughter. He frees himself from the hat and the soot whiskers appear. Juana's little legs don't navigate well in the enormous leather boots, she stumbles and falls to the ground and kicks, humiliated, furious. Mother can't stop laughing. I am not playing. Juana protests, her eyes watery. I am a man. I will go to university, because I am a man. The mother strokes her head. My crazy girl, my beautiful Juana. I should flog you for this indecency. She sits down next to her and says kindly, you would have done better to have been born mad, my poor clever girl, and caresses her while Juana soaks her grandfather's vast coat with tears. A dream of Juana. She wanders in the dream market. Vendors displayed dreams on large canvases on the floor. Juana's grandfather arrives at the market, very sad because he hasn't dreamed for a long time. Juana takes him by the hand and helps him choose dreams, dreams of marzipan or cotton, wings to fly while sleeping, and the two leave so laden with dreams that there will be no more night to reach. 1663. Old Guatemala. The printer arrives. Bishop Peo Enriquez de Ribera is one of the strongest supporters of Indian forced labor. Without the repartimientos de indios, reasons the bishop, who will cultivate the fields? And if there is no one to cultivate the fields, who will cultivate the spirits? The bishop writes a document on this subject when he receives from Puebla the first printing press that arrives in Guatemala. The learned spiritual head of this diocese has ordered the press and the block letters, with the typesetter and everything, brought here so that his theological treatise Explicatio Apologetica could be printed here. The first book published in Guatemala is not written in the Mayan languages or in Spanish, but in Latin. 1663. Banks of the Paraba River. Freedom. The barking of dogs and the trumpets of slave hunters are long gone. The fugitive crosses the Paginal, wild straws higher than him, and runs towards the river. He throws himself on the grass, face down, arms outstretched, legs outstretched. Listen. Friendly voices of crickets, cicadas, and frogs. I am not a thing. My story is not the story of things. Kiss the earth, bite it. I took my foot out of the trap. I am not a thing. She sticks her naked body to the wind-wet earth and listens to the sound of little plants crossing the earth, eager to be born. He is mad with hunger, and for the first time hunger gives him joy. His body is full of cuts and he does not feel them. He turns up to the sky, as if embracing it. The moon rises and shines and hits him, violent flashes of light, streaks of full moonlight and juicy stars, and he rises and seeks his direction. Now, off to the jungle. Now let's move on to the big fans of green. Are you also going to Palmer's? Asks the fugitive to the ant which walks on his hand, and asks. Guide me. Song Awards. Rest, black. White does not come here. If he comes, the devil will take it. Rest, black. White does not come here. If he comes, he will come out with clubs. 1663. Serra de Barriga. Awards. On some nights, in the light of lightning, the glowing ridge of this mountain range can be seen from the coast of Alagoas. In the foothills of this mountain range, the Portuguese exterminated the Setis Indians, whom the Pope had excommunicated in perpetuity for having eaten the first Brazilian bishop, and this is where fugitive black slaves have found refuge, for many years now, in the hidden cities of Palmer's. Every city is a fortress. Beyond the tall wooden palisades and spike traps stretch the vast fields. The peasants work with weapons at hand, and at night, when they return to the citadel, they are counted in case there is a shortage. 2 annual crops of corn sprouts here, as well as beans, cassava, sugar, potatoes, tobacco, pulses and fruits, and pigs and chickens are raised. The blacks of Palmer's eat much more and better than the inhabitants of the coast, where the devouring sugar cane, produced for Europe, usurps everyone's time and space. As in Angola, the palm tree reigns supreme in these black communities. Clothes, baskets, and fans are woven from palm fiber, the leaves serve as a roof and a bed, the pulp is eaten from the fruit, wine is made and oil is extracted which gives light, and the stone becomes cooking oil and a smoking pipe. As in Angola, the chiefs exercise the noble profession of blacksmith, and the forge occupies the place of honor in the square where the people celebrate their assemblies. But Angola is multiple, and more all of Africa. The Palmarinos come from 1,000 regions and 1,000 languages. Their only common language is the one they heard from their masters, accompanying the orders of the whip on the slavers and in the cane fields. Dotted with African and Guarani words, the Portuguese language now connects and communicates those it once humiliated. Falganigo. Branco now vmca. Since the Dutch were expelled from Pernambuco, the Portuguese have launched more than 20 military expeditions against this land of freedom. An informant from Brazil writes in Lisbon, our army, which knew how to tame the pride of Holland, obtained no result against these barbarians in the multiple and repeated entries it made into Palmer's. The Dutch had no better luck. His expeditions were also inglorious days. Dutch and Portuguese burned down empty villages and got lost in the forest, spinning like mad in the heavy rain. Both have waged war against the shadow, a shadow that bites and flees, and they sang, each time, the victory. Neither succeeded in crushing Palmer's nor in preventing the escape of the slaves who left King Azucar and his entire court unarmed, though the crucified rebel Negroes Dutch and Portuguese whipped and mutilated them. To sow fear and set an example. One of the Portuguese expeditions against Palmares has just returned empty-handed to Recife. It was led by a black captain, Goncalo Rebelo, who had 200 black soldiers under his command. They slaughtered the few black prisoners they could catch. 1665. Madrid. Carlos II. The new monarch rocks and cries. From behind, they hold it with straps attached to the armpits and waist. At 4 years old, he can neither speak nor walk, and he was torn from the breasts of his 14 nurses to sit him on the throne of Spain. He cries because his crown hurts, sunk down to his eyes, and because he wants to go back to playing with the elves and drinking the hot milk of the fairies. The weak survive by a miracle, or through the fact that he was not bathed even when he was born, although his head and neck were covered with purulent crusts. No one bathes at court, since Domingo Centurion died of a cold 9 years ago. Araro, the king stammers, cradling his own foot to his ear. 1666. New Amsterdam. New York. With a few cannon shots, the English brought down the flag flying over the fort and wrested the island of Manhattan from the hands of the Dutch, who had bought it from the Indians of Delaware for 60 florins. Say the Delawares, recalling the arrival of the Dutch more than half a century ago, the great man only wanted a small piece of land, small, to plant the vegetables for his soup on, barely the space that a bull's skin could cover. One should have noticed then his fraudulent spirit. New Amsterdam, the largest slave market in North America, is now called New York, and Wall Street is the name of the street on the wall built to keep black people from escaping. 1666. London. White servants. 3 ships filled with white servants descend the Thames to the sea. When they open their floodgates, on the remote island of Barbados, the living will march towards the plantations of sugar, cotton, and tobacco, and the dead towards the bottom of the bay. The traffickers of white servants are called spirits, very skilled in the art of evaporating people. They send to the West Indies the whores and vagabonds kidnapped in the slums of London, the young Catholics hunted in Ireland and Scotland, and the prisoners they were waiting hanged in Bristol jail for killing a rabbit on private land. Stored under lock and key in the holds of ships, the drunkards trapped on the quays wake up, and with them travel to the Americas some children attracted by sweets and many adventurers deceived by the promise of an easy fortune. There, in the plantations of Barbados or Jamaica or Virginia, they will draw juice from it until they have paid their price and the price of passage. White servants dream of owning land and blacks. When they regain their freedom, after years of harsh penances and unpaid work, the first thing they do is bribe a black man to fan them at nap time. There are 40,000 African slaves in Barbados. Births are recorded in plantation registers. At birth, a black is worth half a pound. 1666. Turtle Island. Altarpiece of the pirates. Jean David, now known as the Olones, has just sacked Remedios and Maracaibo. His cutlass hacked many Spaniards. The frigates return at half speed under the weight of the stolen riches. The Olones disembark. Between his boots, he shakes his tail and barks at his only friend and confidant, companion in adventures and misadventures, and behind her appears a pack of men recently detached from the cobwebs of the awnings, hungry for taverns and women and solid ground under their feet. On these burning sands, where turtle eggs are cooked, the pirates endure a long mass, standing in silence. Mend bodies, coats hard with filth, greasy beards of a prophet, faces of knives blunted by the years. If during mass someone dares to cough or laugh, they shoot him down and cross themselves. Each pirate is an arsenal. In alligator skin scabbards he carries 4 knives and a bayonet at his waist, 2 bare pistols, the boarding saber striking his knee, and the musket slung across his chest. After the mass, the booty is distributed. The mutilated, first. Whoever has lost his right arm receives 600 pesos or 6 black slaves. The left arm is worth 500 pesos or 5 slaves, which is also the price of any of the legs. Anyone who has left an eye or a finger on the coasts of Cuba or Venezuela has the right to collect 100 pesos or a slave. The day stretches out in long glasses of rum with pepper and culminates in the apotheosis of the buchan turtle. Under the sand, covered with embers, slowly roasted, in the carapace, the minced meat of turtle meat, egg yolks, and spices, which is the supreme feast of these islands. The pirates smoke a pipe, lying on the sand, and let themselves go in the smoke and melancholy. At nightfall, they cover the body of a mulatto girl with pearls and whisper to her horrors and wonders, stories of the hanged, pensions, and treasures, and swear before they understood that there will be no further trips. They drink and love without taking off their boots, the boots that tomorrow will polish the stones of the harbor seeking a ship for another blow. 1667. Mexico. Juana at 16. On ships, the bell indicates the quarters of the sea sail. In the tunnels and in the cane fields, he pushes the Indian serfs and the black slaves to work. In the churches, he gives the hours and announces the masses, the dead and the feasts. But in the clock tower, above the palace of the Viceroy of Mexico, there is a silent bell. It is said that the inquisitors took her down from the steeple of an old Spanish village, tore her door open and banished her to India, who knows how many years ago. Since Master Rodrigo created it in 1530, this bell has always been clear and obedient. It had, it is said, 300 votes, according to the bell dictated by the ringer, and the whole town was proud of it. Until one night, its long, violent chime knocks everyone out of bed. She rang, unleashed by alarm or joy or whatever, and for the first time no one understood her. A crowd gathered in the atrium while the bell rang incessantly, panicked, and the mayor and the priest went up to the tower and checked, frozen with horror, that no one was there. No human hand moved it. The authorities turned to the Inquisition. The court of the Holy Office declared null and void the ringing of the bell, which was silenced forever and expelled into exile in Mexico. Juana Inés de Aspage leaves the palace of her protector, Viceroy Mancera, and crosses the main square followed by two Indians carrying their trunks. Arrived at the corner, he stops and looks at the tower, as if he had been called by the bell without a voice. She knows the story. She knows she was punished for singing by herself. Juana walks towards the convent of Santa Teresa la Antigua. She will no longer be a court lady. In the serene light of the cloister and the solitude of the cell, he will seek what he cannot find outside. I would have liked to study the mysteries of the world at university, but women are born condemned to the embroidery frame and the husband they choose. Juana Inés de Aspage will become a descalced Carmelite, her name will be Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz. 1668. Turtle Island. Dogs. There are no more Indians on this small island north of Haiti. But the dogs that the Spaniards had brought to hunt and punish them remain. The mastiffs, which have multiplied and walk in herds devouring the wild boars, dispute the domain of this land with the French buccaneers. Night after night, the howls come from the forest. Inside the walls, the pirates sleep shivering. The island of Tortuga belongs to the company created by Minister Colbert for the slave trade and piracy. The company has appointed Governor Bertrand d'Ogeron, a gentleman of brilliant prestige among buccaneers and buccaneers. From France, the governor brings a cargo of poison. He will kill a few horses and scatter them over the island with their bellies full of poison. Thus he intends to put an end to the danger of wild dogs. 1669. City of Gibraltar. All the wealth in the world. Henry Morgan's men scrape the shores of Lake Maracaibo. They are looking for buried treasures that the Olones could not take away. As much as pirates get up early and work, there is no time reaching or holding back that does not overflow. After the cannon shots, the landing. The pirates jump from the skiffs and enter the smoking village with swords. There is no one, there is nothing. In the center of the square, a shabby boy in rags greets them with a laugh. The huge hat, which covers his eyes, has a broken brim, falling over his shoulder. Secret! Secret! Shouts. He moves his arms like blades, chasing imaginary flies, and laughs endlessly. When the tip of a sword brushes his throat, he whispers, "Don't sleep with bare feet, they will be eaten by bats." The air burns, laden with fumes, smoke, and dust. Morgan seethes with warmth and impatience. They tie up the boy. Where did they hide the jewels? They beat him. Where's the gold? They open the first cuts on his cheeks and chest. "I am Sebastian Sanchez," shouts Dash. "I am the brother of the governor of Maracaibo. Very gentleman and manager." They cut off half an ear. They train him. The boy leads the pirates into a cave, through the forest, and reveals his treasure. Under the branches hide 2 terracotta dishes, a rusty anchor, an empty snail, various feathers and colored stones, a key and 3 small coins. "I am Sebastian Sanchez," says and repeats the owner of the treasure, while they kill him. 1669. Maracaibo. Burst. At dawn, Morgan discovers that the Spanish ships, emerging from the night, are closing the mouth of the lake. He decides to charge. At the head of his fleet, he sends a sloop under full sail, head down against the Spanish flagship. The sloop bears the banner of war unfurled in defiance and contains all the pitch, tar, and sulfur that Morgan found in Maracaibo, as well as various canisters of gunpowder hidden in every corner. It is made up of a few wooden dolls, dressed in shirts and hats. The Spanish admiral, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, flies through the air without learning that his guns have fired against a powder keg. Behind, attack the entire pirate fleet. Morgan's frigates break the Spanish padlock with cannon fire and reach the sea. They sail full of gold, jewels and slaves. In the shadow of the glass roof stands Henry Morgan, dressed head to toe in Maracaibo's loot. He wears a gold telescope and yellow Cordoba leather boots. The buttons of his jacket are emeralds set by jewelers in Amsterdam. The wind lifts the lace foam of the white silk shirt, and brings the distant voice of the woman who was waiting for Morgan in Jamaica, the mulatto flamethrower who had warned him at the docks, when he said goodbye to her. "If you die, I kill you." 1670. Lime. Weep for us. The Indians of the Potosi mines had told him, without a word. And last year, the Count of Lemos, Viceroy of Peru, wrote to the King of Spain, "There is no nation in the world so tired. I relieve my conscience by informing your Majesty with this clarity, what is taken to Spain is not money, but rather the blood and sweat of the Indians." The Viceroy saw the hill that eats men. From the communities they bring Indians tied to the branches with iron rings, and the more the hill swallows, the more the hunger grows. Cities are empty of people. After the report to the king, the Count of Lemos forbids the days of the whole week in the suffocating tunnels. Drum beats, proclamation of the black, henceforth, ordered the Viceroy, the Indians will work from sunrise to sunset, because they are not slaves to spend the night in the galleries. No one was paying attention to him. And now, in his austere palace in Lima, he receives an answer from the Council of the Indies, from Madrid. The council refuses to abolish forced labor in the silver and mercury mines. 1670. San Juanititlan. An intruder at the altar. In the middle of the morning, Father Marcos Ruiz lets himself be carried by the donkey towards the city of San Juanititlan. Who knows if the soft music of the water and the bells that the breeze brings comes from the city or from a dream? The monk does not rush, he sleepily rocks and yawns. You have to walk a lot of twists and turns to get to San Juanititlan, a city deeply rooted in the roughness of the earth, and it is well known that the Indians have their harvests in the most complicated corners of the mountain to pay homage, in these hiding places, to their pagan gods. Fray Marcos begins to wake up in the first houses. The city is empty, no one comes to meet him. He blinks when he reaches the church, overwhelmed by the crowd, and his heart leaps madly when he manages to make his way and rubs his eyes and sees what he sees. In the church, flowered and fragrant as never before, the Indians revere the village idiot. Sitting on the altar, covered from head to toe in sacred garments, the idiot receives, drooling, squinting, the offerings of incense and fruits and hot dishes, amid a cry of prayers and interspersed songs. No one hears the outraged cries of Fray Marcos, who flees in search of soldiers. The sight infuriates the pious priest, but the surprise did not last long. After all, what can be expected of those idolaters who ask forgiveness from the tree when they go to cut it down and do not dig a well without first giving an explanation to the ground? Do they not confuse God, perhaps, with a pebble, the sound of a stream or a drizzle? Don't they call carnal sin a game? 1670. Masaya. Elguigans. The sun breaks through the clouds, breaks through and goes back to hiding, repentant or afraid to see how people shine here, that the earth is on fire. Conversational dance, dance theater, musical dance farce and answer, on the shore of words, the Guigans unleashes the party. The masked figures speak a new language, neither Nahuatl nor Spanish, a mestizo language that developed in Nicaragua. It was nourished by 1,000 popular ways of saying, defying and inventing to say, pepper coming from the imagination of the people mocking its masters. An old Indian, deceitful and coarse, occupies the center of the work. The Guigans or macho raton is a mocker of prohibitions, who never says what he says nor listens to what he hears, and thus manages to avoid being crushed by the powerful. What the rascal does not win not, it binds him, what does not bind, entangles it. 1670. Cuzco. The Lunarejo. The walls of the cathedral, swollen with gold, overwhelm the Virgin. The simple image of this brunette Virgin appears humbled, with her black hair flowing from her straw hat and a llama in her arms, surrounded as she is by a sea of sparkling gold with infinite filigrees. The Cathedral of Cuzco would like to vomit from its opulent bosom this Indian Virgin, Virgin of impotence, as not so long ago the doorman chased away an old barefoot woman who was trying to enter. "Leave her alone!" cried the priest from the pulpit. "Let that Indian girl in, who is my mother." The name of the priest is Juan de Espinosa Medrano, but everyone knows him as Lunarejo, because God covered his face with moles. When Lunarejo preaches, the crowd goes to the cathedral. The Peruvian church has no better orator. In addition, he teaches theology at the seminary of San Antonio and writes theater. Amar su propia muerte, his comedy in Spanish, his father's language, resembles the pulpit where he delivers his sermons, pompous verses twisted into 1,000 arabesques, ostentatious and wasteful like colonial churches. Instead, he wrote in Quechua, his mother's language, a sacramental piece simple in structure and stripped down in pronunciation. In the car, on the theme of the prodigal son, the devil is a Peruvian landowner, the wine is chicha and the biblical calf, a fat pig. 1671. Panama City. On punctuality to appointments. More than 2 years ago, Henry Morgan arrived in Panama by canoe, and at the head of a handful of men, he leapt the walls of Portobelo with a knife between his teeth. With very few troops and without culverins or cannons, he conquered this invulnerable stronghold, and for not setting fire to it, he received a mountain of gold and silver as a ransom. The governor of Panama, defeated and dazzled by the strange feat, ordered Morgan to request one of the pistols he had used in the assault. "Let him keep it for a year," said the pirate. "I'll go back and get him." Now he enters Panama City, advancing through the flames, the English flag waving in one hand and the saber in the other. He is followed by 2,000 men and several guns. In the middle of the night, the fire is a midday light, another summer that submerges the eternal summer of these coasts. The fire devours houses and convents, churches and hospitals, and sets the maw of the corsair ablaze, crying, "I came for money, not prayers." After burning and killing many, he walks away followed by an endless caravan of donkeys laden with gold, silver and precious stones. Morgan sends to apologize to the governor for the delay. 1672. London. The White Man's Burden. The Duke of York, brother of the King of England, founded the Company of Royal Adventurers 9 years ago. English farmers in the West Indies bought their slaves from Dutch slavers, and the Crown could not allow them to acquire such valuable items from strangers. The new company, born for trade with Africa, had prestigious shareholders: King Carlos II, 3 dukes, 8 counts, 7 lords, a countess and 27 knights. In homage to the Duke of York, the captains branded the letters DY on the chests of the 3,000 slaves who were taken each year to Barbados and Jamaica. Henceforth, the company was renamed Royal African Company. The King of England, who holds the majority of shares, encourages the purchase of slaves in his colonies, 6 times more expensive than what they cost in Africa. The sharks make the journey to the islands, behind the ships, waiting for the corpses that fall from the gunwale. Many die because there is not enough water and the strongest drink what little there is, or because of dysentery or smallpox, and many die of melancholy. They refuse to eat and there is no way to open the teeth. They are lying in rows, crushed against each other, with their roofs over their noses. Their wrists are chained and the chains leave their ankles raw. When the stormy sea or the rain force the portholes to be closed, the little air is a fever, but with the portholes open the hold also smells of hatred, fermented hatred, worse than the worst stench of the slaughterhouses, and there is the floor still slippery with blood, fluids, and shit. The sailors, asleep on deck, listen to the incessant moans that echo from below throughout the night, and at dawn the cries of those who dreamed that they were in their country. Song of the Bird of Love, of the Mandinka people. But leave me, O Diambury. You who wear the long striped band, let me sing to the birds. The birds that listen to the departing princess and receive her last confidences. And you girls sing, sing softly. Lab, Lab, the beautiful bird. And you, owner of the tremendous gun, let me contemplate the bird of love, the bird that my friend and I love. Leave me, owner of the splendid robe, master of garments brighter than daylight. Let me love the love bird. 1674. Royal Port. Morgan. He was almost a boy when he was sold, in Bristol, to a merchant. The captain who brought it to the West Indies traded it for parts in Barbados. In these islands he has learned to break with an axe the branch which strikes you in the face, and he knew that there is no fortune which does not have crime for its father and infamy for its mother. He spent years plundering galleons and making widows. He cut off the fingers that wore gold rings. He became the leader of the pirates. Corsairs, correct. Admiral of the Corsairs. From his toad neck still hangs the letter of marque, which legalizes the task and avoids hanging. 3 years ago, after the looting of Panama, they took him prisoner in London. The king took off his chains, made him a knight of the court and appointed him Lieutenant General of Jamaica. The philosopher John Locke wrote the instructions for the good government of this island, which is the seat of the English buccaneers. Morgan will see to it that he never lacks Bibles or dogs to hunt fleeing blacks, and he will hang his pirate brothers whenever their king decides to cut a good figure with Spain. Fresh off the boat at Port Royal, Henry Morgan takes off his feathered hat, takes a sip of rum and, as a toast, empties the bowl onto his multi-curled wig. The filibusters shout and sing while raising sabers. The horse that takes Morgan to the government palace has gold horseshoes. 1674. Potosi. Claudia, the witch. With his hand he moved clouds and unleashed or chased away storms. In the blink of an eye, he brought people from distant lands and also from death. Always. Corregidor of the mines of Porco made him see Madrid, his homeland, in a mirror, and Don Pedro de Ayamonte, who was from Utrera, served cakes freshly baked in an oven at the table. He caused gardens to grow in the deserts and transformed the most learned lovers into virgins. He saved the persecuted who sought refuge in his house, transforming them into dogs or cats. In bad weather, good face, he said, and in hunger, guitarrazos, he played the viola and waved the tambourine and thus raised the sad and the dead. He could give speech to the mute and take it away from the charlatans. He made love in the open air, with a very black demon, in the middle of the countryside. From midnight, I was flying. He was born in Tucumán and died this morning in Potosí. In agony, she called a Jesuit priest and told him to take some pieces of wax out of a drawer and remove the pins that were stuck in it, so that 5 priests she had sick would heal. The priest offered his confession and divine mercy, but she laughed and died laughing. 1674. Yorktown. The Couriers of Olympus. James Bullock, a Yorktown tailor, challenged Matthew Slater to a horse race. The county court fines him, for presumption, and warns him that it is illegal for a worker to participate in a race, being a gentleman's sport. Bullock will have to pay £200 of tobacco in barrels. Ordinary people, nobility on horseback, the halo of aristocracy is the cloud of dust raised by hooves on the road. Horse feet make and break fortunes. To run errands on Saturday afternoons, or to talk about horses at night, the tobacconists come out of the solitude of the latifundio, dressed in silk, their first curled wigs, and around jugs of cider or brandy they discuss and wager while the dice are thrown on the table. They bet silver or tobacco or black slaves or white servants of those who pay the debt of the journey from England with years of labor, but it is only on great nights of glory or ruin that they bet on horses. A good horse gives the measure of worth to its owner, a Virginia smoker who lives and commands a horse, and a horse will enter death, a flight of wind to the gates of heaven. In Virginia, there is no time for anything else. 3 years ago, Governor William Berkeley could proudly say, "I thank God there are no free schools or printing presses, and I hope we won't have any in 100 years, because education has brought disobedience, heresy, and sex into the world, and printing has propagated them." 1676. Connecticut Valley. The Hatchet. When the first snow falls, the Wampanoag Indians rise. They had had enough of the New England frontier running from south to west, a nimble-footed frontier, and by winter's end the Indians had invaded the Connecticut Valley and were fighting within 30 miles from Boston. The horse drags, prisoner of the stirrup, a rider killed by an arrow. The dispossessed, swift warriors, strike and disappear, and so they push the invaders towards the coast where they landed years ago. 1676. Plymouth. Metacom. Half of India's population died during the war. 12 English villas are in ashes. At the end of the summer, the English bring to Plymouth the chief of Metacom, the chief of the Wampanoags, Metacom, that is to say Satan, the one who wanted to steal from the Puritan settlers the lands that God had granted them. Plymouth Supreme Court pleads, "What do we do with Metacom's son? Will we hang him or sell him as a slave?" Taking into account Deuteronomy, 24.16, the first book of Kings, 11.17, the second book of Chronicles, 25.4, and the Psalms, 137.8.9, the judges decide to sell the son of Metacom, who is 9 years old, in West Indian slave markets. Giving further proof of their generosity, the victors offer the Indians a little of everything they had before. Henceforth, the Indian communities of the region, whether or not they fought alongside Metacom, will be locked up in 4 reservations of Massachusetts Bay. 1677. City of the Old Road. They die here, they are reborn there. The body does not know it, who knows little, nor the soul that breathes, but the dreaming soul knows it, which is the one that knows the most. The black man who kills himself in America is resuscitated in Africa. Many slaves of this island of St. Kitts die by refusing to eat or by eating only earth, ashes, and lime, and others tie a rope around their neck. In the woods, among the vines that hang from the big weeping trees hang slaves who not only kill, by committing suicide, their memory of pain, by killing themselves, they also begin, in a white canoe, the journey back to the lands of origin. A certain Burrata, plantation owner, walks through the foliage, machete in hand, decapitating hanged men. Hang yourself, if you will, he warns the living. Back in their country they will no longer have a head and will not be able to see, hear, speak, or eat. And another proprietor, Major Cripps, the harshest punisher of men, enters the forest with a cart laden with sugar buckets and mill parts. He seeks and finds his runaway slaves, who have gathered together, are tying knots and choosing branches, and he says to them, "Come on. I will hang myself with you. I will accompany them. I bought a big sugar factory in Africa, and there you will work for me." Major Cripps chooses the largest tree, an enormous ceiba, wrap the rope around his own neck and thread the slip knot. The blacks look at him, amazed, but his face is a pure shadow under his straw hat, a shadow that said, "We all go fast. I need weapons in Guinea." 1677. Bald Port. The captain promises land, slaves, and honors. At dawn, the army leaves Porto Calvo. Soldiers, volunteers, and gang members march against the free blacks of Palmers, who are burning sugar cane fields all over southern Pernambuco. Fernando Carolho, captain major of the War of the Prizes, harangues the troops after the mass. No matter how big the crowd of enemies, it's a crowd of slaves. Nature created them more to obey than to resist. If we destroy them, we will have land for our plantations, black people for our service and honor for our names. Blacks fight like fugitives. We will hunt them like lords. 69. 1678. Recife. Good Zumba deal. Mass of Thanksgiving in the main church, the governor of Pernambuco, Aires de Sousa de Castro, picks up the tails of his embroidered coat and kneels before the throne of the Blessed Sacrament. At his side, covered with a large red silk coat, also kneels Gunga Zumba, supreme leader of the Palmers Federation. Ringing of bells, jubilation of artillery and drums, the governor grants Gunga Zumba the title of field master, and as proof of his friendship he adopts two of his youngest sons, who will be named Sousa de Castro. After the peace talks held in Recife between the delegates of the King of Portugal and the representatives of Palmers, the agreement is reached: the sanctuaries of Palmers will be expelled. All individuals born there are declared free, and those bearing the mark of the hot iron will revert to their owners. "But I'm not giving up," says Zumbi, Gunga Zumba's nephew. Zumbi remains in Macacos, the capital of Palmers, deaf to successive factions offering him forgiveness. Of the 30,000 Palmarinos, only 5,000 accompany Gunga Zumba. For others, he is a traitor who deserves death and oblivion. "I don't believe the word of my enemies," Zumbi said. "My enemies don't even believe themselves." Yoruba spell against the enemy. When they try to trap a chameleon under a mat, the chameleon takes on the color of the mat and merges with it. When they try to catch a crocodile in the riverbed, the crocodile takes on the color of the water and blends into the current. When the sorcerer tries to catch me, that I can gain the agility of the wind and escape with a breath. 1680. Santa Fe of New Mexico. The Red Cross and the White Cross. The knots of a maguey cord announce the revolution and indicate the days that remain. The most agile messengers carry the rope from town to town, all over New Mexico, until Wrath Sunday arrives. The Indians of 24 communities rise up. These are the ones that remain, of the 66 who were in these northern lands when the conquerors arrived. The Spaniards managed to crush the rebels in a town or two. Surrender. I prefer death. You are going to hell. I prefer hell. But the avengers of pain advance by destroying churches and forts, and after a few days they seize the whole region. To erase baptismal oils and remove their first names, the Indians immerse themselves in rivers and rub themselves with amole. Disguised as monks, they drink in celebration of the recovery of their lands and their gods. They announce that they will never work for others again and that pumpkins will grow everywhere and the world will be covered in snow with so much cotton. The siege closes around the city of Santa Fe, the last redoubt in Spain in these remote regions. The chief of the Indians galloped to the foot of the wall. He is armed with an arquebus, a dagger, and a sword, and wears a belt of taffeta found in a convent. He throws 2 crosses, one white and one red, at the foot of the wall. The red cross is resistance. White, go. Take whichever you choose. Then he turns his back on the besieged and disappears in a whirlwind of dust. The Spaniards resist. But after a few days, they raise the white cross. They had come long ago, in search of the legendary golden cities of Cibola. Now they begin the retreat south. 1681. Mexico. Juana at 30. After praying matins and lauds, he puts a spinning top to dance in the flour and studies the circles that the spinning top draws. Examine water and light, air, and things. Why does the egg stick in the boiling oil and fall apart in the syrup? In the pin triangles, look for Solomon's ring. With one eye glued to the telescope, he chases the stars. They threatened her with the Inquisition and forbade her to open the books, but Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz studies in the things that God has created, using them as letters and as a book, this whole universal machine. Between divine love and human love, between the 15 mysteries of the rosary that hangs around her neck and the enigmas of the world, Sor Juana struggles, and he spends many sleepless nights, praying, writing, when the endless war between passion and reason begins again within him. At the end of each battle, the first light of day enters his cell in the convent of the Jeronimas and Sor Juana helps him remember what Lupercio Leonardo said, that one can philosophize well and prepare dinner. She creates poems at the table and puff pastry in the kitchen, words and delights to offer, music from David's harp healing Saul and also healing David, joys of soul and mouth condemned by the advocates of pain. Only suffering will make you worthy of God, the confessor tells her, and orders her to burn what she writes, to ignore what she knows and not to see what she sees. 1681. Mexico. Sigüenza and Góngora. Since the end of last year, a comet has been burning the skies of Mexico. What evils does the angry prophet foretell? What sorrows will it bring? Will the sun collapse on the earth? The sun as a great fist of God. Will the sea dry up and there won't be a drop of the rivers left? For no reason should comets be unhappy, the wise man replied to the terrified. Carlos de Sigüenza y Góngora publishes his philosophical manifesto against comets stripped of the empire they had over the timid, a formidable plea against superstition and fear. The controversy erupts between astronomy and astrology, between human curiosity and divine revelation. The German Jesuit Eusebio Francisco Kino, who travels these lands, relies on 6 biblical foundations to assert that almost all comets are harbingers of sinister, sad, and calamitous events. Disdainful, Kino intends to alter the plan of Sigüenza y Góngora, who is the son of Copernicus and Galileo and other heretics, and the wise Creole replies. You will be able to recognize, at least, that there are also mathematicians outside Germany, albeit stuck among the reed beds and cattails of the Mexican lagoon. The Academy's senior cosmographer, Sigüenza y Góngora understood the law of gravity and believed that other stars must have planets flying around them, like the Sun. Using the calculation of eclipses and comets, he managed to locate the dates of the indigenous history of Mexico. Because the earth is his office as well as the sky, he also fixed the exact longitude of the city, 283 degrees 23 minutes west of Santa Cruz de Tenerife. He drew the first complete map of this region and related its events, in verse and prose, in works with extravagant titles, for the use of the century. 1682. Accra. All of Europe sells human meat. Not far from the forts of England and Denmark, within firing range, stands the brand new Prussian factory. A new flag floats on these shores, on the roof of the slave warehouse chest and on the masts of the ships that depart full. Through the Africa Company, the Germans join the lucrative business of the time. The Portuguese hunt and sell Negroes through the Guinea Company. The Royal African Company operates for the benefit of the English crown. The French flag sails on the ships of the Compagnie du Sénégal. The Dutch West India Company prospers. The Danish company specializing in the slave trade is also called the West India Company, and the South Sea Company gives the Swedes a victory. Spain has no slave trade. But a century ago, in Seville, the Casa de Contratación sent the king a documented report explaining that slaves were the most lucrative commodity of all those entering America, and so on. To have the right to sell slaves in the Spanish colonies, foreign companies pour fortunes into the royal coffers. With these funds, the fortresses of Madrid and Toledo were built, among others. The Junta de Negros meets in the main hall of the Council of the Indies. 1682. Remedies. By order of the devil. It trembles, it twists, it roars, it drools. It makes the stones of the church vibrate. Around her the vermilion earth of Cuba smokes. Satan, dog. Drunk dog. Speak or I annoy you. Threatens the Inquisitor José González de la Cruz, parish priest of this town of Remedios, turning around and kicking the black Leonarda in front of the main altar. Bartolomé del Castillo, notary public, waits without breathing. He clutches a thick sheaf of papers in one hand, and in the other he holds a bird's feather. The devil frolics happily in the salty body of the black Leonarda. The Inquisitor knocks the slave down with a blow and she falls on her face and bites the dust and bounces, rising, and turns and flames, bleeding, beautiful, on the chessboard of tiles. Satan. Lucifer. Mandingo. Talk, you stinky shit. Fire and foam come out of Leonarda's mouth. He also screams noises that no one understands, except Father Jose, who translates and dictates to the notary. He says he's Lucifer. He says there are 800,000 demons in Remedios. Other noises thunder the dark. What else? What else, dog? The priest asks, and lifts Leonarda by the grains. Speak, damn it. He does not insult the mother because the devil has none. Before the slave faints, the priest shouts and the notary writes. He says Remedios is going to sink. He confesses everything. I have it by the skin. He says the earth will swallow us. And screams. A mouth from hell. He says Remedios is one hell of a mouth. They all scream. All of Remedios' neighbors are kicking, screaming and screaming. More than one fainted. The priest, bathed in sweat, his skin transparent and his lips trembling, unclenches his fingers which oppress Leonardo's neck. Darkness collapses. Nobody loves her. 1682. Remedies. But they stay. 800,000 demons. It therefore looks like Remedios, more demons than mosquitoes. 1305 demons torment each neighbor. The demons are lame, since this fall that everyone knows. They have the beard and horns of a goat, the wings of a bat, the tail of a rat, and black skin. Because they are black, they gladly walk into Leonarda's body. Leonarda cries and refuses to eat. If God wants to purify you, Father Jose told him, he will whiten your skin. From souls in pain comes the plaintive song of cicadas and crickets. Crabs are sinners condemned to walk sideways. In swamps and rivers dwell child-stealing goblins. When it rains, the wrath of the demons resounds in the caves and the crevices, furious because they wet themselves with the lightnings and the sparks which they lit to set the sky ablaze. In a hoarse and nasal voice, the toad croaks in the crevasse of the Boqueron. Do you expect rain or curse? Does the light that shines in the dark come from the coquillo? Those eyes, are they owl? Against whom does the Maha whistle? Nocturnal, blind, the bat hums. If it touches you with its wing, you will end up in hell, which is over there, below Remedios. There the flames burn but do not light up, and the eternal ice renders those who down here sin shiver from radiators. Hold back. At the slightest alarm, the priest jumps into the stoop. Satan, step back. Lettuce is washed with holy water. He yawns with his mouth closed. Jesus. Jesus. The neighbors cross themselves. There is no house that does not decorate the sprigs of garlic, nor air that does not permeate the smoke of basil. Let the feet bring me and not touch me, iron and not hurt me, knots and not bind me. But they stay. Nobody leaves? No one leaves the town of Remedios. 1682. Remedies. By order of God. The church bells, silhouetted against the sky, ring the meeting. All Remedios go. The notary sits to the right of the altar. The crowd throngs well beyond the open doors. Rumor has it that Father Jose makes a statement to God. Christ is expected to unnail his right hand and swear he will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Father Jose advances towards the tabernacle of the high altar and opens the tabernacle. Raise the chalice and the host, and before the flesh and blood of the Lord, on your knees, formulate your request. The notary takes note. God will illuminate the place where the people of Remedios are to live. If the devil spoke through the mouth of Leonardo, Leonardo will be the interpreter of his invincible enemy. The priest covers Leonardo's eyes with a blindfold, a child who does not reach his height, and Leonardo plunges his hand into the silver ciborium where lie, scrambled, some pieces of paper with place names. The child chooses one. The priest unfolds it and in a very loud voice reads, Saint Mary of Guadalupe. Take note, clerk. And he adds triumphantly, the Lord had mercy on us. He, in his infinite mercy, offers us his protection. Get up, gentlemen. The time has come to leave. And he leaves. Look back. Few follow. Father Jose takes everything, the chalice and the hosts, the lamp and the silver candlesticks, the images and the wooden sculptures. But only a handful of pious and a few frightened people accompany him to the promised land. On their backs and dragged by slaves and horses, they load their gear. They bring furniture and clothes, rice and beans, salt, oil, sugar, dried meat, tobacco, but also books from Paris, cotton from Rouen and lace from Mechelen. Smuggled into Cuba. The journey to Santa Maria de Guadalupe is long. There's Cupis herd. These lands belong to Father Jose. The priest hasn't found anyone to buy them for years. 1688. Havana. By order of the king. We don't talk about anything else in all of Cuba. In the mentideros of the capital, we make bets. Will those of Remedios obey? Father Jose, abandoned by his followers, was left alone and had to return to Remedios. But he continues to wage war, a stubborn holy war that has found an echo even in the royal palace. From Madrid, Carlos II ordered the population of Remedios to move to the lands of Hato de Cupi, in Santa Maria de Guadalupe. The Captain General of the government and the Bishop of Havana announced that once and for all the king's will must be carried out. Patience is running out. Those of Remedios continue to turn a deaf ear. 1691. Remedies. But they're not moving from here. At dawn, Captain Pérez de Morales arrived from Havana, with 40 well-armed men. They stop at the church. One by one, the soldiers communicate. Father Jose blesses the guns and the axes. Prepare the torches. At noon, the town of Remedios is a huge bonfire. From a distance, on his way to his land in Hato del Cupi, Father Jose watches the bluish smoke rising from the burning rubble. At nightfall, near the ruins, those in hiding emerge from the foliage. Sitting in a wheel, their eyes fixed on the smoke which does not stop. They swear and remember. The pirates had sacked the city several times. Years ago they were taken to custody of the Blessed Sacrament and a bishop died of disgust, they say, and luckily he wore the scapular on his chest. But no pirate had ever set fire to Remedios. In the light of the moon, under a ceiba tree, the illegals hold a town hall. They, who belong to this red light district open in the greenery, decide that Remedios will be rebuilt. The females hug their young to their chests and watch with wild eyes ready to pounce. The air smells of burning. It doesn't smell like brimstone or the devil's shit. The voices of those arguing and the cry of a newborn, asking for milk and a name, are heard. 1691. Mexico. Juana at 40. A jet of white light, lime, Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz Peppers, kneeling center stage. She has her back turned and looks up. Up there, an enormous Christ bleeds, arms outstretched, on the steep platform, upholstered in black velvet and bristling with crosses, swords and banners. From the scene, 2 prosecutors accuse. The whole world is black, and black are the hoods that mask the prosecutors. However, one of them wears a nun's habit and the reddish curls of the wig stand out under the hood. It is the Bishop of Puebla, Manuel Fernandez de Santa Cruz, in the role of Sister Filotea. The other, Antonio Núñez de Miranda, the confessor of Sor Juana, represents himself. Its aquiline nose, sticking out of the hood, moves as if to free itself from its owner. Sister Filotea, embroidery on frame. Mysterious is the Lord. Why, I wonder, did he put a man's head on Sor Juana's body? To deal with the faint news from earth? He does not even deign to glance in the holy books. The confessor, showing a wooden cross to Sor Juana. Ungrateful. Sor Juana, eyes fixed on Christ, above the prosecutors. I don't match God's bounty, really. I only study to see if by studying, I am less ignorant, and towards the heights of sacred theology I direct my steps, but I studied many things and learned nothing, or almost nothing. Far from me the divine truths, always far. Sometimes I feel so close, and I know them so far. Ever since I was little. At the age of 5 or 6, I looked in my grandfather's books for these keys. I read. They punished me and I read, secretly, looking for the confessor, to Sister Filotea. He never accepted the will of God. Now it even has a man's handwriting. I saw his handwritten verses. Sor Juana. Looking for. I learned early on that colleges aren't for women and that those who know more than the Lord's Prayer are considered dishonest. I had silent books for the teachers, and for each disciple an inkwell. When books were forbidden to me, as has happened more than once in this convent, I began to study the things of the world. Even the kitchen allows you to discover the secrets of nature. Sister Filotea. The Royal and Pontifical University of Fratanga. For the HQ, a frying pan. Sor Juana. What can we women know, if not culinary philosophies? But if Aristotle had cooked, he would have written a lot more. It's funny, right? Well, laugh, if that makes you happy. Men feel very wise just for being men. They also crowned Christ with thorns to be the king of mockery. The confessor, his smile fades, he bangs his fist on the table. You must have seen it. The pedantic little nun. Since he can sing Christmas carols, he compares himself to the Messiah. Sor Juana. Christ too suffered from this ungrateful law. By sign? Well die. Noted. Well suffer. The confessor. What humility. Sister Filotea. Come on, my daughter, what a scandal for God, such noisy pride. Sor Juana. My pride. Smiles sadly. Time has been lost. The confessor. As the vulgar celebrate their verses, they believe themselves elected. Verses that embarrass this house of God, exaltation of the flesh. Cough. Male bad arts. Sor wanna. My poor verses. Dust, shadow, nothing. The vainglory, the applause. Did I ask for them? What divine revelation forbids women to write? By grace or by curse, it is heaven that made me a poet. The confessor looks at the ceiling and raises his hands pleadingly. It sullies the purity of the faith, and it is heaven's fault. Sister Philodia, she puts aside the embroidery frame and interlaces her fingers on her belly. Sor wanna sings a lot to the human, and little to the divine. Sor wanna. Do not the Gospels teach us that the celestial is expressed in the terrestrial? A mighty force pushes my hand. The confessor, shaking the wooden cross, as if to hit Sor wanna from afar. Strength of God or strength of the King of the proud? Sor wanna. And I'll keep writing, I'm afraid, as long as my body shelters me. He ran away when I took the robes, but miserable. I took myself with me. Sister Philodia. She bathes naked. There is proof. Sor wanna. Extinguish, Lord, the light of my understanding. Leave only the one who is sufficient to keep your law. Isn't rest superfluous in a woman? The confessor, shrill voice, hoarse, crow. Shame on you. Mortify your heart, ungrateful. Sor wanna. Turn me off. Turn me off, my God. The work continues, with similar dialogues, until 1693. 1691. Placenta. Adario, leader of the Hurons, speaks to Baron de la Hontan, French colonizer of Newfoundland. No, you are quite miserable, I can't imagine how they could be worse. To what species of creatures do the Europeans belong, to what kind of men are they? Europeans, who do good only out of obligation, and have no other reason to avoid evil than fear of punishment. Who gave you the countries you now inhabit? By what right do they have them? These lands have always belonged to the Algonquins. Seriously, my dear brother, I feel sorry for you from the bottom of my soul. Take my advice and become a ferret. I clearly see the difference between my condition and yours. I am my master, and the master of my condition. I am master of my body, I dispose of myself, I do what I please, I am the first and the last of my nation, I fear no one and I depend only on the Great Spirit. Instead, your body and your soul are doomed, they depend on the Great Captain, the Viceroy disposes of you, you have no freedom to do what you think, you live in fear of thieves, false witnesses, murderers, and you owe obedience to an infinity of people who are above you. Is it true or is it not true? 1692. Village of Salem. Witches of Salem. Christ knows how many demons are here. Roars the Reverend Samuel Parris, pastor of the town of Salem, and speaks of Judas, the devil seated at the table of the Lord, who sold himself 30 coins, 3.15 English pounds, a ridiculous price for a slave. In the war of the lambs against the dragons, cries the shepherd, there is no possible neutrality or refuge. Demons have entered their home. A daughter and niece of Reverend Parris were the first to be tormented by the army of demons that stormed this Puritan town. The girls stroked a crystal ball, wanting to see luck, and they saw death. Since this happened, many of the Salem girls have felt hell in their bodies, the evil fever burns inside her and she wallows and writhes, rolling on the floor, foaming and shouting profanities and obscenities that the devil dictates to them. The doctor, William Griggs, diagnoses a spell. A dog is offered a cake of rye flour mixed with the urine of the possessed, but the dog helps himself, wags his tail gratefully and falls asleep peacefully. The devil prefers human habitation. Between seizure and seizure, the victims accuse. They are women, and poor women, the first condemned to hang. 2 whites and 1 black, Sarah Osborne, an old bedridden woman who years ago called her Irish servant, who was sleeping in the stable, and made a little room for him in her bed. Sarah Good, a rambunctious, pipe-smoking beggar grumbling about alms, and Tituba, a black slave from the West Indies, in love with a long-nosed hairy demon. The daughter of Sarah Good, a 4-year-old witch, is in Boston prison with leg irons. But the screams of agony from the young girls of Salem do not stop, and the accusations and convictions multiply. The witch hunt rises from suburban Salem village to downtown Salem town, from village to port, from the damned to the powerful. Even the governor's wife is not spared the pointing finger of the guilty finger. They hang on the gallows of prosperous farmers and merchants, ship owners who trade with London, privileged members of the church who enjoy the right to communion. A rain of sulfur is announced on Salem town, second port of Massachusetts, where the devil, hard-working as ever, promises to the Puritans of the cities of gold and French shoes. 1692. Guapullo. The nationalization of colonial art. In the sanctuary of Guapullo, a town located behind Quito, the canvases of Miguel de Santiago are inaugurated. In homage to the local virgin, very miraculous, Miguel de Santiago offers this mountain range and this plain, this mountain range and this sky, landscapes that would not be fully alive if they were not enlightened by the people who cross them, people from here, who walk through the places here in procession or alone. The artist no longer copies the engravings from Madrid or Rome on the life of Saint Augustine. Now he paints the luminous city of Quito, surrounded by volcanoes, the towers of these churches, the Pujili Indians and the Macangara Canyon, the Bella Vista Hill and the Guapullo Valley, and the suns behind the mountains are from here, the smoke from the bonfires of the rising clouds and the misty rivers that sing without ever stopping. And it's not just Miguel de Santiago. The anonymous hands of native or mestizo craftsmen smuggle llamas in place of camels in Christmas altar pieces and pineapples and palm trees and corn and avocados in the foliage of church facades, and even solace with a headband near the altars. Everywhere there are pregnant virgins and Christs who weep like men from here, the misfortune of this earth. 1693. Mexico. Juana at 42. Tears of a lifetime, flowing from time and sorrow, soak her face. Deep inside, in sadness, she sees the world troubled, defeated, she says goodbye. It took him several days to confess the sins of his entire existence before the impassive and implacable Father Antonio Núñez de Miranda, and everything else will be penance. With the ink of his blood, he writes a letter to the divine court, asking for forgiveness. Their light sails and their heavy keels will no longer sail in the sea of poetry. Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz abandons human studies and renounces letters. He asks God to grant him oblivion and chooses silence, or accepts it, and thus America loses its best poet. The body will hardly survive the suicide of the soul. That life is ashamed of lasting so long. 1693. Santa Fe of New Mexico. Independence lasted 13 years. 13 years have passed since the bells of Santa Fe de Nuevo Mexico went wild celebrating the death of the God of Christians and of Mary, his mother. 13 years took the Spaniards to reconquer these wild northern lands. While this truce of independence lasted, the Indians recovered their freedom and their names, their religion and their customs, but they also incorporated the plow and the wheel and other implements that the Spaniards had brought to their communities. For the colonial troops, the reconquest was not easy. Each pueblo in New Mexico is a gigantic enclosed fortress, with thick walls of stone and adobe, several stories high. In the valley of the Rio Grande live men unaccustomed to obedience or menial work. I sing to the image that comes out of the sand, of the Indians of New Mexico. For me to heal, the sorcerer painted. In the desert, your image. Your eyes are golden sand, your mouth is now red sand. Blue sand is your hair. And my tears are white sand. All day he painted. You grew up like a goddess. On the immensity of the yellow cloth. The night wind will scatter your shadow and the colors of your shadow. According to the old law, nothing will be left for me. Nothing, except the rest of my tears, the silver sands. 1694. Macaques. The last expedition against Palmers. The Indian hunter, killer of several leagues of Indians, was born of an Indian mother. He speaks almost nothing Guarani and Portuguese. Domingos Jorge Velho is a captain of the Mamluks of São Paulo, mestizos who sowed terror in half of Brazil in the name of the colonial lords and for the fierce exorcism of half their blood. For the past 6 years, Captain Domingos has hired his services to the Portuguese crown against the Janduim Indians, uprising in the hinterland of Pernambuco and Rio Grande do Norte. After a long carnage, he reached Recife, victorious, and there he was hired to destroy Palmers. They offer him a good booty in land and blacks to sell in Rio de Janeiro and Buenos Aires, and they also promise him infinite amnesties, 4 religious orders and 30 military ranks to be distributed among his men. The telescope slung over his bare chest, his greasy jacket open, Captain Domingos parades on horseback through the streets of Recife, at the head of his mixed-race officers and his Indian soldiers who massacre the Indians. He rides through clouds of dust and the smell of gunpowder and brandy, crossing cheers and volleys of white handkerchiefs. This Messiah will save us from the rebellious black people, people believe or will, convinced that the Maroons are responsible for the lack of arms in the mills and they are also to blame for the plagues and droughts that are ravaging the Northeast, for God will send neither health nor rain until the Palmers scandal stops. And the Great Crusade is organized. Volunteers come from everywhere, driven by hunger, in search of a safe ration. The prisons are emptying, even the prisoners join the largest army so far assembled in Brazil. The Indian scouts march in front and the black porters bring up the rear. 9,000 men cross the jungle, reach the mountains and climb to the top where the fortifications of Macacos rise. This time they have cannons. The siege lasted several days. The cannons destroy the triple wall of wood and stone. He fights hand to hand, on the edge of the abyss. There are so many dead there is nowhere to fall, and the slaughter continues in the bushes. Many blacks try to flee and slip into the void below the cliffs, and many throw themselves choosing the precipice. Flames devour the capital of Palmers. From the distant town of Porto Calvo, you can see the glow of the gigantic bonfire, which burns all along the night. Burn to memory. The hunting horns keep announcing the triumph. Chief Zumbi, wounded, managed to escape. From the high peaks he reaches the jungle. He wanders in the green tunnels, in the thickets, in search of his own. Complaint of the Azanda people. The child is dead, cover our faces with white earth. I gave birth to 4 children in my husband's hut. Only the 4th lives. I would like to cry, but sadness is forbidden in this village. 1695. Sarah Doy's earmouse was buzzing. Honduras of the landscape, depth of the soul. He smokes a Zumbi pipe, his gaze lost in the tall red stones and in the open caves like wounds, and he does not see that the day is born with the enemy's light or that the birds flee, frightened, in a cloud. He does not see that the traitor is coming. He sees that his colleague, Antonio Soares, is coming, and he gets up and hugs him. Antonio Soares stabbed him several times in the back. The soldiers nail the head to the point of a spear and take it to Recife, to rot in the square, and the slaves learn that Zumbi was not immortal. Palmers no longer breathes. It had lasted a century and withstood more than 40 invasions in this great space of freedom in colonial America. The wind carried away the ashes from the black strongholds of Macacos and Subupara, Dambarbunga and Obenga, Tabacas and Aratirene. For the victors, the century Palmers is instantly reduced from the stab wounds that ended Zumbi. Night will fall and there will be nothing left under the cold stars. But what does waking know compared to what sleep knows? Losers dream of Zumbi, and dreams know that as long as a man possesses another man in these lands, his ghost will walk. He will hobble, because Zumbi was lame from a bullet, he will walk up and down for a while and limp. He will fight in these jungles of palm trees and in all the lands of Brazil. The leaders of the incessant black rebellions will be called Zumbi. 1695. San Salvador da Bahia. The capital of Brazil. In this radiant city, there is a church for each day of the year and a feast for each day. Shining towers and bells and tall palm trees, shining bodies, sticky air of dende oil. Today we celebrate a saint and tomorrow a lover in the bay of all saints and less saints. San Salvador da Bahia, residence of the Viceroy and Archbishop, is the most populous Portuguese city after Lisbon, and Lisbon envies its monumental monasteries and gilded churches, its incendiary women and its parties, masquerades and processions. Here the mulatto prostitutes stroll, dressed as queens, and the slaves carry their masters in litter through the verdant avenues, between palaces worthy of the region of delirium. Gregorio de Matos, born in Bahia, paints the portrait of the noble lords of the sugar plantations. In Brazil the hidalguias. They are not in the right blood or in the right procedure. Where can they be? They are in the jackpot. Black slaves are the basis of these castles. From the pulpit of the cathedral, Father Antonio Vieira asks gratitude to the Kingdom of Angola, because without Angola there would be no Brazil and without Brazil there would be no Portugal, being able say, with reason, that Brazil has its body in America and its soul in Africa. Angola, which sells Bantu slaves and elephant tusks, Angola, proclaims the sermon of Father Vieira, whose sad blood and dark but happy souls nourish, encourage, sustain, serve, and preserve Brazil. At the edge of the 1990s, this Jesuit priest continues to be the Inquisition's worst enemy, the advocate of enslaved Indians and Jews, and the most obstinate accuser of colonial lords, who believe that labor is the work of beasts and spittle on the hand that feeds them. 1696. Rule. Black Virgin, Black Goddess. The Virgin arrives at the docks of Regla, a poor relative of Havana, and she is here to stay. The cedar carving came from Madrid, wrapped in a bag, in the arms of its devotee Pedro Aranda. Today, September 8th, this small town of artisans and sailors is celebrating, still smelling of shells and tar. People are eating delicacies of meat and corn and beans and cassava, Cuban dishes, African dishes, iko, olele, ekru, gombo, fufu, while rivers of rum and earthquakes welcome the Black Madonna, the Black Girl, patroness of the Bay of Havana. The sea is covered with coconut shells and basil branches and a wind of voices sings, at nightfall. Opa Yule, Opa Yule, Opa, 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 Yemea. The Black Madonna of Regla is also the African Yemea, silver goddess of the seas, mother of the fishes and mother and lover of Shango, the womanizer and troublemaker warrior god. 1697. Cape French. Ducasse. Cash and ringing gold crowns, doubloons, double doubloons, gold from the patron and patron, gold jewelry and tableware, gold from the chalices and crowns of virgins and saints. The holds of John the Baptist's galleons have arrived full d'or. Ducasse, governor of Haiti and leader of the French buccaneers in the West Indies. Ducasse humiliated Cartagena de Indias with cannon fire. He shattered the cliff walls of the fortress, colossal rock lions high above the sea, and left the church without a bell and the governor without rings. Gold from the plundered Spanish colony goes to France. From Versailles Ducasse received the title of admiral and a leafy wig with snow curls, worthy of the king. Before being governor of Haiti and admiral of the Royal Navy, Ducasse operated alone, stealing slaves from Dutch slave ships and treasures from the galleons of the Spanish fleet. Since 1691, he worked for Louis XIV. 1699. Madrid. The Bewitched. Although not announced by the trumpeter herald, the news is flying through the streets of Madrid. The inquisitors have discovered the culprit of the King Carlos spell. The witch Isabel will be burned alive in the Plaza Mayor. All of Spain prayed for Carlos II. Al Despota, el monarca bebía su pócima de polvo de víbora, infalible para dar fuerzas, pero en vano, el pin seguía embobado, incapaz de hacer hijos, y por la boca del rey continua van saliendo babas y aliento inmundo y ni una palabra que valiera the penalty. The curse did not come from a certain cup of chocolate sprinkled with hangman's testicles, as the witches of Kangas had said, nor from the talisman the king wore around his neck, as the exorcist Fray Moro believed. There were those who said that the monarch had been bewitched by his mother, with tobacco from America or benzoin lozenges, and there was even a rumor that the Maestre Sala, the Duke of Castelflorid, had served at the royal table a sliced ham with the fingernails of a Moorish or Jewish woman burned by the Inquisition. The inquisitors have finally found the jumble of needles, hairpins, cherry pits and Her Majesty's blonde hair, which the witch Isabel had hidden near the royal bedroom. Nose drops, lip drops, chin drops, but now that the king hasn't been spelled, his eyes seem to have lit up a bit. A dwarf raises the candle, so that he gazes at the portrait that Carreno painted of him years ago. Meanwhile, outside the palace, bread and meat, fish and wine are lacking, as if Madrid were a city under siege. 1699. Macuba. A practical demonstration. So that his slaves work hard in this land of torpor and slowness, Father John Baptiste Labat tells them that he was black before coming to Martinique, and that God made him white as a reward for fervor and submission with which he had served his masters in France. The church's black carpenter tries to cut the tenon of a difficult joint on a beam, and he misses the mark. Father Labat draws a few lines with a ruler and compass and orders. Cut there. The cut is exact. Now I believe you, said his slave, looking him in the eye. There's no white man who can do that. 1700. Ouro Preto. All of Brazil to the south. In the past, maps showed Bahia near the newly discovered mines of Potosi, and the Governor-General informed Lisbon that this land of Brazil and Peru was one. To turn the Paranapiacaba Mountains into the Andes, the Portuguese brought 200 llamas to San Pablo and sat down to wait for the silver and gold to grow. A century and a half later, the gold arrived. The beds of rivers and streams, on the flanks of the Serra do Espinhaco, are full of shining stones. The Mamluks of San Pablo struck gold while hunting the Cataguas Indians. The wind spread the news all over Brazil, calling the crowds, to get gold in the Minas Gerais region, just pick up a handful of sand or pull out a clump of grass and shake it. With gold came famine. For a cat or a dog, they pay 115 grams of gold in the camps, that's what a slave harvests in 2 days of work. 1700. Island of Santo Tomas. The one who makes things talk. Dark bells and melancholy drums ring out on this small Danish island in the West Indies, a hotbed of smuggling and piracy. A slave walks towards the burner. Vanbel, the boss, condemned him because this black unleashes the rain when it comes to his mind, kneeling before 3 oranges, and because he has a clay idol who answers all his questions and the saves from all doubts. The convict walks with a smile from ear to ear and his eyes fixed on the post surrounded by logs. Vanbel arrives at a crossroads. You won't make your clay figurine speak anymore, dark witch. Without looking at him, the slave answers softly. I can make this cane talk. Stop. Vanbel yells at the guards. Untie it. And in front of the crowd waiting for him, he throws his stick at him. Wow, he said. The black kneels, fanning the stick planted in the ground with his hands, walks around it a few times, kneels down again and caresses it. I want to know, said the master, if the galleon that is to come has already left. When will he arrive? Who is traveling? What happened? The slave takes a few steps back. Come closer, sir, he offers. He will say. With his ear glued to his staff, Vanbel listens that the ship left the port of Helsingør, Denmark, a long time ago, but when reaching the tropics, a storm broke the small topsail and carried away the sail of mizzen. Vanbel's neck quivers like a toad's whip. The public sees him pale. I can't hear anything, Vanbel said, as the stick pointed out the names of the captain and sailors. Nothing. Cries the staff secret to him, the ship will arrive in 3 days. You'll be happy with his load, and Vanbel explodes, tears off her wig, screams. Burn that black. Roars. Let them burn it. To yell. Burn that witch. Song of fire, of the Bantu people. Fire that men contemplate at night, in the deep night. Fire that burns without burning, that shines without burning. Fire you fly without a body. Heartless fire, you know no home and you have no hut. Transparent fire of palm trees, a man invokes you without fear. Sorcerer's fire, your father, where is he? Your mother, where is she? Who fed you? You are your father, you are your mother. You pass and leave no trace. Dry wood does not breed you. You have no ashes for the girls. You die and you don't die. The wandering soul becomes you, and no one knows. Wizard fire, spirit. Lower waters and higher airs. Fire shining, firefly illuminating the swamp. Bird without wings, thing without body, spirit of the force of fire. Listen to my voice. A man invokes you without fear. 1700. Madrid. Autumn darkness. He was never able to dress himself, read continuously, or stand on his own. At 40, he is an old man without heirs, dying surrounded by confessors, exorcists, courtiers, and ambassadors vying for the throne. The doctors, defeated, took away the freshly killed pigeons and lamb entrails. Leeches no longer cover his body. He is not given brandy to drink or brandy brought from Malaga, for all that remains is to wait for the convulsion that will snatch him from the world. By the light of the torches, a bloodied Christ attends, from the top of the bed, the final ceremony. The cardinal sprinkles holy water with hyssop. The room smells of wax, incense, dirt. The wind hits the badly tied shutters of the palace. They will take him to the rotten hole of El Escorial, where the marble urn that bears his name has been waiting for him for years. It was his favorite trip, but it's been a while since he's visited his own grave or hit the streets. Madrid is full of potholes, garbage, and armed bums, and the soldiers, who survive the stupid soup of the convents, do not take the trouble to defend the king. The last times he dared go out, the washerwomen of Manzanares and the boys in the street chased the car and peppered it with insults and stones. Carlos II, his eyes bulging red, trembles and is ecstatic. It is a small piece of yellow meat which flees between the sheets, while the century also flees and thus puts an end to the dynasty which made the conquest of America. End. Fire Memory 1 Births. Eduardo Galeano.